Mussolini, his part in my downfall, by Spike Milligan. Read by Spike Millington. Salerno, Thursday, September the 23rd, 1943. My diary. Still at war, early closing in Catford. Read letters from mother saying Cheesemans of Lewisham are so short of stock, the manager and staff sit in the shop miming the words, sold out. Dear listener, the beds in the Dorchester Hotel are the most comfortable in England. Alas, neither Driver Kidgel nor Lance Bombardier Milligan are in a bed at the Dorchester. No, they are trying to sleep on a 10-ton Scammer lorry parked on the top deck of 4,000-ton HMS Boxer, inside whose innards are packed 19 Battery, 56th Heavy Regiment, all steaming in the hold. From below comes the merry sound of men retching, and it's all from Gunner Edgington. We are bound for sunny Salerno. For 13 days since the Fifth Army landing, a ferocious battle has ensued on the beachhead. Even as we rode the waves, we knew not what to expect when our turn came. The dawn comes up like thunder. Thunder? Yes, that's thin thunder. Shh! We all shout. The chill morning air touches the khaki somnambulists sleeping heroically for their king and country. We are awakened by Gunner Woods in the driving cab, who has fallen asleep on the motor horn. A puzzled ship's captain is wondering why he can hear the sound of a lorry at sea. Kidgel gives a great jaw-cracking yawn, and that's him finished for the day. He stretches himself, but he doesn't get any longer. Deep in his eyes I see the engraved word, tea. "Wakey, wakey," he said, but didn't. The ship is silent. The helmsman's face shows white through the wheelhouse. "It is dawn," yawns Kidgel. My watch says 20 past, I yawn. "Yes, it's exactly 20 past dawn," he yawned. We yawned. Like a comedy duo, we both stand and pull our trousers on. Mistake! He has mine and vice versa. The light is growing in the eastern sky. It reveals a great grey convoy of ships plunging and rising at the dictation of the sea. LCTs, some 30 of them, all flanked by Navy Z-class destroyers. The one on our port bow is stenciled B4. Imagine the confusion of a wireless conversation with it. "Hello, B4, are you receiving me?" Pause. "Hello, B4 answering." "Hello, B4. Why didn't you answer before?" "Because we didn't hear you before." In the early light, the sea is blue-black like ink. Kidgel is carefully folding his blankets into an unbelievable mess. "I haven't slept that well for years." "How do you know?" I said. "You were asleep." He chuckled. "Well, it feels like I slept well." How did it feel? In the legs, the elbows, the teeth? I was determined to pursue the matter to its illogical conclusion. I mean, if sane people are going round saying, "I slept well last night," what would lunatics say? I mean, "I stayed awake all night so I could see if I slept well." I mean, "We are interrupted by a shattering roar of aircraft. Spitfires," someone said, and we all got up again. "Thank God they weren't Germans," said Kidgel. "Why thank him?" I said. "He doesn't run the German Air Force. Thank Hitler." "All right, clever Dick," he giggled. This is going to sound silly. "Thank Hitler. They weren't Germans." The helmsman's face showed white to the wheelhouse. I produced a packet of woodbines. I offered one to Kidgel. I had to. He's got the matches. My watch says 12:20. That means it's about 7 o'clock. We stow our gear into a lorry full of sleeping gunners with variable pitch snoring. 3 of them are snoring the chord of C minor. We decide to walk forward. The Boxer makes a frothy swathe as her flat prow divides the waters. The sky is turning into post-dawn colours, scarlet, pink, lemon. It looked like the ending of a trickly MGM film where John Wayne joins the Ghost Riders in the sky. Personally, I can't wait for him to. It's chilly. We wear overcoats with the collars up. Kidgel looks pensively out towards Italy. I was wondering about the landing. Don't worry about the landing, I said. I'll hoover it in the morning. He ignored me, but then everybody did. I've been thinking. Thinking, I said? This could mean promotion. I was thinking, supposing they land us in 6 foot of water. Then everyone 5'11 3/4 will drown. Well, that's the end for me, then. I thought you were a champion swimmer, I said. You can't swim in army boots, you're right. There's not enough room. What are you talking about? I'm talking about 10 words a minute. What are you talking about? A merry Matelot approaches with a huge brown kettle. Are you lads like some cocoa? We galloped at the speed of light to our big packs and returned to meet the merry Matelot as he descended from the bridge. He pours out the thick brown remaining sludge. The gulls in our wake scream as they dive-bomb the morning garbage. We sip the cocoa, holding the mug with both hands to warm them, a change from holding the mug to warm the naffy tea. Another cigarette. What a lunatic habit, smoking. Here we are, I said. Now we go to these bastards who make these things and we say, we will give you money for 20 of these fags. We smoke them and we make the product disappear. Ha! Supposing you brought a piano on the same basis. Suddenly, in the middle of a concerto, it disappears. You have to belt out and buy another one to finish the concerto. I mean, it's lunacy. In the deckhouse, a red-faced officer scans the horizon ahead. I wonder exactly where we are, said Kidgel. I think, I said, we're on the ancient sea of Terrenium Sive Infernum, and that finished him. When we reach Sicily, we will hug the coast to afford us air cover, and the way things are, I'd say that's all we can afford. We are travelling one of the most ancient trade routes in history. Carthaginians, Greeks, Romans, Mamelukes, Turks, and Mrs. Doris Hare. Fancy us being part of history, I said. I don't fancy it, said Kidgel. The tannoy crackles. Attention, please! A gunner faints. What's up, we ask. I thought I heard someone say, please. Attention! This is the captain speaking. What a good memory he had. In 3 minutes, the ack-ack guns will be firing test burst. This is only a practice. Repeat, practice. Soon the sky was festooned with erupting shells, black puffs of smoke with red nuclei from the barrels of the multiple pom-poms. The tannoy again. Hello, this is your... A burst of amplified coughing follows. It's our resident consumptive, I said. The coughing ceases. Attention! That practice firing will be repeated every morning at... The helmsman's face showed white through the wheelhouse. I feel a sudden attack of roll call coming on, I said. I was right. Sergeant King lines us up on the deck. We answer our names and anyone that isn't even there. Even if they call Rasputin, a voice said, Sir! Milligan, Sir! Devine, Sir! Edgerton, Edgerton! From the deck below comes a weak voice, Sir! Followed by retching, Britannia rules the waves, but in this case she waves the rules. A roar of engines, the Spitfires return. We all get up again. They repeat, roaring back and forth throughout the day. We get used to it. We get so used to it that when a focke-wolf shoots us up, we're all standing up, aren't we? Breakfast is happening in the galley. I have been a slave to breakfast all my life, but breakfast and a galley stave never, said Kidgel. We lined up head-on to a trio of navy cooks who doled out spam fritters, bread, marge, jam and tea, and avoided looking at it when they did. We ate on top deck, enjoying the sea breeze, the pleasant weather. Were we really going to a war, or were we on our way to Southend for the day? As Kidgel is licking his mess tins clean, the klaxons go. Submarine scare! Immediately the destroyer starts circling. Gun crews scramble to their mounts, the barrels train down. A false alarm! Curses! I wanted to see the greedy wake as the missile raced from the U-boat, a snare on the German captain's lip. Takes that, Englander! On the bridge of the HMS Dauntless, Lieutenant Winford Behrman Plague turned his trim little craft towards the black periscope. "Full speed ahead!" The words came through clenched teeth and fists. Too late, the Germans suddenly seized the bows of the British destroyer, sliced through the conning tower, splitting the Kaiser's picture into 1,000 fragments. "We didn't even get a depth charge," said Kitchell. "My God," I said, "is there a charge on depth now?" A long, green, groaning thing is approaching. The identity tags say, Edgington, 393271, C of E. "Was that a Jerry sub?" he said. "No, it was a false alarm," I said. "Oh dear," he moaned, "I wanted something to cheer me up." He managed a wry smile, opened a tin marked emergency chocolate ration, and took out a cigarette. Never a stingy one, he offered them around. The fact that there was only one left in the tin left much to be desired. I desired it, so I took it. "You sod," he said. We shared it. "You feeling any better?" I asked. He groaned. I'm no bloody good at sea." But you've always been at sea, Harry." "I missed my bloody breakfast." "We've just had breakfast, and believe me, you haven't missed anything," I said. Edgington's empty stomach rumbles loudly. "Spitfire!" shouted Kitchell. We all get up again. "What was for breakfast?" said Edgington. "We don't know," I said. "There's a court of inquiry this afternoon." Midday. The sun is out. It's the perfect temperature. Not hot, not cold, rather like navvy tea. September the 23rd, evening. My diary. Sighted northwest tip of Sicily. If my geographical recollections were right, that would be Cap St. Vito. It wasn't. In the evening light, inland mountains seemed made of purple mist. On the sea was a green-grey sea fret. To the primitive mariner, it must have given birth to legends. To gun a little, it gave forth to, "I wonder what's for dinner." He watches a destroyer's evasive zigzag course. "That driver must be pissed," he said. "Ha ha ha." He'd been a regular for 11 years and had risen to the rank of private. He was sweating on being downgraded. I don't think he could be. From where he was, the only way was up. He had 2 great bunions on his feet. Mind you, he didn't think they were great. They had promised to downgrade him to 2B. I approached him, struck a Hamlet-like pose, and I said, "2B or not 2B?" He tried to throw me overboard. "It'll be my luck to get killed, and next day it'll come through downgraded to 2B. You wait and see," he said. "That would be terrible," I said. "Being killed is bad enough, but being a corpse and 2B as well, that's too much." The cocoa pot matelot introduces himself. He was Eddie Hackshaw, and from what I hear, still is. A short, squat London lad with a cheery smile. He had taken a fancy to me. He gave me a silver Arab ring for luck. He troops Kitchell, Edgington, and myself down to the engine room. We meet the engineers. They were embalmed in oil and grease, all Liverpudlians. "These are the whackers who do the engines," he said. "Ah, the famous do-wackadoos, groans." They'd been working long hours since D-Day and looked desperately tired. "It were bloody murder. 2 of our lads were killed on deck by Jerry artillery." We sat at their mess table, which was now a complete mess. "We haven't had time to scrub it since we did the landings." We sat and talked. They gave us tea, grub, and handfuls of fags. A big Liverpudlian, as I remember his name was Paul, said, "Do yous know the anagram of Salerno was Nassau?" "I thought it was the other way round," I said. The face of the helmsman showed white to the wheelhouse. Lunch was a mangled stew, lumps of gristle floating on the surface. Edgington said if you held your ear to it, you could hear an old lady shouting, "Help, help, the stew." The curtain of night is falling as we pass Argonaut-like in the shadow of Sicily. The sun, like a scarlet communion host, dips into a horizon that is gossamer with mist. The wave-tops catch the last pink fading light and reflect like millions of flashing indicators. The night comes. We heard the tannoy.
"Hello, attention! This is the captain speaking. There will be no naked lights, matches or cigarettes during hours of darkness. We are travelling through a known U-boat area. Will all officers ensure that this order is carried out?"
Dinner was lunch 4 hours later and several degrees colder. I went below and Hackshaw scrams me a bottle of beer. Where you been? Said Kitchell. In the galley. He leaps up, grabs his mess tins. Is there more grub then? Is there more grub, he said, saliva pouring down his chin like Pavlov's dog's. It may be an illusion, but night seemed to make the sea sound louder and lovelier. It even made Kitchell sound louder and lovelier. It wasn't long before he was humming a little tune and preparing his bed. Standing on top of his lorry made him look taller. It was the only thing that did. I had once asked him were all his family short, and he said yes. And I said why, and he said because they're frightened of heights. We watched the destroyer sending a Morse lamp signal. Do you know, I said, Gunner Little thinks that Ash Wednesday is a 4th Division football team? We laughed. We were the only ones. Stop that noise! Do you want the bloody German submarines to hear us? Said the voice of Edgington. Don't worry, I said, we were laughing in German, I explained. We slide into our blankets. Doug and I converse on cabbages and kings. I can't recall the dialogue, but I know we discussed where Alf Files would be. He was on his way from Malta, we learned later. We also discussed our fears about Salerno. Like an omen as we spoke came the first distant boom of gunfire. "You hear that?" said Doug. "Yes, I heard it." Gradually, silences between exchanges became longer. I thought of home. Will I see them all again? It all seemed so bloody mixed up. How did we ever let this happen? Had we challenged Hitler when he occupied the Saar, it would have been a pushover. Too late now, chum. Now he's every bit as strong as we are. Even stronger. September the 24th, 1943. Ta-da! I awake at first light, and I heard gunfire. I sat bolt upright. We were down to about 3 knots, very slow, or granny knots, should we say. We were pulling into the Bay of Salerno. Oh, dear. All the beaches looked remarkably peaceful. Good. We'd have a quiet landing, I thought. The still waters of the bay were a carnival of ships. Some 200, all shapes and sizes, rode at anchor. The amazing American amphibian DWKs were ferrying supplies ashore. Looming large among all this was the HMS Valiant and the HMS Warspite. Suddenly one let fly a devastating salvo which thundered around the bay and rocked the warship some 50 degrees off its axis. "That's not going to do Jerry any good," said a sailor. And it's not going to do the Warspite any good either. In the morning mistiness, we make out hyperactivity on the beaches, lorries, tanks, half-tracks, beach masters waving their flags, pointing, lifting, lowering, signalling, shouting, all involved in the logistics of war. The shells from the Warspite were bursting inland on the hills behind Ponte Cagnano, which dominated the landing beaches. Why wasn't Jerry replying? We drop anchor. Immediately trouble. The chain is wrapped round the propeller shaft. Fun and hijinks! We cheer as the diver goes down. A boat from the beach approached with a purple-faced officer who shouted rude things through a bullhorn at our captain, whose face, incidentally, showed white through the wheelhouse. To make it more difficult for our captain, the destroyers lay a smoke screen around us, and the tannoys crackled. "Hello? Hello? 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 Testing? Pop. It appeared to be the end of the message. "It's all getting a bit silly," said Harry. "All we had was the view, and now that's been bloody obscured. Now is the time for action. I take my trumpet from its case. There must be men still alive who remember the sound of the last post from the smoke-shrouded Boxer." The tannoy crackles again. "Whoever's playing that bugle, please stop," said a peaked navy voice. The anchor chain is finally freed. The smoke screen lifts to show we are now facing away from the beach. "They're taking us back again," said Gunner Devine. "Of course not, you silly gunner. No, the captain has turned his ship around in the smoke to show us how clever he is." There was a laconic cheer as the diver surfaces. "Caught any fish?" says someone. He holds up 2 fingers. "Is that all? Ha ha ha!" The engine starts up again. The ship swings slowly round and points towards Italy. I mean, he couldn't miss it. Subsection sergeants are now going round telling us to get ready to disembark. Drivers are unchaining the restraining cables that secure the vehicles to the deck. The day is now a delightful mixture of sun and a cool wind. The Warspite lets off another terrifying salvo. It thunders around the bay. We watch it erupt among the hills. "That'll make the bastards sit up," said Sergeant Jock Wilson. "I'd have thought," I said, "it would have had the opposite effect." "A horseback," he says. "Have you been enjoying yourself on this sea trip?" "Well, Sergeant, yes and no." "What do you mean, yes or no?" "Well, yes I am, and no I'm not, but mostly no I'm not, otherwise yes I am." He frowned. "You'll never get promotion, Milligan." Wilson was a Glaswegian. He was football mad, and his family at home were hard put to send him all the news cuttings on Scottish matches. Scottish matches, that is, ones that won't strike. September the 24th, 1943. Regimental Diary. HMS Boxer landed party on Red Beach, Salerno Bay, at 09:40 hours. The ship touched the beach very gently, so gently I suspected it was not insured. "Sorry about the butt, gentlemen," said a chuckling Navy voice on the tannoy. A cheer arose from the lads as the landing ramp was lowered. Another salvo from the warspite. At the same time, an American supply ship starts to broadcast Bing Crosby singing "Pennies from Heaven" over its speakers. To our right, over the Sorrento Peninsula, a German plane is flying very high. Pinpoints of high bursting ack-ack shells trace his path. Time 9:30. Sea calm. The tannoy crackles. Another coughing demo? No. "Hello!" "Hello, is it on? Hello? Hello? Hello, Captain Sullivan speaking." "Give us a song, Captain," shouts Gunner White. "Attention! Attention! Will all men without vehicles, repeat, without vehicles, please disembark." "I think I'm without vehicles," I said to Harry. "How about you?" No, he said, "I haven't got vehicles, but they might be incubating," said Edgerton, who is now that the sea is calm, back to his cheery self. "The roses haven't come back to his cheeks, but he tells me they're on their way. They reach me knees and are due in me naval area this afternoon." The tannoy goes. "Will men without vehicles disembark now?" "We've been spoken for, Harry," I said, as we trundled down the gangplank to the floor of the Boxer. We were about to set foot on Italy. The jaws of the Boxer are open onto a great sunlit beach. I realised I could never have afforded all this travel on my own. But this was the hard way. World War II. I always wanted to see Russia. I suppose that would be World War III. I don't believe it. We are walking down the broad ramp onto the Salerno beaches, no bullets and no shells, and I didn't even get my feet wet. As I leave my first footprint in the sand, I shouted loudly, "Taxi!" and point in that direction. "The woods are full of them," I added, to a suspicious sergeant. We move in the milling thong onto the beach. I start sheep beating, and soon we're all at it, bah, bah, much to the amusement of the seamen watching from the top deck. The Scenery by Lance Bombardier Milligan. The beaches are a mixture of volcanic ash and sand, the colour of milky coffee. It stretches left and right as far as the eyes can see. Strewn along the beaches is the debris of a battle that has raged here before. An occasional German long-range shell explodes in the bay. There are no hits. The beaches vary from 20 to 30 yards deep. Back from this is a mixture of pine scrub, walnut trees and sand hillocks mounted with tufa grass. Bulldozers have made clearways flanked by white ribbons denoting mine-free areas. There is activity the length and breadth of the shores. Great ammo dumps are, as we watch, getting higher and bigger. Just inland, Spitfires are refuelling and about to take off from a makeshift airstrip. American Aerocobras are revving their engines, turning into the wind and taking off in the direction of Naples. We congregated by the sand hillocks and dumped our small kit and started to explore the area. Hard by was an American lightning plane that had crash-landed half in the sea. A glimpse inside showed a blood-saturated cockpit. "He must be very anemic by now," said Sherwood. There are slit trenches everywhere, water bottles, helmets, empty ammo boxes, and spent cartridge cases by the hundreds. "Oh, this must have been a hot spot," said Bombardier Fuller. At the bottom of a trench I spot a Scots Guards cap badge, several pieces of human skull with hair attached, and a curling snapshot of two girls with an address somewhere in Streatham. I put it in my pay book, intending to forward it to the address. We come across 30 or so hurried graves with makeshift wooden markers. Private Edwards E, a number, and that was all. 14 days ago he was alive, thinking, feeling, hoping. If war was a game of cards, I'd say someone was cheating. We pause now for Gunner Edgington's recollections of the landing, which go like this. Stand well back. The scene as it met our eyes as we came up on deck very early that morning, with the ponderous old HMS Boxer leading the convoy, and still some way off, the distant coast. It was barely dawn, mighty early. It was to be a fine day, though a touch of unaccustomed chilliness in the air. We had, after all, just come from North Africa. The sea calm, the elements indeed almost holding their breath. Overhead the sky was fairly clear, but there, dead ahead of us, was an awesome curtains-up setting of Salerno, a name which meant nothing to us at that juncture. It did to me, folks. I listened to the radio. An hour later, the sun having fought its way into its kingdom, my God, he's waxing lyrical, the incredible sight of a beautiful flat, broad, sandy beach, fringed some way back by tall grass over low dunes. Behind that, a great half-moon of meadowland with here and there large wooden areas, a spot that in other times might have been a secluded, quiet paradise of nature, and yet here raged war. For as far as the eyes could see along the beautiful coastline, a veritable armada of ships stood hull to hull, their prows to the beaches, disgorging soldiers and endless waves of sophisticated war-making machines. The activity that swarmed in unbelievably unhurried fashion, reminiscent of Hampstead Heath and the fairgrounds at Easter, had as its musical accompaniment the roar of great guns, the incessant racket of powerful vehicles, and the cheerful shouts of men with megaphones yelling leisurely instructions to us all. As the Boxer's great jaws opened slowly to the wondering gaze of us all standing within, we saw to our left a Spitfire. I thought it was an American lightning plane brewing up, flaming and smoking hideously, and past it on a grassy fringe a very tall, slim flagpole, from its very top almost to its base a broad strip of red cloth fluttering. Red Beach! Well done, Harry. I'll take over now. There's a check on the post. We all stand well back and far away from any work, and watch the confusion of unloading the vehicles. Officers and sergeants are weaving back and forth, saluting and shouting. "What are they doing?" said Edgington. "I think they're trying to win the war," I said. "Why?" he said. "I'm satisfied with it as it is." Kidgel's Scammer lorry is emerging from HMS Boxer. I ponder the logic that gives a driver 5 foot 5 inches, a giant lorry to drive, that necessitates him putting an orange box on the seat before he can see out. Gunner Devine has taken his boots and socks off and is paddling in the sea. An irate officer shouts at him, "Hey you! What do you think you're doing?" "I think I'm paddling, sir," was the reply. "Paddling? This isn't bloody Blackpool." "I know that, sir. Blackpool's in England." "Get dressed at once and report to me." The officer stormed off. Well, almost. In turning, he hurt his ankle. Next thing, the khaki god of authority is hopping up and down, holding the injured limb, his face contorted with pain. He sees before him a sea of smiling gunners. "You're all in a charge!" he screamed. "I think that's a fair ending," said Edgington, grinning at the departing cripple. My God! Edgington was holding a mug of tea. How did he do it? He pointed to a tin brewing over a derb fire. Sergeant Mick Ryan comes across. He's dripping with sweat. Was it fear or work? "Come on, you bloody signallers!" He points to a Scammell and a jackknife 7.2 gun well down in the sand. We take the drag ropes and pull. The rest of the morning is a repetition of this. Heave! Steady! Heave! Steady! Heave! A naval officer in virgin white uniform motors past in a jeep. He is tall, suntanned. He has the eyes of a man used to searching distant horizons, a handsome, intelligent face, and strong jaw, and a mouth with the suggestion of a smile. The medals on his jacket told of his past heroisms. He was, how could I describe him? A pain in the arse. Nice Lieutenant Button is approaching. "Hands up! All the men who want to go to war." There is a massive negative response. He points to me. "You, Milligan." This was victimization. "There must be some mistake, sir. I'm 86 and a cripple." He points. Over there, 25-year-old liar. I clamber onto Sherwood's Brem carrier to be taken to a premature death. The carrier is overloaded. I perch on top. Budden sits in the passenger seat looking at the maps. We roll across the sandhills. It's not easy for me to stay on, so with consummate skill, I fall off. "Stop being silly now, Milligan," said Mr. Budden. I remount. This time I jam myself between two kit bags. We reach a secondary road, and here comes the bonus. We pass the temple of Neptune and Serene at Paestium, both looking beautiful in the sunlight. Strung from the Doric columns are lines of soldiers washing. At last they had been put to practical use. If only the ancient Greeks had known! What the ancient Greeks didn't know was that I, Lance Bombardier Milligan, had fallen off again. I got back on. This time I removed the kit bags. I climbed into the hole, and they lowered the kit bags on top of me, leaving my head and shoulders free. I appealed to Sherwood to drive slowly past the temples. "What temples?" "You'll never get another chance to see them close at hand," I said. "You're right," he said. "You'll never get another chance to see them again." And he drove on. Mr. Budden had heard all this. "Bombardier Sherwood is not of a scholastic mind, Milligan. He is the son of the soccer field. Had you said, 'Slow down, Reading are playing the Mussolini Rovers,' I'm sure it would have touched part of his English soul that is forever football." We had cleared the sand dunes, the minor roads, and had turned left onto the Battipaglia highway going north. We wait to allow some of the vehicles to catch up with us. There's no sign. "I suppose they've stopped to see the temples," grinned Sherwood. The houses that lined the road were 2-story square whitewashed. Hanging on the walls were strings of tomatoes. People sit outside on simple wood and rush chairs. The women were mostly bare-legged, wearing black clothes and wooden-soled sandals. Some pretty-faced girls looked from the upper windows. A short, fat, middle-aged balding man runs across the road and gives us a bunch of purple grapes. He smiles, shakes his hand in a friendly gesture. "Viva Inglesi! Viva Inglesi!" he says. I chew grapes and spit the pips at the neck of Sherwood. 20 minutes later, our little convoy is complete. We are to establish an OP somewhere up there." Budden points to the mountainous countryside ahead. I hated OPs. When they were quiet, they were quiet. But when the shit was flying, it was a dicey place. We passed several burnt-out tanks, mostly ours, and that was the trouble. Jerry had better tanks. We were trying to get away with superiority in numbers. Very unfair on our tank crews. We never had any armour to match the Tiger or the Yag Panther. The shades of night were falling fast as we went through Battipaglia, past the ruins of the tobacco factory that had been a bloodbath for both sides. September the 24th, 1400 hours. My diary. Travelling up narrow mountain road, frequent stops to let farm cattle go past, mountains each side, towering over us like Dormio's drawings in Dante's Paradise Lost. Not only is Dante's Paradise lost, but we are bloody lost. Lieutenant Budden is looking studiously at his map. The wrong way up. It's upside down, sir. I know that! I turned it upside down for a reason. Sorry, sir. I was only trying to help. Well, if you want to help, Milligan, act like a Basenji. Basenji? Basenji? He got me. What was Basenji? A platoon of battle-weary soldiers are filtering past us to the rear. Their shoulder flashes read, "Queens." September the 24th, evening. My diary. Owing to the non-arrival of number 19 and 21 wireless sets, no battery OP can be established. Ordered to stand down. Now to let you have the boredom of the official history of the regiment. Their 19-battery position lay at the foot of Monte Mango and was approached by means of roads little better than mountain tracks, worse indeed than those encountered in Africa. Yet by evening, after a day of feverish activity and some quite unprincipled borrowing of equipment, cigarettes, chocolate, etc., they were in action, and were immediately given the attention of Stukas. Now, Gunner Edgerton recalls the first gun position. Action! Lights! Cameras! I recall travelling on one of the scamels as we went into action. We travelled 14 miles, I remember Bombardier Dean saying, yet we found out later the bridge was only 2 miles in depth. It had been started just 2 weeks before, and though we didn't know it then, Jerry was well advanced on the task of chucking us right out. One man, a surgeon sergeant of our battery by the name of Mick Bullprick Ryan, was to completely reverse the situation almost single-handed. We didn't get moving till late in the day, and then crept along an interminable, winding, tortuous course until long after nightfall we came into an earth road between the giant trees of what seemed like a forest, except they were set strangely in very orderly straight rows. There were smaller trees between them, apples or lemons, and running suspended along all of them, grapevines, all of them loaded with their fruit fully ripe, for it was September and time of the harvest. No light but Budden's torch, everyone inhibited from any noise that was avoidable. A hissed instruction, and the driver swung his wheel, the huge vehicle grinding slowly into the vines, tearing great lengths of them away. The torches showed great puddles of what seemed like blood in the soft ricon-sprouting earth. It was, in fact, grape juice. Trees, these giants carried masses of very fine walnuts, were dragged down by 2 scamel arranged fanwise to a particular tree, with a powerful steel hawser running from one front winch gear around the tree to the other front winch. A line of fire was being cleared. Next morning, a raid, Spike and Duke, shaving, dived under a scamel. Fire orders kept coming and kept getting cancelled. We could see Monte Stella through the trees, like a kid's drawing of an Alp, and watched our infantry struggling on it. Then the most incredible shoot of them all. Mick knocked the top clean off it with 2 rounds, sighting through the barrel of a 7.2 howitzer aimed like a pistol. Suddenly a great ragged mob of Hun fighter planes interceded, surging over the nearest crest, bellying down right over our treetops, cannons going, the weather at us I know not. Yes, I remember being stupid. The evidence of this was a 6-foot-deep trench, at the bottom of which, looking up white-faced and saying, "Tell Hitler I'm sorry," was Lance Bombardier Milligan. What did Basenji mean? My slit trench was in the angle of a farm hut wall and a raised bank. All day, Jerry 155mm shells were passing over our positions. "Oh, they're after the 25-pounders in the field behind us," said Sergeant Ryan. "Behind?" I said, turning yellow. "Christ, we're far forward for heavy guns." "Forward?" he giggled. "We had bloody Nebelwerfers in this field this afternoon." Ryan had excelled himself. In the absence of an observation post, he had aligned his gun on Monte Mango by looking up the barrel, elevating it a bit above that, and by God, he was actually dropping the shells right on target. I was surplus to requirements, so I spent the afternoon writing letters and eating handfuls of purple grapes that grew above my trench. I read about conquerors partaking of the spoils of war. What I hadn't read about was the terrifying attacks of the shits that followed. Dear Mum, Dad and Des, we've been moved. I'm not allowed to say where, but we had spaghetti for lunch. The lunacy continues, and has every chance of becoming a way of life unless we stop it soon. Men are getting so used to wars that the psychiatric wing of the RAMC are planning how to break the news to the men when the war is over. I'm keeping well. We don't go hungry in this war. The compo rations are very good. That's if you get to the box first. This is the first day in this country, so I haven't caught anything yet. I would welcome any books, periodicals and newspapers, preferably one that say the war is over. And believe me, the war is over. It's over here. I'm writing this in a hole in the ground. It's convenient because if you get killed, they just fill the hole in and sell it as a cemetery. That's all the cheery news. We'll write again when the situation is a little bit less fraught. Loving son, Terry. I lit up a cigarette and lay back, mind a blank. The guns roar. The night comes. Grapevine messages. "Dinner!" Across the field with mess tins. I'm walking on a field that has been laying fallow for years. One still feels the furrows where the plough once moved. In the corner of the field, under some walnut trees, A heavily camouflaged cookhouse is operating, and by the screams they are operating without an anaesthetic. In the queue I find Kidgel and Edgington. "Where have you been hiding?" is the merry greeting. "Hiding? Me hiding? That's a malicious rumour. I haven't been hiding. I've been standing on the peak of a mountain, swathed in the Union Jack, with a searchlight beaming on me, and I've been crying out, 'Come on, you German swines, and feel the taste of British steel.' Do you call that hiding? No, we call that a load of cobblers." "Talking of cobblers," said Kidgel, "what are those terrible things floating in the stew?" "Mine," said our cook, "but don't worry, they're ours." It is a McConaughey stew, and it tastes bloody marvellous. We sit with our backs against a Bren carrier. The odd gun falls silent as the gun teams take their turns for their meal. It's dark now. All around is the unending roar of artillery. Odd rumours. They say he's starting to pull out and our patrols are on the outskirts of Naples. Core Naples? Yes. We would all like to be in Naples. It would be the first European city since we left England nearly 2 years ago. We'd all been warned of the dangers. If the broacher was telling the truth, venereal disease was walking the streets of Naples, and one could contract it by just shaking hands with a priest. The BQMS has passed us a message saying there won't be any mail for a week. He says things like that to cheer us up. Amid the gunfire we hear a droning. A lone plane. It's a Jerry. He drops a green flare. It was so pretty we all cheered when it came on. "Milligan! Milligan!" A voice is calling. "Is that you, Mother?" I reply. It's Bombardier Fuller. He says, "Pack enough kit to last 48 hours. You're going up to the OP." Enough to last 48 hours. Wearily I climb into Bombardier Sherwood's Bren carrier. Already in and waiting are Captain Sullivan, Signaller Birch, and Bombardier Edwards. In a second carrier are Lieutenant Budden, Signaller Wenham, and I cannot recall the driver. If I did, he wouldn't hear me now. My diary. Got onto narrow road to Mango. Road jammed with vehicles. 2 trucks ahead stuck by Jerry mortars. Stuck for nearly 2 hours. Progress is slow. Road jammed with vehicles. Very dark now. Ahead is a glow of a large fire. Lieutenant Budden dismounts. He's coming towards us with a face that says Confusion Unlimited, and he appears to be the managing director. "That's the mountain up there." He points to a mountain that is big enough it doesn't need pointing to. Still, I take his point. "We've got to get up there." "We'll need a ladder, sir." "How are we going to get a Bren carrier up there?" says Birch. "Post it," I said. He tried to hit me. "I'll miss him," I said. "Ooh," said Birch, a helmsman whose face showed white through the wheelhouse. It's really dark. We can hear the small arms fire ahead. The crump of mortars is endless. What was Basenji? There is now a nose-to-tail traffic jam along the narrow-walled lane. The red glow ahead is getting larger and now owns the sky. Some walking wounded are squeezing past. "What's happening?" I said to one of them. "Jerry mortars. They set fire to an ammo truck. Any minute now, it'll all go up." He had hardly said it when there was an explosion, and random fireworks of the ammo going off showered the sky with sparks. It was great fun and costing us a fortune. A military policeman is coming down the convoy. "Back up if you can," he says and laughs. We pass the message down the line. Half an hour later, we start to move backwards. A dispatch rider is riding up from down behind and calling out, "Any 19 battery here? Any 19 battery here?" Bert says, "Yes." "Silly sod! Never answer anything in the army. It's too late now." It's Don R. Lawrence. He tells us we have to take the Bren carrier and go back to pick up a wireless set which has just arrived from the beach, and Captain Sullivan on another truck is going to go to the OP, so we breathe a sigh of relief. We start extricating the Bren carrier from the congestion. Marvellous! When we've almost got it out, the bloody thing breaks down. We struggle and manage to push it onto the side to allow the traffic through. Budden tells us, "We'll have to walk to HQ and get fresh orders." I tell him I don't need fresh orders. I'm perfectly satisfied with the ones I've got. "Please, Milligan," said Budden, "try and be a soldier." We finally reach HQ. It's off a walled lane in an Italian farmhouse built around a forecourt, 2 stories high. An exterior staircase leads up to the first floor, which is surrounded by a balcony. The farm is blacked out except the room where our HQ is. That is a massive light cheeks coming from windows and doors, like an early sonnet luminaire. Several vehicles are parked in the forecourt. The drivers are asleep in the back. 20 minutes pass. Mr. Budden appears. He smells of whisky, the khaki aftershave for men. He's much happier by now. "We are not needed, Milligan," he says. Does that mean for the duration, I thought? We both walked back to the gun position, which was quite easily found. We just follow the loudest bangs. September the 24th, 1943. My diary. Cool night, a touch of autumn chill in the air. Had very disturbed sleep. Kept waking up in a cold sweat. Took a swig at water bottle. Had a fag. What a bloody life. I finally dropped off in a black sleep. Am I the black sleep of the family? September the 25th, 1943. I awoke at first light. I sat up and yawned. I felt as tired as though I had not slept. A morning mist is rapidly disappearing. It swirls around the head of Monty Mango. I start the ritual of folding my blankets. A voice calls, "Hey, Terry! Terry!" Terry? I hadn't been called that since I became khaki. It was Reg Lake, a captain in the Queen's Regiment. He'd been sleeping about 30 yards away. Reg was the pre-war manager of the New Era Rhythm Boys, one of the best semi-pro bands in London. He was the one who gave me my first break as a crooner. The last time I'd seen him was on a 137 bus going from Brockley to Victoria. "My God, Terry, what are you doing in this godforsaken place?" "I'm helping England win the war." What a bloody silly question. "Reg," I said, or do I call you sir? "Look," he said, "how long have you been here?" he said. "I came yesterday. I thought it was a day trip. I was here on the landings. You missed all the fun." "Oh," I said, I'll try and make up for it." It was difficult to make conversation. I couldn't say, "Where's the band playing this week?" I asked what had happened to the boys in the band. "Oh, all split up," he said. "That must be painful." "Most of them are in the services. Do you remember Tom, the tenor player with only one lung? Well, they took him. Oh, well, they took me, and I've only got two." He was called away by a sergeant. I never saw him again. I've no idea if he survived the war. If he reads this book, I hope he gets in touch. A voice is calling across the land. "Bombardier Milligan! Bombardier Milligan! Bombardier Milligan is dead," I called in a disguised voice. The voice replied, "Then he's going to miss breakfast." Good God, it's nearly 9. I just get to the cookhouse in time to have the remains of powdered egg, bacon and tea that appears to have been all cooked together. "You slept late," said Edgington. "Yes," I said, "I'm training for sleeping sickness." We are now gathered around the water truck doing our ablutions. Edgington is the lather stage, peering into a mirror the size of a half-crown propped on a mudguard. He was moving his face clockwise as he shaved. I had stripped to the waist, which brought cries of, "Where are you?" I had my head under the tap, enjoying the refreshing cascade of chlorinated water, at which time 12 FW-109s are enjoying roaring out of the sun, guns hammering. There's a god-awful scramble. We all meet under a lorry. I caught a glimpse of the planes as they launched their bombs on the 25-pounder regiment behind us. "Look out!" warns Edgington when the planes were halfway back to Germany. He'd hurled himself face down. Suddenly it was all over. We stand up. Edgington presented a face half lather, dust and squashed grapes. What was I laughing at? One moment I was well. Next moment I was on my knees vomiting. It was unbelievable. I became giddy. Kept seeing stars and the Virgin Mary upside down. "Oh, report 6, said Bombardier Fuller. "Oh, you're so kind," I said. They took me to the doc, who said I had a temperature of 103. "What have you been doing?" he said. I was washing, sir." He didn't believe me. Having a temperature of 103 allowed you to stop fighting. No, but seriously, folks, I was ill. Oh, I was ill. The war would have to go on without me. In the Bren carrier, they took me shivering with ague to the forward dressing station. It was a small, tented area off a rough track. A lance corporal, tall, thin, with spectacles, took my details and tied a label on me, and I think it said, "This way up." "That stretcher there," he said. So they were going to stretch me. I felt a bit of a fraud. I forget which bit I felt. Around me were seriously wounded men. Some were moaning softly. A chubby Catholic priest, about 45, red-faced, blonde hair, going grey, walked among us. "And what's wrong with you, son?" "I've got fever." "Fever?" "Yes, sir. Disappointed, Father." He grinned, but it didn't wipe the sadness off his face. He told me they were waiting for the arrival of some badly wounded men from the Queen's. They were trying to take that. He nodded towards Monte Stella. 3 jeeps arrived with stretcher cases. Among them is a German, his face almost off, poor bastard. There was a trickle of wounded all afternoon, some walking, some on stretchers, some dead. The priest went among them carrying out the last rites. Was this the way Christ wanted them to go? The most depressing picture of the war was for me the blanket-covered bodies on stretchers, those boots protruding from the end. For my part, I kept falling into delirious sleep, where I told General Montgomery to sing God Save America with his trousers down. When I awoke, it was evening. I'd been laying there for about 4 hours. "Are they going to take me?" I asked an orderly. "Yes, you're next, Corporal," he comforted. "We had a lot of badly wounded. We had to send them off first. Understand?" And I understood. With the sun setting and the tent sides turning pink in the light, I was loaded aboard an ambulance into the top bunk. The top bunk! It all came back to me. The top bunk. That's the one my parents always put me in during those long train journeys across India on the old GIP railway. It was all so long ago. The ambulance bumped and jolted through the narrow mountain roads. I recall those bright, sunlit Indian days as a boy, and every day was like a Kipling story. "Like a drink of water, Corporal?" "Yes." The attendant poured water into a tin mug. I gulped it down in 2. It tasted like nectar. It was 4 stretchers to an ambulance. In between, with his back to the driving cab, sat an orderly. The inside was painted white. The vehicle smelt new. A blood plasma bottle was attached to the soldier on the lower bunk, his chest swathed in bandages. The orderly constantly checked the flow of the blood plasma. The German kept groaning. It all seemed to be coming to me through a heat-charged mist. I was hovering twixt delirium and reality. Finally I dozed off. The ambulance stops. Nearby artillery are banging away. The doors open. It's dark. A voice mixed with gunfire. I'm being unloaded. I'm on the ground. From there a large municipal building with a flat roof is silhouetted against the sky. Covered with ivy, it looks like the setting for Gormenghast. I'm carried upstairs, along corridors, more stairs, and finally into a dim-lit ward of about 30 beds, all with mozzie nets down. I'm placed on the floor. "Can you undress yourself?" said an overworked orderly. Yes, I can." "Pyjamas under the pillow." He points to a bed. My God, it looked good. Already turned down. White sheets and pillows. 2 pillows. Being ill was paying dividends. I pulled on the standard blue pyjamas. "Where's the Kazi?" I said weakly. He pointed out the door. "It's dead opposite." I wasn't quite dead, but I went opposite. That journey over, I pulled my body under the sheets. I was desperately tired and feverish, but stayed awake to enjoy the luxury of sheets. Another orderly. They all wear gym shoes, so you don't hear them coming. He took my pulse, temperature, entered them on a board that hung on the foot of the bed. "You like some tea?" He spoke Yorkshire. "Aye," I said in Yorkshire. "Anything to eat?" "Yes, anything." He came back with a plate of tomato soup and bread. On the tray were 4 white tablets. "Take these when you're done. They help bring the temperature down." "I don't want it down," I said. "I want it up for the duration." I gulped the soup down and took the tablets and brought them all up. Who said romance was dead? So much for my first 48 hours in Italy. September the 26th, 1943, 0600 hours. Awakened by a nurse. A female nurse, all pink and scrubbed in spotless uniform, smelling of pear soap. "Darling, I love you. Marry me," I said. "Good morning," she said, threw back the mozzie net, and before I could answer it, had stuffed a thermometer in my gob. "It's down," she said. "What's down?" I said. "You're only 100. She bent over the next bed and showed 2 shapely legs. Oh, one would have been enough. Oh, I felt my temperature going up, 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 up again. I really was ill. I fell asleep and orderly woke me up with breakfast. The ward was coming to life, but I wasn't. Orderlies were taking on the last of the blackouts. Those patients who could were putting the mozzie nets up, trailing out to the ablutions, and others were swallowing medicines. Here comes mine. 4 white tablets. What are they? The orderly doesn't know. "I don't know. I don't have to," he says. "Then if you die, it's not my fault." Cheerful bugger. For the first 2 days my temperature goes up and down, and so that I'm not alone, I go with it. At night it was worse, with delirium and terrible dreams. However, Gradually, I start to recover. The nurse, I wish I could remember her name, told me of an incident. In the officers' section, there was a colonel from the RAOC. He's due for a hernia operation. The matron has been given the job of shaving him. She knocks on the door. "Come in," says the colonel. The matron comes in, throws back the bedclothes, lathers all around his willy and shaves him and starts to leave. The colonel says, "Oh, pardon me, matron, but why did you bother to knock?" In the next bed is a Marine Commando, Jamie Notton. He's in with our old friend Shellshock, received during the landings around Marina. He was 41, a bit old for a Marine Commando. "I used to be a gentleman's gentleman," he said, speaking with a broad Scots accent. Jamie is sitting on the edge of his bed. He is in his battle dress, his boots highly polished, a hangover from his gentleman's gentleman days. His bed was immaculate. His eating irons and mess tins shine like silver. He basically wanted to do things properly. If he folded a newspaper, it was always perfectly square, but there the creation stopped. He could never make anything. It was always do, but what he did was perfect. He must have been an ideal servant. It's 11 o'clock of the morning. Outside the sun shone that autumnal light more silver than gold. It beamed to the windows of our ward, favouring the beds who were on that side. In the centre of the ward are 3 trestle tables loaded with books, periodicals and newspapers. On one is an old Italian wireless set plugged up to a ceiling light. From it issues music from Allied Forces Network in Algiers. It's mostly dance band music and singers like Crosby, Sinatra, Dick Hames, Vera Lynn, Anne Shelton and Evelyn Doll. Who? The ward is big, high ceiling, plenty of light. All the bedside lockers have a water jug and glass. If you wished, you could have orange or lemon juice flavouring. In the locker were those tortuous pieces of porcelain, the bedpan and the pea bottle. The attempt to make the place look homely, small tins with a few wildflowers, was very much appreciated. Since my admission, the sounds of artillery had daily receded. It was now reasonably quiet, save for the sounds of planes passing overhead. Some of the patients sat up in bed, some writing letters, some reading newspapers with headlines like, "Ambassador Kennedy tells President Britain is finished." If he meant after the war, he was spot on. Some soldiers had donned their dressing gowns and were seated on other patients' beds, talking, smoking or playing cards. The sick ones lay still, some asleep, some staring at the ceiling. We aren't a casualty ward, so we don't have any blood or bandages. The lad in the bed on my right is very ill and in an oxygen tent. He has pneumonia and looks ghastly. My temperature was down to normal in the day, up to about 100 at night. Tell me, Jamie, how did you get into the commandos at the age of 41? I told them I was 30. Why didn't you say you were 13? You could have got out altogether. Oh, Spike, I want an adventure. You call this adventure? He shows me photographs of himself outside his master's manor house somewhere in Scotland. You left all this to come here? He nodded ruefully. I must have been bloody mad, he said. Well, he was now. He was interesting company, even though he was on tranquilizers and occasionally fell down. I sent him on errands like scrounging fags, getting my breakfast tray, bringing an extra cup of tea. He loved it. He was back in service again, so to speak, and I took advantage of it. "So I'll give you boots to clean," he'd say, and I would say yes. I felt well enough to write another letter to my parents. My dear Mum, Dad and Des, I am officially somewhere else. That somewhere else is where I am. I am not at liberty to say. The whole of this land we have arrived in is now top secret. In fact, no one is allowed to know where it is. Even the people who live in it are told to forget that they are here. However, the bloody Germans know where it is, and don't want to let us have it. Spaghetti. I've been here about a certain number of days, spaghetti, and we all arrived here by certain transport and landed at a certain place at a certain time. All these facts I'm dead certain about, spaghetti. We're allowed to mention the sky, so I'll say that we have in fact got one. It's directly overhead and high enough to allow us to stand up. The weather, well, it was nice and warm when we landed, but it's turning cool, as are the natives. And now there is rain every other day. I am not with the regiment at the moment, no. I've had an illness called sandfly fever. It's caused, the name suggests, by getting sand in your flies, which immediately send your temperature soaring. So despite the cold weather, I'm quite warm, thank you. In fact, my temperature got so high, walking patients used to sit around my bed at night to keep warm. Spaghetti. However, I'm better now. I've still got a temperature, but it's normal. Next, I'll be sent to a bloody awful reinforcement camp where all the mud is sent to be slept on by unclaimed soldiers. So far, the battery has not sustained any casualties except me. Spaghetti. With the censorship as it is, it's pointless to write any more. All I want you to do is to write and tell me where I am. Spaghetti. Your loving brother, son, midwife, Terry. September the 28th, 1943. My diary. The news says Jerry's evacuated Naples. Heavy rain. The Scottish sandy-haired, freckle-faced doctor is at the foot of my bed. He looks down at me and smiles as he looks at my board. Temperature down, then. Is it, sir? It's 99. How do you feel? I feel about 99, sir. I slept most of that day, waking up for meals. It was all very pleasant. The service, the sound of the rain, the bloke in the next bed dying. That evening they took him out for some kind of an operation, and he never came back. I remember the name on his chart was Parkinson, ACC. He was a cook, aged 45, and he'd snuffed it. Poor bugger. Still, he was an army cook, and killed quite a few in his time. What news? There's an Ensa concert party in the big hall this evening. What's Ensa? Said Jamie. I told him every night something awful. The hall was packed. There is a proper stage. On the curtains are the faint outlines of the fascist emblem, which have obviously been unravelled in a hurry. A sergeant is in the pit on a lone upright piano. He strikes up a merry medley of tunes. Bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. And why shouldn't they be white with all those bloody birds flying over them? The curtains part, and there are 3 men and 2 girls in evening dress. They look like the squares of all time, and they're all singing, "Here we are, here we are, here we are again," which was an outright bloody lie, as we'd never seen them before. We gave them a good hand. A short, red-faced male with a fierce haircut and popping eyes comes forward and starts to wrestle with the microphone to bring it down to his height. Thank you, he gusses. Well, as we say, here we are again." He tells a series of terrible jokes, and we roar with laughter. He announces the Something Twins. On come 2 girls dressed as Shirley Temples. They sing "On the Good Ship Lollipop," and we wish to Christ that they were. They do a very simple tap dance. Storms of applause. Next, a male about 50 sings "The Bowmen of England" as if their bowstrings were all slack. He finishes. Storms of applause. On come the 2 girls dressed as sailors, loud whistles. They all sing "All the Nice Girls Love a Sailor." The 3rd male comes on. He's everything a comic should be except funny. About 45, rotund, evening dress, a flat cap, a glove on one hand. And after each joke he transfers the glove to the other and says, "On the other hand," he ends up with a song that I forgot even as he sang it. He left an indelible blank on my mind. The pit pianist then plays the Stars and Stripes. Storms of cheers. What liars we are. So it goes on. It was a brave attempt to cheer the lads up, and we all appreciated it. It was well, though, we didn't have to pay. We wander back upstairs to our ward. It's night now. The blackouts are up. Dinner is on its way. "Spike, they're letting me out tomorrow," says Jamie. "You going back to your unit?" "No, I'm going before a medical board. They're going to downgrade me." "You lucky sod." I don't think I'd like any more fighting. I should have stayed at home." And so ended Jamie Notham's dream of high adventure. I wonder what happened to him. I wonder what happened to me. Thursday, September the 30th, 1943. I'm up and about. I'm okay. I'm cured. I'm normal again. I feel fine. I'm ready to be killed again. He's fit. Send him back, yes, etc., etc. The Scotch doctor on his rounds. "So you're leaving, Milligan?" "Yes, sir," said Milligan. "How do you feel?" "Very ill, sir. I feel very ill." I smiled. "Well, Milligan, all the things come to an end, Milligan." "Well, was I the good thing? Help!" 2 new patients arrive and are dumped in the bed each side. Both are coughing like consumptives. What luck! If I hang around I might catch it. Shall I kiss one? I wonder where the battery are and what they're doing. Going bang, I suppose. There's a barber among the patients, Rifleman Houseman. "Anyone want a haircut?" There's no reply. "Free," he adds, and he's knocked down in the rush. I let him loose on my head. When he showed me the result in the mirror, I nearly fainted. "How's that?" he said. "Out," I replied. My head looked like someone had set it on fire. "It was all for free," explained Rifleman Husband. "Brilliant recovery from sandfly fever by humble Lance Bombardier." So the headline should have run. All I got was a Lance Corporal suffering from incurable stupidity who said, "Bombardier Merrington." "Well, that's almost me," I said. "You are to be discharged tomorrow, Merrington." "I see. I understand that my name is now Merrington and I am to be discharged as fit." "Yes, RTU." RTU? That baffled me. So I sang it to a novello tune. "RTU again, let us spring horn." No. He blinked and made me sign a piece of paper that in as many words said, "We have tried to kill this man, but failed. You will be ready by 0830 hours and take the unexpired portion of your day's rations." Unexpired rations? The mind boggles. I started a series of farewells and looked deeply into the eyes of all nurses with a look that said quite positively, "You're lucky I never screwed you." And they looked back with a smile that said, "When you've been promoted to captain, knock 3 times. October the 1st, 1943. It's a mixed day, a souffle of sun and cloud. Outside the 7th General, a 3-tonner truck is waiting like a wagon at the knacker's yard. A short, squat driver with a squint in his left eye finds and calls our name out from a bit of tacky paper. "Lance Bombardier Milligan." "Yes, that's me. I'm Lance Bombardier Milligan," I said. He called out the names of several more soldiers of the King, who at the sight of them would have abdicated. I inquire where we are being taken to. "A corps reinforcing camp." He pronounced the word corps as corpse. What's it, an omen? We all climb over the back of the tailboard. There's no roof, only the supporting struts. So started a journey of much boredom. Come, let us start. I look at the vacant stares of my travelling companions, all infantrymen. They have my sympathy. We drove for half an hour, during which time they never said a word. "Like a fag," I said to one. "Duh," he says. That was half his vocabulary gone, I thought. He was Irish. The roads are tired and dusty. Tanks have ground away the surface. After half an hour we passed through Battipaglia. "We're going south," I said. Still no sign of animation from my companions. The buildings we pass are all much like I originally described. The colours usually white, pale blue, deep blue, sometimes a light pink. Clusters of shops, small one-man affairs, all looking pretty run down and shabby. There are goods for sale, but none luxury. There's bread, vegetable, seasonal fruit, apples, walnuts, figs, grapes. Casa di Scarpa, shoe shop. They show a very poor variety of shoes looking very pre-1939. What was I talking about? My shoes were pre-1920. What was I doing in this war? It's only 3 years old. I'm older than the war. It's not fair. How can a 3-year-old war understand a man of 25? We are passing freshly painted army signs, base ordnance depot, town major, Remy workshops. And what's this? VD clinic? So soon? Isn't love a wonderful thing? What isn't a wonderful thing is sitting in this bloody lorry with 7 Australopitheci. British prisoners of war didn't give information when tortured by the Germans, simply because they didn't know how to talk. "That town was called Battipaglia," said the Irishman. The act of speaking 5 consecutive words so exhausted him he lay down and fell into a dead sleep. We pass Italian military policemen looking scruffy and unshaved. They were performing helpful tasks like guarding German POWs whose asses they kicked in revenge, but they were getting weary of repeated insults from Allied soldiers, giving fascist salutes with cries of Mussolini spaghetti added with raspberries. Suddenly the sky blackens, great thunderclouds congregate, the temperature lowers, spots of rain fall. The Irish soldier then made an incredible prediction. "I think it's going to rain," and fainted. Immediately a deluge started. "See?" he triumphed. With no cover, we sat huddled in our greatcoats. "Are you all right in the back there?" came a voice from the cab. "Come on in, the water's lovely," I said. The journey seemed endless. Where in God's name are they taking us? "I think," said the Mick, "I think they are just querying us." As quick as it started, the rain stopped. The sun came out. Soon we were all steaming like wet laundry. At midday the lorry arrives at a field of tents fronted by a farmhouse. There's a sign. "Corps Reinforcement Unit." We are sewn into the HQ. A corporal seated behind a desk. "Name, number, religion, regiment," he tells us. "You are here to await pick-up by a regiment. How long will that take? I said. He frowns. I've broken the code. Well, I don't exactly know. So far, no one has picked up anybody. We've only been here for a week, so it will take a while for him to find a location. There are tented lines, 2 men to a bivvy. Part 2 orders are posted on the board outside. We walk along the line of muddy tents. I find an empty one. I see men walking rapidly with empty mess tins for food. I follow. We arrive at a field kitchen. Food. Food? 2 slices of cold bully beef, a carrot, a boiled potato, a mug of tea, 2 biscuits. No mess tent. Eat where you stand. I see an intelligent face. His shoulder flashes read Hampshires. We get talking. His name is Arrowsmith. He was on the landings. He has shell shock. He looks a little like Ronald Coleman, slim, but 5'7", intelligent, sensitive. He speaks to me. It's simple arithmetic. The longer you are alive in action, the nearer you are to getting your lot. You see, I think, I rationalise, and that way you see only to clear your debt approaching. If I go back to my mob, I'll never see Blighty again. I came ashore with B Company. At the end of 3 days, me, the sergeant, and 1 private were all that was left. We were given replacements. 2 days later, me and 2 of the new replacements were all that was left. I mean, it's on the cards. One night we were on patrol. We brushed for the Jerry patrol. A grenade explodes in a tree near my head. I don't remember any more till I wake up in an ambulance. The quack says it's concussion and I'll soon be all right. All right, the cunt. He's talking about the outside. What about up in here? He taps his head with a spoon. It sounded hard-boiled. That's where it all happened, and inside me it says, no go. We go back to our tents. Can't sleep in these bloody things, said Arrowsmith, surveying his muddy bed. I suggest we look round for a dry place. Dry, you laugh, dry? Do you know what the Senji means, do you? What? Never mind, I said. We squat in our tents, we smoke and talk. At this camp, there was a morning roll call at 7 o'clock, breakfast from 7:30 to 8:30, then prayed at 9. The rest of the day you did what you could with a muddy field and 200 tents. There was no transport, no entertainment, no money. The boredom was unbelievable. I mean, if a man sneezed, it was considered entertainment. The camp was about 300 yards from Red Beach, Salerno. For the next 3 days, Arrowsmith and I just foraged around, collecting walnuts and looking for war souvenirs. We had the occasional bathe, but the water was getting that first autumnal chill that made swimming nippy. The Pioneer Corps were on the beaches collecting war salvage, all middle-aged men, and we talked to them. Why did they join up? Anything to get away from the bleeding missus. They are all old soldiers, some from World War I. They're well organised. At lunch, they light a fire on the beach and are soon frying eggs and bacon. Like some grub? Said the sergeant. Christ, yes, I said. The sergeant is a Londoner. He's about 50, big, burly, and used to be a fish porter at Billingsgate. I was getting fed up, so I thought, have a go in the Pioneer Corps, why not? When they knowed I'd been a sergeant in World War I, they made me sergeant right away again. So straight on, I'm all right for lolly, eh? He tells us about the perks. The CO says, I go off and get some savage, so he takes a day's rations, bully beef and cheese and all that. We piss off summer and swap the bully and the cheese for either eggs or chickens. And we live like fighting cocks, but, he giggled, we don't do no fighting. For 2 days we met them on the beach and gave them a hand picking up empty ammo boxes, shell cases, and were rewarded with marvellous grub. The last day they brought 3 bottles of white Chianti. We got back to the camp that evening very, very merry. We had also solved sleeping in the mud. 300 yards east of our camp in the field, I spotted a small hut on legs. These are apparently farmhands' resting places during the hot harvesting season, made of straw with wooden slats for the supporting skeleton. It was lovely, dry and warm, and we slept very cosy that night. But all good things come to an end, in this case a cigarette end. We set fire to the place. The glow drew the attention of the enraged farmer, who came running across, and we had to grab our belongings and, wearing only our socks and shirts, ran like hell for the camp. We were stopped by the sentry, who had taken us to the guard room. The guard sergeant asked what we were doing, running round half bloody naked. Our grass hut caught fire, explained Arrowsmith. I couldn't speak for suppressed laughter. What grass hut? Said the sergeant. We had to tell the story, and he put us on a charge for absenting ourselves from the camp. Next morning he forgot all about it. Well, not exactly. During the night he was convulsed with terrible pains in his side. He had a perforated appendix and was hurried to hospital. So next morning I presumed he'd forgotten us. The subsequent guard commander said, "Piss off." The boredom was getting me down. One grey morning I asked to see the O.C. "What for?" said the corporal. "It's about Basenji." "Basenji? Wait here." He knocked on the door. A very crisp voice shouted, "Come in." Opening the door, the corporal said, "There's a Lance Brigadier Milligan to see you, sir." I was ushered in. The O.C. was a major. He was a bright red. He wore a hat. Under a bulbous nose was a pepper and salt cavalry moustache. His chin was a mass of small broken veins. He blinked at twice the normal rate, and from time to time sniffed what was a running nose. He would be somewhere between 39 and 97. It was hard to tell. He was writing an aerograph, which, on my approach, he hurriedly covered with a blotter. Silly sod. What do you want?" he said curtly. "This will come as a surprise to you, sir, but what I want is a job." He looked at me, blinked and sniffed. "A job?" He stressed the word and said it again. "Job?" "Yes, sir. Being a soldier is a job." "Well, I want a job on top of that, sir." "What kind of a job?" "Any kind, sir. It's the boredom here. It's driving me mad." "You think you're alone? What's your army trade?" "It's a wireless operator." "Well, I'm sorry we don't have a wireless set for you to play on." "Any other job, sir. Otherwise I will desert." "Desert? Look here. Go to the Q stores, see Bombardier Logan, tell him the Major said you are to help him." I saluted and left him to his aerograph. As I closed the door behind me, I heard him give a gigantic sneeze and say, "Bugger!" Bombardier Logan turned out to be a Scot. He didn't have a face, just an area under his hat. His eyes, mouth and nose were all in conflict as to what should be in the centre. It turns out he was an ex-boxer. By the look of his face, every punch had got through. His ears were mangled fragments of gristle and skin. He was partially deaf, but then he was only partially human. He was from Glasgow, and he spoke with an accent no one could understand, not even himself. He walked stooping forward, his arms hanging ape-like, a square head with real corners on it. From 8 in the morning to 8 at night, I worked. There was nothing else to do. If there had been, I'd have done it. He took pity on me and said, "You'll have some teachers to make yourself a bed." Apparently he was saying you could have some teachers to make yourself a bed. He permitted me to sleep in the same room. It was dry and had 3 hurricane lamps in, so at least one could read in bed. Having nothing to read didn't help. By day he talked to himself in Scottish guttural, interspersed with snatches of Scottish folk song. It nearly drove me insane. The Scots had taught the bagpipes to the Canadians, the Australians, the Indians, the Gurkhas, the South Africans, the Rhodesians, even the Chinese. My God, they had a lot to answer for. The bombardier couldn't even converse. Saying hello to him had him baffled. Every night he regaled me with stories of his boxing prowess. He'd had 200 fights. I asked him how many he'd won, and he said 7. He showed me a picture of his wife. She looked like she'd had 200 fights as well. She had, with him. What he really needed was a head transplant. Suddenly, with no warnings, we had to move. A back-breaking 24 hours loading stores onto lorries, again in the pouring rain. The Major, his name escaped me, but I think it was Castle, must have felt pity, for as the bombardier and I sat in the empty storeroom, soaked, he brought in a bottle of whisky and poured a liberal amount into our tea mugs. "You've worked very well, Milligan. I appreciate it. It's been bloody hard, boring time setting up this unit. We've had bugger all cooperation. All the stores, etc., have all been rushed up to the front lines. That's why the food's been so bloody awful. This place we're moving to, things will be much better." Well, that was nice. The first comforting words I'd had for weeks. Before he left, he said, "Before we leave tomorrow, any questions?" "Yes, sir," I said. "What's Basenji?" He frowned, walked back a few paces, and then came back towards me. What's what?" "Basenji, sir. What's it mean?" "I've no idea. Is it an Italian word?" "I don't know, sir." He stood a while, then turned and left in silence. The Scottish bombardier drained his mug. It's an African dog, he said. What is Misenji? An African dog. He can never bark. My God, he knew what Misenji meant. How did he know? I was desperate to find out. I was once bitten by one in South Africa. Where? I told you. South Africa. October the 10th, 1943. We moved to a new depot. The new depot was at the north end of a coastal town called Castellammare di Stabia. We were to occupy a great railway repair depot, now deserted. It had been hammered by our planes, but 2/3 remained intact. There were plenty of empty goods wagons, which we immediately used for storerooms and billets. They were ideal, about 6 men to a wagon. Now it was hard to go off the rails. Get it? I spent 2 days putting up shelves and organising the stores. If I'd waited for the Scottish lunatic, we'd have still been doing it. He constantly kept getting lost amid the maze of railway lines. Oh, bloody carriage! Oh, bloody carriage! Oh, bloody carriage! He was saying all these bloody carriages looked the same to me. We had to draw a white cross on our wagon so he could find it. Alas, those with a sense of humour painted white crosses on another 20 wagons, and he was lost for weeks. The Major's promised improvement in living standard never materialised. It got worse. No guarantee of our 7-a-day cigarette ration. I went 4 days without a cigarette. I got withdrawal symptoms. The pupils of my eyes dilated to pinpoints. My night manipulations increased and the skin was rubbed off, and I spoke in a high-strained voice on the verge of a scream. October the 14th, 1943. My diary notes. Disgraceful. I've seen the RSM with the 15 tin, and he told us no fags were in store. They are in store. His bloody store. The food is terrible. Bully beef and half a mug of tea for breakfast. Here we were, nearer to India than England, and only half a mug of bloody tea. There was a revenge party on the RSM's wagon. In the small hours, when he slept in nicotine bliss, the sufferers had pushed his wagon a mile out of the depot into a siding. He was never seen again. October the 15th, 1943. Thank God! You're being transferred, said the RSM, whose name was Death. What would happen if he was killed in action? We regret to announce the death of Death. You're being transferred to the CPC. I envisaged another endless lorry journey, but no! It was in the same marshalling rod. I wrote home and told my folks I was now serving under Marshal Yard. This time I was billeted on the edge of the complex. It was a building, one-time offices. I was in a basement with windows at ground level. Outside, the River Sarno ran past the window. Looking left, I could see the beach, and offshore, the Isola Rivigliano, with the remains of a Roman lighthouse. Just what I needed. The difference in lifestyle here was great. Regular fag issue and good food. I even noted down the menu of the day. Menu: breakfast, bread, 1 pint of tea, sausage, bacon, onion and fried bully, porridge, biscuits, margarine, jam. Lunch: cheese, biscuits and tomato sauce, potatoes, creamed, bread and jam. Dinner: meat rissoles, fried potatoes, spaghetti and tomatoes, fried onions, mashed potato, peas, fruit and custard, tea and biscuits. And it never lessened in consistency. 7 cigs a day and matches. 50 fags from Nuffy once a week. Ah, marvellous. Towering above the countryside, with vines growing on its lower slope, was the ominous shape of Vesuvius. Like me, it smoked heavily. At night, from my bed, I could see the purple-red glow from its throat. It looked magnificent. At one time it had looked so to those doomed people, the Pompeians. But I wasn't a Pompeian. I was Irish. How could Vesuvius wipe out Dublin? No! I was perfectly safe, but Vesuvius wasn't. I discovered that Pompeii was but 3 miles as the crow flies. This incredible relic of a Roman city, free of camera-clicking tourists, was the situation I had to thank Hitler for. Thank you, Hitler. Hitler. You heard that, Goebbels? Milligan is visiting Pompeii. Keep all tourists out, and the ruins in. After roll call, accompanied by a private web, we hitched and walked till we arrived at the ancient city's gates. There was no one about. Well, there was us, of course, but did we matter? There was only a sleepy, unshaved attendant who said he had niente tickets and charged 20 lire to go in, which he put straight in his pocket and ran away. I noticed he was wearing running shoes. It was a day I shall treasure, a day I met the past. Not only the past, but the people from it, be it only that they were plaster casts. I had read Pliny the Younger's account of that terrible day of destruction, and Gale's Pompeiana, and several textbooks, so I was reasonably well informed. We had gone in the entrance that opened onto the amphitheatre and the grande palestra on our right. The excitement it generated in me was unbelievable, and stayed with me all day. I don't think there are many sights as touching as the family who died together in the basement of their home off the Via Vesuvio, the mother and father each side of their 3 little girls, their arms protecting them this 2,000 years. There were the lovers, who went on banging away even though being suffocated. He must have been a gunner. What a way to go! All through the warm, dusty day I wandered almost in a dream through the city, now almost deserted save for an occasional soldier. It was late evening when we finally arrived at the Porta Ercolano that led into the Via dei Sepolcri. We sat in the mouth of one of the tombs and smoked a fag. Webb was knocked out. "Bloody hell," he said. "I never heard this place. I never knew it existed. They don't say a bloody word about places like this at school. Alfred the Great, Henry VIII, Nelson, Queen Victoria, and all that bloody lot, but none of this." I discovered that the Americans had actually bombed it. They believed German infantry were hiding in it. Not much damage had been done. Museum staff were already at work trying to repair it. Bombing Pompeii? Why not the pyramids? Germans might be hiding there. Or bombed the Astoria Cinema, Wasdale Road, Forest Hill. That's an ideal hiding place for Germans. Or bomb Mrs. Grolick's boarding house, Hagley Road, Birmingham. Webb afforded me amusing incidents during the day. We approached the front of the house in the Via di Mercurio. Another shabby, unshaven attendant was standing, still wearing running shoes. He looked like a bag of laundry with a head on it. He indicated a boxed partition in the wall. "Vediamo questo," he said, and the innuendo was like something naughty. "Si," I said fluently. We gave him 10 lire each. He readjusted his running shoes, and with a well-worn key he opened the door. It revealed a male figure dressed as a Roman soldier, holding up his kilt. From under it was an enormous phallus that rested on a pair of scales. The other scale held a bar of gold. Very interesting, but the point of it all escaped me. "What's he wearing his balls for?" said Webb, the true archaeologist. "I think it's something to do with wartime rationing," I said. The Italian explains the message. The man is saying, "I'd rather have my prick than a bar of gold." Wait till he's 60, I thought. Another diversion is the Lupanarium. "Here, isn't that a man's prick sticking out over the door?" "Well, it certainly is a woman's," I said. It was a monster made of concrete about a foot long. "What's it doing up there?" said Webb. I demonstrated by hanging my hat on it. It's a hat stand. "Get away." "Well, it's a stand of some kind," I explained. "And this is a house of ill repute." Webb grinned from ear to ear. "Ah, that's why they got that bloody great chopper sticking out the front then." "You should have been a Latin scholar," I said. The Lupanarium. Around the walls are paintings, or rather a catalogue of the various positions that the clients could have had. There was everything but standing on the head. I observed that the cubicles the ladies had to perform in were woefully small. One would have to have been about 5'1" or a cripple. It must have been an interesting sight the day of the eruption. All 14 cubicles banging away, and suddenly Vesuvius explodes. Out the door shoot men with erections and no trousers, followed by naked screaming tarts. Oh, you don't get that stuff in the films. The sun was setting when we retraced our footsteps. I was loath to leave, but I was to return here again in exciting circumstances. We hitched back on several lorries, including one American with a coloured driver. "Ain't you Limey's got any fucking transport?" he said. "Yes, we've got lots of fucking transport," I said. "Trams, buses, but they're all in Catford." He didn't know what I was talking about. He said so. "What are you talking about, man?" He hated me, I hated him. It was a perfect arrangement. We were just in time for dinner. I took mine back to the billet. The walk did it good, and I ate it in the semi-reclining position, when in Rome. Another occupant of our billet stumbled in. Corporal Percival. He was smelling of beer. "Where have you been?" "I've been to Naples," he said. "Naples? Wow, the big time. The Catford of Italy." "I went to the pictures. I saw Betty Grable and Cesar Romano in Coney Island. Bah, she's got lovely legs." "What about his?" "Oh, fuck off." "Of course. I'll pack at once." Percival was a North Country lad, all e-ba-gum. He doted on Gracie Fields. "Gracie Fields," I guffawed. "She's as funny as a steamroller going over a baby." "You must be bloody thick. She's a scream." "Yes, I scream every time I hear her sing." "Oh, who do you think is funny, then?" W.C. Fields, Marx Brothers. "Who?" You never heard of them. "I bet they're not as funny as Gracie. You put them next to her and she'd lose them. the mind boggle. Gracie Fields meets the Marx Brothers. Help! I tried to demonstrate how Groucho walked. What do you walk like that for? It looks bloody daft. It's supposed to be, you know. And look, North Country humour's all bloody awful. It's all e-bag, flat hats and boiled puddings. I mean, you must all be simple to think that George Formby's funny. I get the same feeling for him as if I'd been told my mother was dead. The onslaught silenced him, and then he spoke. Milligan, that's Irish, isn't it? Yes, well, I'm half Irish. That's bloody trouble. That's what's keep you bloody simple-minded. You're half Irish. Brother shall ask her why we're Irish. What bloody good do they do? They're recognised as great writers, not by me. Fuck 'em. Listen, mister, the worst thing in life I can think of is being tied to a post and forced to listen to George Formby. All right, who do you think is a good singer? Bing Crosby, him? He sounds like he's crapped himself and it's sliding down one leg. Yes, he would sound like that to you. I suppose you think Gilles is a load of crap as well. Gilles? Who's she? She? He's an opera singer. Look, Gracie Fields could sing opera standing on her head. Well, if she did, it would be the only time I'd laugh at her. Arguments like this were frequent. There seemed to be a love-hate relationship between the North and South. The South loved themselves, the North hated them for it. Percival had been down with sandpipe fever, like myself. Were you on the landings? No, we come in 10 days after to lay Summerfield track for fighter planes to land on, but ship with the stoof on was sunk by a Jerry radio-controlled bomb. Percival at once brought me to the verge of tears. One night he came in pissed as usual. "Have you ever seen the white-eared elephant?" he said. No, I had not seen a white-eared elephant. Whereupon he pulled the linings of his 2 pocket trousers out, opens his flies and hangs his willy out. I cried with laughter. Who in God's name invented these tricks? And all the others, like the swans fly east, sausage on a plate, sack of flour, the roaring of the lions. There's a sort of touch of obscene genius about this all. Life at this camp was very cushy, but I discovered that there was no guarantee of me getting back to my battery, and this really shook me. I wrote to Major Jenkins saying if I wasn't taken back soon, I'd desert. Back came a letter from the battery office. Don't desert, truck on way, signed Bombardier Hamer. One morning, after roll call, I was exploring the environs of the camp when I discovered the remains of what had been a large bonfire. The surviving pieces were interesting. Fascist uniforms worn by school children during indoctrination training, the Bambini della Lupa, Children of the Wolf, and along with them were little wooden rifles and kindergarten books praising Mussolini, Il Duce Nostra Buona Padre, etc., etc. How in God's name can adults do this to children, to pervert their minds? And even today, the indoctrination goes on. China, Russia, while our own democracy is corrupt with pornography and media violence. As my father once said, it will only last forever. Among the ashes are numerous erotic photographs of pictures of statues from Pompeii and Herculaneum. Altogether it was a very, very strange mixture. October the 17th, 1943. Nice sunny day, not too hot, roll call at 7:30, good breakfast, eggs, marvellous. It was this day Lance Corporal Percival says, "I feel like a shag. I got in a death of a safe place. Do you fancy a nibble?" "Not me," I said. "I don't fancy a bird that half the Fifth Army have been through." "It'll do you good, lad. Loosen your braces and stiffen your socks." I decline. "Well, come and wait then. We can go for some grub in town afterwards." The walk in Castellamare is a dead straight road, dusty and flanked by unending walls, like walking down a corridor with no roof on it. Percival stops. "Ah, this is the place," he said, looking at an address. It wasn't exactly a brothel. It was rather like a middle-class block of those bloody awful 1930s faceless flats. We go up polished stone steps to the 3rd floor. We ring a doorbell. It opens, revealing a fat 50-ish woman. She wears a loose cotton dress to her knees, bare legs, and rope slip-on sandals. She has a typical brown southern Italian skin. Her black greying hair is pulled back behind her head in a bun. She is absolutely unattractive, but has magnificent huge brown eyes. "Ah, vengo," she says with a broad smile, and ushers us in. I couldn't help notice Percival respectfully take his hat off, or was he starting to undress? She walked ahead, rattling off a stream of Italian Neapolitan dialect. She took us to what looks like a dentist's waiting room. Before we had time to sit down, another door opened, and in came a young girl, about 19, very plain, bob-blacked hair, short denim skirt, a white blouse, bare legs, and high-heel cork-sole shoes. She was a little on the Juno-esque side. She smiled and nodded her head in the direction she came. Percival left his hat on the chair, went all soppy, and followed her out of the room. The door closed, and I heard the key turn in the lock. The fat lady, I now noticed, had her left hand and wrist bandaged. "Tedesco! Boom, boom," she said, and made like a pistol. "Tedesco," she repeated. "Molto cattivo." Then she sat down in the chair opposite, lifted her skirt, and showed me a fanny, which had so much hair on it looked like a black poodle on her lap. I had never had such a thing happen to me before, and I was nonplussed. She stayed like it and smiled. "Zig-a-zig," she said. Unable to rise to the occasion, I said, "No grazie. Me no jig-a-jig. Io Roman Cattolica." She burst into laughter and pulled her frock down and left the room laughing with one hand over her mouth. She came back again, lifted her skirt up. My God, she was proud of it. "Non costa niente," she was telling me. It would cost me nothing. So I told her that may be so, but it would cost her 10,000 lire. She had a good sense of humour. With her figure and face, she needed it, and she laughed heartily as she realised she wasn't going to get it. She left me. I picked up a paper from the centre table. Corriere della Sera. A dramatic front-page drawing of Italian paratroops attacking La Armata Inglese in Tunisia. It was full of such heroic drawings. Why didn't our papers have something like that? Valiant British troops eating bully beef. Heroic British troops shaving outdoors. It's all over. Percival comes into the room, much redder than I've ever seen him before. The girl's demeanour hasn't changed. She indicated that I was next. I said, "No grazie. Io molto stanco." I might just as well have had it away with her, because Percival now borrows 100 lire off me to pay her. "Is this still your old country bloody humour?" I said. He grinned. "I'll pay thee back. Right, now I'm bloody hungry." "That's you, isn't it? The 3 Fs. 3 Fs, yes. Fucking, food and fags." We set off, and as we leave, the fat lady gives my arms one last squeeze. "Per niente," she whispered. "After the war," I said. We approached the town proper, a modest seaside resort, a Blackpool of Italy, but more elegant. We trudge around the streets looking for a reasonable cafe. We find one on a wide, one-time populous street, now rather run down. On it is a Trattoria Toscano. Ale-eyed solders welcomes. Inside, about 12 tables, all covered in white paper, sparsely laid out with cutlery. A few tables are occupied by what looks like potential mafia recruits, all huddled over their tables talking in low voices, an act of great self-control for Italians. My diary. Had the following: spaghetti, fish and chips, meat and veg, wine and grapes, all for 50 lire, about 2/6. Absolute bargain. How do they make a profit? During the meal, an old Italian in shabby clothes and a greasy felt hat shuffled in and sat at a chair just inside the door. He had a guitar by his side wrapped in cloth. He smiled, a sad, tired smile. He tuned the guitar with his ear on one side of the instrument, then launched into O Sole Mio. I even remember the key it was in. It was F. This was lovely. I'd never had a meal to musical accompaniment before. He next played O Zazazza Maronna Mia, and finally the Woodpecker's Song. All his harmonies were meticulously correct. "George Formby could play his bloody head off," said Percival. The thought of a headless George Formby filled me with delight. "Ask him to play in the mood." "You ask him." Here, banjo player, so now in the mood." He then sings several bars of unrecognisable crap like that. The old musician smiles and shrugs his shoulders. "Silly bugger, you don't recognise it. Listen, Glenn Miller wouldn't recognise it." "Get out of it." He's getting pissed now. "I used to play at the local dance band." He got thoroughly nasty. I paid the bill and left him asking the old man to play When the Poppies Bloom Again. I, for one, didn't want to see him again until they did. I walked back in the cool, dark evening, and just my luck, a jeep with 2 redcaps pull up. "Oi, where you going, Corporal?" They smell of recently consumed whisky. I suppose this was their post-piss-up, let's-go-out-and-do-somebody trip. I tell them I'm walking back to the CPC. "Where's your paybook?" To their dissatisfaction, I produce it. "Where's your unit?" "Loro." "Where's that?" "Italy." "Don't be funny with us, sonny," said the second one, who had to angle his head back at 45 degrees to see out from under his peaked cap. The first one smiled with triumph. "You haven't signed your will," he beams. "How silly me," I said. "Sign it at once." I wrote my name painstakingly across the will, Corporal Hugh Jampton. They roar away, breaking the speed limit. It was a delightful surprise to reach the billet to find their jeep in the ditch upside down and an ambulance loading on the 2 redcaps. I find the billet empty save for Webb. "Where have all the lads gone?" A lorry arrived this morning and took them away. Some kind of draft. I slept well that night. As I blew out my little oil lamp, it started to rain. It poured, it deluged, and lightning played around the crown of Vesuvius. October the 19th, 1943. I was getting twitchy. Doing nothing positive for so long, I'd started to talk to myself, and I wasn't satisfied with the answers. I'd rearranged my billet so many times that my bed had been placed in every position except the ceiling, and I was working on that. There were days when I'd try and see if I could get both legs into one trouser leg and both feet into one sock. I was carrying out these exercises when Percival comes in. "There's the bloke in the truck outside waiting for you. Is he wearing a white coat?" I said. "It looks bloody daft, so he must have been for your mob." I couldn't believe it. I packed up my humble belongings and dashed outside. There was my Cinderella's coat in the shape of a 1,500-weight truck. The driver is Ted Wright, a short, very dark, good-looking lad with very large brown eyes and eyebrows so perfectly arched they looked as though Jean Harlow had drawn them on him. "I've come to take you home," he said with a grin. In sheer delight I gave him 5 cigarettes. "What's this for?" "That's for picking me up, Ted." "I must pick you up again. You saved me from going bloody mad." He put the truck in gear and off we drove. It was an overcast day with an occasional peep through by the sun. We were driving along the narrow coastal road. It takes us through small towns, Torre Annunziata, Torre del Greco, Redzina, Portici, all built on the new coastline formed by the earth-shaking disaster of AD 79, possibly by those people who fled Pompeii, Herculaneum, Oplontis, and other dead cities not yet discovered. It was easy to imagine these short, swarthy inhabitants as their direct descendants. Wright gave me news of the mob. "We've had our first casualty." At once I prayed that it wasn't my mate Harry. "Who was it?" "Rumble. He was killed." "How?" "He was unlucky, really. Yes, it's very unlucky to be killed. He was writing a letter home when suddenly Jerry sent one lone shell over. It burst behind him, and a piece went in the back of his head. He died at once." "Poor bugger." Strangely, I didn't feel that moved. Had it been peacetime and I'd been told he was killed by a tram, I'm sure I'd been desperately sad. Summer and wartime, all those feelings were reduced. It's strange. "Another thing, we've all been flooded out. Got a weak bladder?" "Shut up. I'll take you back." "We're all dug in on a plain in front of a river. What's it called? The Volturno?" I said. "Yes, well, you know that bloody thunderstorm we had last night?" "Personally," I said. "Well, the bloody lot fell on us. The river flooded, and Christ, in 10 minutes all the dugouts were sunken bards." Coming down the road towards us are 2 tank transporters. The front one is carrying an almost intact fusilier of an FW-109, and the one behind a Mark IV tank with a neat hole drilled in the turret. "Wonder where they're taking them," said Wright. "I think they test them out for information. Then they send them for exhibition in London. Christ, I wish they'd put me on exhibition in London." So we ride in silence. We go through the Salerno Gap and are soon nearing the outskirts of Naples. Oh, there are lots and lots of pretty girls. Soon we're in the thick of the Via Roma traffic, and we move at a snail's pace. People are so thick, thick as flies, some even thicker. It takes us nearly an hour to get through the chaos. "You never think there was a war here, would you? All the shops full of stuff, all the Scottish buying knickers for their birds. Mind you, the prices are going up like lightning. If the Yanks, they'd pay anything for the stuff. They're loaded with money." He stopped and said, "God, I forgot." He started to feel in his map pocket. "Got some mail for you." Mail? Mail? I hadn't any for a month. It's like being 5 years old on Christmas morning. 10 letters. I read my mother's first. "My father has now been transferred to the Command RAOC Depot Reigate, where he has decided that the standard infantry ammunition pouches are useless. They helped win Alamein, but they're not good enough for father. He has designed some strange things that are strapped round the leg that my brother later told me made it impossible to walk or run. In other words, you could carry twice as much ammo, but you had to stand still all the time. Thank God he wasn't running the war like he wanted to." My mother was apparently doing little for the war effort, except pray for the death of Hitler. If he didn't die soon, her knees would be giving out. My brother had won the South London Poster Design Prize, for which he was given a certificate saying, "You have just won the South London Poster Design Prize." After 6 dusty hours, we arrive at an Italian farmhouse near the village of Cancello, just across the Volturno on the 46th Division front. It's dark, and I can't get a picture of the layout. Looming around are vehicles draped with camouflage nets, looking like strange, grotesque monsters. It started to drizzle. The wagon lines are billeted in various buildings, the central one being the farmhouse. I noted in my diary, "People living in and about look nervous and strained." I was very happy to be back with the lads, though my real pals were at the gun lines, where I would journey on the morrow. After dinner, in a small room, I was brought up to date with the battery news by Bombardier Tibbles. He told me Gunner Rumble had died. Poor Rumble, killed twice apparently. The sound of Jerry bombers directly overhead. "Making for Naples," said Tibbles. "Are you sure?" I said from under the table. We stood in the blackened courtyard of the farm and watched the spider's web of tracer shells etching the night sky. Behind them, the red tongue of Vesuvius. Inside the farm, an Italian baby was crying, and the mother was trying to calm it in a hysterical high-pitched shriek, which eventually outdid the child, so it packed it in. Then we heard the husband come in, and in a low voice try and soothe the wife, who answered in a highly pitched hysterical voice. Gradually his voice raised itself to a high above hers, reawakening the baby, who joined in again with an even higher voice. "No wonder Mussolini's turned it in," said Tibbles. The row abated as we drank tea by the light of an oil lamp. The German bombers were returning, and the ack-ack reawoke the baby, and the whole mad trio was soon yelling at each other again. It sounded like a vegetable shopping list. "Tomato, pitarto, mignacroni, parto, patato, areto." I reflected as I lay in bed that I'd had a cushy few weeks behind the lines, but, from the stories, the war was not going to be a gentleman's one like we had in North Africa. Since those distant days, I have actually met one of the German lads who was in the line opposite me in North Africa, Hans Tesk. In fact, I organised a small reunion at the Medusa restaurant in December 1976 for those who had been involved in the fighting in and around Steamroller Farm on February 26, 1943. An ex-officer present, Noel Burdett, hearing Tesk and me stating that we must have actually fired at each other that day, said, "Your survival indicates that you must be both bloody awful shots." Later, Hans Tesk dispelled the belief that Germans had no sense of humour by inscribing my menu, "Dear Spike, sorry I missed you on February the 26th, 1943. As I lay dreaming, an unbelievable experience happened. In the dark, a farm dog had got into our room. I heard him sniffing around. I made friendly noises, and in the dark, his cold nose touched my hand. I patted him and left it at that. The next thing, the dirty little devil pitted on me. Was he Mussolini's revenge? My diary, 0600 a.m. Driven from wagon lines to gun position. It was sunny, but everywhere wet, damp and muddy. Cancello is a small agricultural town on the great plain that lies on the north bank of the Volturno River. I am in a 3-tonner with driver Kit Masters. At 7 we arrive at the gun position. The guns have gone, and all that is left are the M-truck signallers who are there to reel in the D5 lines. "This is it," said driver Masters, pulling up in a morass of mud. I leapt from the vehicle and landed knee-deep in it. "It's all yours," said Masters, and speeds away like a priest from a brothel. Emerging from holes in the ground are mud-caked troglodytes. I recognised my friend Edgington. "Why, look, Samoki," he said in southern negro tones. "Welcome home, Massa Milligan. The young Massa am home. Praise the Lord and hide the silver." "Good God, Edgington, what are you wearing?" "Mud. It am all the rage." "I can't tell you how good it is to be back, mate," I said. "Oh, what a pity. Now we'll never know." I offered him a cigarette. "You must be mad. Why in God's name did you come back?" "I ran out of illness." "Get out. All you got to do is a pee against a Neapolitan Kazi wall and you get crabs." "Where's the guns?" Edgington countenanced himself as a Red Indian. "White man gone. Take heap big fire stick and fuck off." More mud-draped figures are issuing from what had been the command post. I suddenly remembered. "Where's all my kit?" "Oh, we had to auction it off. It started to smell." "Don't bugger around," I said. "Everything I treasure in my big pack." Harry shook his head. "Sorry, mate. Your big pack has gone AWOL, but your kit bag's safe in G-truck with Al Files." "Well, where's Al Files?" "He's at the new gun position. Last time I saw him, he had the shits. Anyhow, your kit's in his truck." "My big pack lost? It was a major disaster." "You could report it missing, killed in action," said Edgington. "All that I held dear was in there. Things close to a soldier's heart, like socks, drawers, cellular, worst of all, my Nazi war loot, a dagger, an iron cross, an Africa Corps hat, and a set of pornographic photographs taken lovingly from a dead Jerry on Longstop. I was going to send them back to his home. Now, never would his dear mother hold those photographs of 3 people screwing close to her and say, 'Oh, my dear son, my dear son.' Bombardier Fuller is approaching. You're just in time. We've got to reel in the OP cable. Oh, I groaned. I can't do that. I'm convalescing from sandby fever. They've got all the sand out, but there's still a few flies left. He shoves me forward. On that bleeding truck, he says. There was no escape. The M truck signallers start to reel in the line. We travel north along a tree-lined road. Ahead in the distance lie a range of mountains, some snow-capped. These are the ones we shall have to cross to gain access to the Garigliano plain. Jerry has pulled back into them and is waiting. He knows a good thing when he sees it, said Fuller, looking at them through his war-loot binoculars. October 21, 1943. Reeling in a telegraph line is very simple. A 1,500-weight monkey truck has a hand-operated cable drum on a mount. You walk along, disentangling the line, and the lucky gunner stays on the truck and winds the drum. It was a fiercely contested position. Bribes were offered. Money and cigarettes exchanged hand. It never worked. I know just how a trained chimp feels. Tickerchum was moaning. He was in a ditch untying the line from a stake. We're just trained bloody monkeys, he went on. Once you're caught by a circus, that's it. They can do what they bloody like. Make you ride bicycles, jump through hoops. It's all to humiliate. I never thought I'd see the day when I was performing like a bloody monkey. There were cries of encouragement from the lad. This isn't the war, he considered. This is a bloody chimp's tea party. There's a great cheer. Hooray! The end of the line is up a water tower in the grounds of what appears to be an Aitai prisoner camp of war. Ensign looked at his watch. It's exactly 4:45, he informs me. Oh, good, I said. I must remember that. The landscape was devoid of any signs of life. All the cattle and farmers had scaparade. I feel we are the last human beings left alive, Edgington said gloomily. He frequently made such prediction. In post-war years, Harry's brother Doug told of an occasion in the 30s when Harry had predicted the exact date of the end of the world. When the appointed day came and naught happened, Doug felt cheated. He phoned brother Harry and asked what went wrong, and Harry said, well, I'll give it a couple of days. Harry denies this story. Meanwhile, in Italy, Harry is sent up the tower to unhitch the telephone line. He starts to climb a dodgy ladder. I say dodgy, as the rungs came away as he grabbed them. Brew up, says Fuller. We adjourn to one of the huts. It's the camp commander's office, now a mess of scattered papers, broken furniture. On the floor, a picture of Mussolini, the glass smashed, footprints over the Duce's kisser, graffiti on the wall. The Hamps were here, the Taberba Tigers. The latter refers to the name they conferred on themselves after a savage action at Taberba in Tunisia. Where are those tigers now? Watching telly, washing up. We make a fire of broken furniture and put on the brew can. We add our graffiti to the walls. Gunner Milligan was here, and we'll make sure he never returns. Someone wrote, Chelsea FC forever. Such patriotism. Jock Webster, our myopic driver, is ICT. He had a remarkable forehead, bulging like a balloon. Gunner Birch explained, before his bones had hardened, someone put a pump of his arse and blew him up. Why wasn't this man writing the Lancet? Anyhow, Myopic Webster is now putting spoonsful of compound mixture into the boiling water. Well, not exactly in, just missing the tin. We reorientate him with left hand down, a bit more, to the right now. How he became a driver is beyond logic. To keep him on the roads, his passengers had to shout endless instructions like, look out, stop, left hand, right hand. However, he was such a nice bloke, we hated to give him the push, but he broke down soft and we had to. Who fought out to make compo tea? Tume asked. I think, pontificated Fuller, I think they sweeps the floor of tea factories, put it in the tins and send it to us. We're all squatting around the fire. Some of us sit on broken furniture. Harry is balancing on a huge rococo three-legged chair, which gives him the appearance of a five-legged dwarf. We're all sort of fags, but careful Milligan has a whole packet. I'm persuaded to part with some. The method, manual strangulation. With the sun setting, we reel the last of the line in and set off for the battery. Bombardier Fuller, Tume and Edgington sit silently in the back of the monkey truck. Monkey truck, that's just a bloody right name for this vehicle, said Gunner Tume, who is now desperately crouching forward, trying, through the shaking, to light a dog end that appears to have 3 sheds of tobacco in it. He goes on moaning. Monkeys, that's what we are, he said. Trained carking monkeys, and this is just one big bloody circus. If only we had an audience, I said, we could go round with a hat. No one was amused. No, we were all pissed off and bloody cold. We shout through the canvas of the driver's seat, "How much bleeding further, Jock?" "No idea," came the Scotch bear. "I have to keep asking the way." And true to his prophecy, he kept stopping to ask the we. It was an experience to hear him asking the we from a puzzled Moroccan Gumia. "Hurry up, for Christ's sake," said Gunner Edgington. "The cookhouse will be closed." "Wonder what gaff this is," Fuller says, peering out of the back. "We are passing through stone-paved streets with silent, locked buildings each side. I guess it must be Capua. Hannibal got this far south with his Carthaginians." "Very good, Milligan," said Edgington. "Go to the top of the class and jump off." "Who were the Carthaginians?" said Bomini Full. "It's a third division team from Watford." Edgington is speaking heatedly. It's the only way to keep warm. "How do they expect ordinary London urbans like us to find our way around bloody Italy with half-blind Scots driving asked away from bloody Arabs?" "We are in a queue behind a column of Sherman tanks." "Here, I remember this lot. They're the 7th Armoured," said Edgington. "Tanks for the memory," I said. "We are about to cross the Volturno, a slow process." "Oh, Christ, fancy having to queue for the war." Infantry are marching past silently. "They never speak," said Harry. "Don't they ever chat to each other?" "Oh, yes," I said. "What do they say?" "They say, 'Attention, slip arms, charge!'" We start to move. "I'm going to be bloody hungry" was a frequent statement, and it came mostly from Edgington. He was known as Hungry Guts. Only one man outdid him, driver Kidgel. Kidgel, it was said, could smell a sausage at 300 yards, and hear a tin of duff being opened a mile away. "What's this? The rattle of boards?" "Here! We're on a Bailey Bridge," said True. "We must be crossing the Volturno." "Ah! The guns! I hear the guns," said Edgington. "We're getting near civilization." "Move over! You trucks get onto the verge and let these tanks go past." Our legs are starting to get cold, our bottoms numb, our stomachs empty, our tempers short. There's a gloomy silence. Milligan to the rescue. "My favourite sauce is Worcester," I said. "Worcester?" said Edgington. "Yes." "My favourite is HP," said Toome. "I like OK sauce with bread and cheese," said Fuller. The truck stops on the side of the road. We are lost. With our very battered map and a hand-covered match, we finally get on the right road. We are looking for map square 132832. This was a tree-lined country road just south of Sparanese. The battery are housed in a long irrigation ditch by the side of a road. Spaced about are a few derelict farm buildings. From the dark ditch there comes sound of wallops and groans, and furious scratching. The place is alive with mosquitoes. Beating off the beasts, we familiarise ourselves with our surroundings. The guns are adjacent and are already roaring into the night. A red glow is seen. That is what we want, the cookhouse. Soon we are grovelling to the cooks. "Where you bloody well been then?" said Ronnie Mary, who had been laying in his bivvy, dreaming of some grotty bird in Houndsditch. I had seen her photograph, and the best place to think of her was in a muddy field in Italy. "We've been reeling in a line," said Bombardier Fuller. "No one told us to keep any late dinners," said May, starting to wipe a diseased tin opener across his apron. "Good job I kept the oven in," he said. "You should always keep a few late dinners in, Ronnie," said Edgington. "Theatre-goers, you know." We're all swiping left, right and centre to throw off the mosquitoes. "Let's all put on a fag and smoke 'em out." Hurriedly we lit up and, forming a circle facing outward, started to envelop ourselves in clouds of smoke. Soon we were all coughing like consumptives. It alleviated the situation, but as soon as we stopped, the mozzies returned. To help them, Jerry starts lobbing odd shells. Running and eating, we dive into the muddy ditch. There, in the dank dark, we squat and eat mouthfuls of lovely hot stew mixed with dead mosquitoes. "What a terrible position," grumbled Edgington. "I've eaten many meals," he went on. "Mosquito stew? Never." "Eat as many as you can," I said. "Better still, bite 'em." The rims of our ears were now a mass of red mosquito lumps. Edgington continues, "You never know. In France, these might be a delicacy like frog's leg. Woo, splonk, whoosh, splonk, whoosh, splonk. Jerry is lobbing over 155mm shells that we've been told to avoid." "If you like tomato sauce, that tells me you're a Carmen's pull-up eater," I said. "What's wrong with a Carmen's pull-up?" said Toome. "I'll tell you," I said. "It's the tomato sauce. Have you ever looked closely at the bottles? The tops are congealed with dirt and stale tomato sauce. They never wash the bottles out, they just squirt in fresh red crap." "How do you know, clever Dick?" "I know, because I was on a tomato sauce round. We used to go round with a lorry, me and a bloke called Len Brockerbrow. We had great petrol tins full of this red crap, and a kerosene oil funnel. We stick all the bottles on the deck. I'd hold the funnel. Len would pour out the goo, and we'd never once see the bottles clean. I tell you, there was stuff at the bottom of those bottles that was 20 years old. Len told me he once looked down the neck of a bottle and he saw an eye looking up at him. Was it the manager, said Edgington. Anyways, there's one good sauce that puts on grub, and that's Worcester, I said. Worcester? That burns the arse off you, said Fuller. Good, I said. I always wanted to get rid of mine. Jock Webster interrupts. None of you ignorant swines has any ideas of sauces. Have you? No. I'm an ignorant swine too, but there is a sauce that complements a meal as HP. HP, Harry Prickers, said Harry. What? HP stands for Harry Prickers, he repeated. I wouldn't stand for that, I said. Whee! Plop! More shells, but they didn't explode. Dad, said True. That or AP. AP, said Edgington. What's he want to fire armour-piercing shells at us for? It's the dinner they're after, I said. Gad, you're right, said Edgington, immediately seizing on the nonsense. Once they can get a shell to the crust of a British-English Army stew, the way is open to pour in reinforcements. In no time they would be behind the back of our cookhouse, cutting off our supply of food and bringing the Army Catering Corps to its knees. Imagine, I said, imagine what fixed-line Spanders could do to Treacle Duff. No, we'd have to surrender. We'd have to haul up the white pudding cloth and hand over the entire plans of our treasured meat and vegetable stew. For England, the war would be over. Never, said Harry. We could go to the colonies, Canada, Australia, and start making meat and veg stew with the new form in our hand. He was cut short by a very close wee splot, another shell. There was a silence broken on by a chorus of mosquitoes. You all right, Harry, I said. Yes, I'm just feeling myself to see if that was a direct hit. No, there's no holes in me, so I'll continue in the service. Milligan! Bobbin' Milligan, the voice of our new Akai Sergeant King. It's no use you keeping silent, I'll find you. The smell will give you away. I give a weak, I'm here, Sarge, trying to throw my voice in another direction. Ah, I want you to make out a roster for the command post for the next 24 hours. It's a long midnight. I'm not wanted for any duties, so I must find a place to kip. Eyes now accustomed to the gloom, I see ahead of our trench a group of farm buildings. With blankets and kit, I lumber across to them. Inside, I find a manger. The roof is intact, save for a few slates that rattle when the guns go. A manger! Well, if it was good enough for him! There are a few bales of straw around. Soon I'm lying snuggled down. I'm a bit worried about being above ground with Jerry lobbing over harassing fire, but I gradually fall asleep to the sound of our own 7.2s. October the 22nd, 1943. I glanced at my watch. 0700 hours. The sun is shining like a spring morn. It had a cheering effect, so I gave 3 cheers. I rose from my straw bed and was soon at the cookhouse for breakfast. The mosquitoes returned to the attack. We ate with gas capes draped over our heads. Where'd you kip? Said Edgington. I pointed. Over there! Jerry slung over a dozen in the night. Did they? I didn't hear them. Did they have silencers on? Poor old Bill True. He was having a crap in the field. The first one landed behind him. He set off and ended up in the ditch with his trousers still down. Good heavens, he might have died from indecent exposure. I heard that Captain Richards of 17 Battery has got the MC. What for? I said. I dunno, said Edgington. It arrived with the Russians, so he pinned it on. And our Johnny Walker's been mentioned in dispatches. Oh? What did he do? Drinking a whole bottle of scotch under heavy mortar fire and never spilled a drop. We all realised as we drank our tea that the guns were silent. Is there a strike? No, said Bombardier Fuller. There's Jerry's in the area, supposed to be massing for an attack, and so we don't give our position away, we've been ordered to stay silent. Oh, I said, are we talking too loud? He's up there, said Bill True, emerging from under his gas cape, pointing to a hill 4,000 yards away. You mean, I said, he can see us? Yeah, said True. I gave a cheery wave at the hill. Hello, lads! Good luck! Wiedersehen, I called. It was amazing. Jerry could see us, but it wasn't doing anything about it. A strange, uneasy feeling, anticipating a stonks by Jerry. We set up and dug a funk hole in the side of the ditch. A plume of black smoke is ascending from the Jerry position. He's still got fags then, said Edgington. We made a floor out of bits of wood that kept us off the mud. At the same time, we were also involved in digging an alcove for the telephone exchange. Also, along the ditch was the command post, cookhouse, officers' mess, and battery office. It looked very much like a World War I trench. An incredible find by Edgington, a huge cupboard that we wedged into our funk hole. We sit inside with the doors closed to avoid the mozzies. At about 9:30 the guns open up again, and we could see ourselves bursting on the hillside behind Sparanays. The sighting of our guns was obviously good, behind a bank of trees that hid them from view, but we gunners walked about the field in full view like silly sods that we were. A big attack is going in tonight. The Grenadiers and the Scots Guards are the poor bastards to do it. They've got to take the hill to our immediate right to deny Jerry observation and put our OP on it. The sirens had gone, and air raid starts on Naples. 04:30 hours. The artillery opened up and fired non-stop until 6:24. Then a silence. From the distant hill we could hear the dreadful sound of Spandos and Schmeitzers spraying the early morning with bullets, and I can't but wonder at the courage of those lads in the Guards Brigade going forward into it. What a terrible unexplained lunacy. There must have been a lot of casualties, as there was talk of us having to send grave-digging parties. In the end they sent some gunners from wagon lines. When they came back, they spoke of Italian civilians being shot out of hand by Germans. There must be a lot of needle between these two nations. I should hate to be a German prisoner thrown to an Italian mob. The mosquito bites and the scratching have turned our faces into what, from a distance, looked like uncured bacon. In desperation, I had rubbed Sloane liniment onto my face, and lo, it kept them away. "I've done it, Harry," I said, rushing into the command post with a bottle in my hand. "What have you done?" said Edgington, turning from the telephone exchange. "And if you've done it in that bottle, don't empty it in here." "I've stopped the mozzies biting me," I said. "How?" said the great man. "Sloane's liniment," I said. "How in God's name did you get him to drink it?" Even as he spoke, I regretted the new-found repellent. My face started to sting and then burn as though it was on fire. I had to plunge my head repeatedly into a bucket of cold water. It was hours before the singing stopped. Wasn't anybody on my side? During the day, there was a story that suddenly, on one of our wireless sets, a German had been heard asking for information. The signaller recognised the accent and said, "Fuck off, Fritz." The answer was instant. "All right, English bastards, piss off." October the 22nd, 1943. Thank God! Naffy today, a tin of 50 fags. With trembling hands we pounced on them, and soon we were wreathed in lung cancer and smoke. I noticed 3 brass hats with maps walking to a position behind our guns. One carried a shooting stick. He was a tall, dignified man with lots of medal ribbons, or were they laundry marks? I watched as he placed his shooting stick behind him and sat down. There was a pause. Then the whole shaft of the stick disappeared slowly into the muddy ground, leaving the owner on his back. Guffaws from all of us. The colonel rose to his feet and shouted, "It's not funny!" And there was a great chorus back, "Oh, yes, it is!" Alf Files had been bed down. He's got the squitters, so we kept our distance. Gunner Roberts and Gunner Ferrier sleep next to each other. Now Roberts talks in his sleep. Somewhere in the wee hours he says, "You're next, you're next." Ferrier, half asleep, says, "All right," gets up, gets dressed, and goes on guard. October the 23rd, 1943. Today, non-stop firing. In the command post, there's hardly time to light a fag in between fire orders. A party of our linesmen have nearly been driven mad. They had been reeling in what was an old telephone line. They went on reeling in for 2 miles, only to discover that another battery was in fact reeling it out. Harry came back in M-Truck and says, "We're all bloody mad. Fancy, 2 bloody miles of reeling line in, another soppy lot are laying it out. Good job we caught 'em, otherwise we'd have been on the other side of the bloody Alps by now." The mosquitoes are so bad that an official complaint has been made to the MO, and now 3 engineers with spray guns are going around squirting the countryside and our dinners. It helped a little, but it was far too late. The mosquitoes had left. Why? "They couldn't find any space between the bites," says Fuller, whose face resembled a side of beef with scabs on. Some of the lads' scratches went septic, and they were daubed with some violet stuff that made them look like Red Indians in war paint. They came dancing from the MO's tent with war whoops. October the 23rd, 1943, night. Command post. I sat on a much-treasured wooden box. In front of me, a telephone, a message pad, and the panel control of the tannoy. This last mentioned connected up a loudspeaker to each gun. Through this, you would pass on the command post orders. Me. Take post. A-sub.
A-sub answering.
B-sub.
B-sub answering.
Me. Angle of sight 92 degrees. Range 15,000. The subsections would then all answer back the orders to acknowledge. The OP spotting fall of shot would phone back, more 3 degrees or add 500 yards, and so on till you hit whatever it was you were after. On this particular shoot, we were trying to silent Nebelwerfers. 6 o'clock, we get the BBC News. The Russians have broken through between Dnipropetrovsk and Chemok. Large bridgehead created threatening Kiev. Oh, good ski! As we listened, the Naples sirens go. At once the ack-ack opens up. We duck through our canvas wall and see the sky alive with tracer. It was one of the entertainments of war, a sort of early television. See anything last night? Yes, smashing off our raid on Naples. Oh, are they going to repeat it? We can hear the distant drone of Jerry's planes approaching. We sit tight as they fly overhead. A short, sharp burst of MG fire, and a plane bursts into flame. Immediately, a fiery coffin in the sky plunges 1,000 yards south of us, hits the ground, and explodes. The grapevine was soon through. A Jerry! Great! It crashed near 18 Battery, 100 yards from the battery latrine, where the occupants had flung themselves to the ground, shattering their meditations. It was 8:30. My relief was Signaller Thornton. He saunters in. "Evening all. See the fireworks?" Yes, we had seen the fireworks. I bid Lieutenant Wright good night. "Thanks for the help, Milligan. Leave the pencil. It's the only one we've got." I pushed into the dark and stumbled towards where the 10-line exchange was. Behind the canvas blackout flap, I heard Edgington struggling with the calls. Just a minute. Hey, what? Hold. Oh, sorry, no. Whoops, I'm sorry. Got the wrong line. Hello, 90 Battery here. Who's that? Just a minute, blast. What the? Hold the line. Hold the line. He sounded like the clue of a Times crossword puzzle. Having trouble, I said from the outside.
"Go away," he said. "Go a long, long way away."
"Did you hear the plane come down?"
"No, but they're all going to come down sometimes." Ha 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 ha.
It was a German aeroplane. AEROP.
Yes, go away. Hello, nobody. What? Hold it. Oh, well, I'll just try. What? How do you spell that? B. Yeah, no.
I left him struggling with the war effort and went to our little two-man dugout in the side of the ditch. God, I was weary. I just slipped my boots and jacket off and fell into a deep sleep. October the 24th, 1943. My diary. Feeling very nervous. Can't eat my food. As day came to an end, I felt really exhausted. What's wrong with me? Another Jerry raid on Naples. October the 25th, 1943. Morning, medium day, cloudy, chilly, occasional bursts of sun. Good breakfast, drank 3 mugs of tea on the trot, and smoked 3 passing cloud. Most of us are fed up with the new Major, Jumbo Jenkins. "He's a pain in the arse all over," said Arthur Tume. "He's finicky, difficult to contact, you never get near him. He's the product of a spoiled or deprived childhood, and he's playing at soldiers. Every minute he's on fault-finding missions. You can never see him smile." From his driver, Sherwood, we discovered that he's a hypochondriac and carries a small medical chest around with him. Driving along, he suddenly shouts, "Stop!" Sherwood jams the brakes on. Out leaps Jenkins, lays in the bonnet and squirts drops up his nose. Directly behind rolls up the jeep with an American general bleeping his horn. Sherwood puts the car into a gear and drives off the road. The American witnesses a British major laying on his back, putting drops up his hooter, and he wonders why we are allies. Bodies of the German aviators have been found. They're buried by 18 Battery. "You see, 18 Battery again," said Chalky White. "They get all the bloody fun." Gunner Devine is passing with a bandage on his head. "There's a curse on 19 Battery," he says solemnly. "A curse?" queries Edgington. "What is it?" "Fuck 'em," said Devine, a great Liverpudlian grin on his unshaven face. "That is indeed a terrible curse," said Bombery Milligan. "I wonder who put it on us." "It's Jumbo Jenkins. He's the bleeding curse on us," said White. "Fuck him," said Devine. "See, there goes that curse again," said Edgington. Edgington borrows File's guitar, and off duty we have a little sing-song in our dugout. "Ah, there you are," says a voice, followed by the body of Sergeant Major Griffin. Our much-beloved Welshman has that half-evil, half-benign smile on his face. Before we can dive for cover, he says, "You, and all the points are at me." "We're moving, lads." A great groan rents the air. "Hey! Oh, cheer up now," he says in a mock cheery voice. "The king is going to let you all have a nice shovel and loan for the day." More terrible groans. "We are going to make some nice little holes in the ground for our guns, aren't we?" Swine. We're all packed off in a 3-tonner. We drive through Sparanese, badly shelled and bombs, some buildings still smouldering. The inhabitants are in a state of shock. Women and children are crying. Men are searching the ruins for their belongings, or worse, their relatives. It was the little children that depressed me the most, that such innocence should be put to such suffering. The adult world should forever hang its head in shame at the terrible, unforgivable things done to the young. Despite all this, the lads strike up a song. "Bang away, Lulu, bang away, Lulu, bang away good and strong. What are you going to do when you want to blow through when your Lulu's dead and gone?" A line of German prisoners go past. Our wheels splatter them with mud. As usual, we give them the full treatment of raspberries, 2 fingers, and the Heil Hitler salutes. They don't even bother to look back. They trudge on, all in step. "Lucky sods, it's all over them," said Gunner White. The new position is a small flat area, about a couple of miles north of our last position, behind a railway bank, with rising wooded ground behind us. Again we are to use a dried-up stream bed to install ourselves. It's very much like the last position. My diary describes that day thus. Evening. On forward recce. Nice deep dry stream bed for all personnel. Most of the night spent digging. Can hear mortars putting up some hot fire. Slept like a dead man. Awoke at stand to 4:30 a.m. We are still digging. No Jerry shelling today. 1 or 2 odd ones maybe. Wrote to Mum and Dad. Heavy AK batteries moving in around us. October the 26th, 1943. No sleep. Feeling tired. During the day, the guns arrived and spread themselves about in their unexplainable pattern. 2 were ahead of us and 2 behind us with their backs to the wood. The command post was not to the liking of the Major. "He doesn't like it," said Chalky White. "Nobody likes a command post. You don't see soldiers going around and say, 'I like command posts.' He says it's not big enough anyhow." All hell is let loose. Ack start blazing away. We all go head first to the deck. A swarm of Emmys roar over the position at 0 feet. We hear the Major shouting, "Tommy guns! Tommy guns!" A laconic voice. "Tommy guns is on leave, sir." Edgington is the first to rise to his feet. "Any question?" he says. He knelt over me, made a sign of the cross, and then started to feel my pockets for fags. I am notoriously ticklish, and using one hand to tickle and convulse me, the other hand withdrew my fags. There followed a friendly struggle, during which Major Jenkins appeared and said, "What is going on? This isn't a nursery. Bombardier, you ought to know better. Get these men on with the digging." I jumped up and sent him on his way. He's back before we stopped giggling. "Did any of you men fire at those planes?" he said. "We admit we didn't," I explained. "It's not easy to shoot down planes with shovels, sir." "Well, you will keep your sidearms within reach next time. I expect to hear a volley." "Very good, sir." In an hour the planes flew over, and we let fly. The Major is running up and down, waving his arms. No, bloody fool, they're ours, they're ours." "Don't worry, sir. When they fly back again, we all apologise," I said. He didn't know how to take me. He stood there, clenching his fist, his face a mask of frustration. It was a mixed day of planes. First Jerry, then the RAF, then Jerry, then the RAF. The Ack boys took no chances and fired at a lot of them. The Major was nearly out of his mind by day's end, trying to coordinate all our efforts for maximum retaliation. Late that night, we heard him mournfully playing Schubert's Serenade on his clarionet. Smudger Smith on A subgun answered it by howling like a dog. "Ow!" The Major sent Gunner Woods, his batman, to find out who the offender was. As fast as he silenced one howl, another one would start somewhere else. The payoff was an actual farm dog behind us who took up the howling, and nobody could stop him. Oh, that night, had we not learnt our lesson of not occupying empty stream beds, gullies, etc.? No, we hadn't. So, and lo, it reigneth. By morning we had all learnt our lessons of not occupying, etc., etc., and were mud-covered and ankle-deep in it. The Major, with memories of the Somme, ordered a mile of duck-boards. Meanwhile, we attempt to scrape the mud off. We carved it off with jackknives like dough. Sergeant Donaldson dries the mud with a blowtorch and breaks it off with a hammer, but not before setting his trousers alight. Duck-boards arrived. Good heavens, it's white pine wood, which stood out like a mark for all Jerry planes to bomb, and sure enough, the day after, there's a sudden roar of planes, ack guns shooting everyone up the arse, Jerry machine gunning for all his worth, all of us running in all directions, down holes, up trees, behind walls, under lorries, all in split seconds. We looked like early Keystone Cop movies. Major Jenkins had emptied his Webley pistol at the raiders and dropped it in the mud. "Listen, all you lot," it's Sergeant King talking in his clipped nasal Cockney voice. "These duckboards have been adjudged as too conspicuous. Therefore, we must go a-trampling on them until they match the rest of Italy." The rest of the day we spent stamping in the mud and then stomping it onto the duckboards. What fun! "If my mother knew I was doing this, she'd go and shoot Churchill." "How?" said Gunner White, looking down at the brown sea. "How can we get out of this before we all go stark, raving, bloody mad?" He looked up to heaven and said, "God, save us from all this fucking around." The position became known as the Wembley Exhibition. "I've got a culinary surprise, lads," said Bombardier Spike Deans. He had just come off command post duty. The hour is 0600. None of us are pleased by the awakening. Why, in God's name, do we, the innocent of this parish, have to be aroused at this unearthly bloody hour? Deans taps the sides of his nose with his finger, but nothing falls out. He gives a sly wink. "It's to the lucky one's advantage. Tonight, in Funk Hall number 3, I'll be preparing a repast that I am willing to offer at 5 fags a go." There is a general stirring at this announcement. "What's the grub?" says bleary-eyed Edgington. "Never mind what it is. It will be better than what the cookhouse gives you. It will be served at 2000 hours. There's enough for 5 portions," and so saying, he exited. "5 fags is a lot to swap for dinner," I said. "Yeah," said Birch. "Supposing we don't like the grub, do we get the fags back?" A guffaw from Chalky White follows. "Ha ha! You're joking. If I know Deans, he's only doing this because he's short of snouts." "I've had enough of compo grub. I'll chance it," says Edgington, arising from his mud-encrusted blankets. "Me too," said Bombardier Milligan. "I'm trying to cut down on fags and build up on food." "I'll help you cut down on fags," said Gunner White, who was pulling on a pair of underpants so perforated they looked like piano rolls. "I'll smoke yours for you." Throughout the day we got that which the farmers in Sahara were dying for. It poured, it trickled through every aperture. The rim of my tin hat was a hanging ring of pear-shaped watery pearls. A merry game. Turn your head, see if you can make them run around the rim without letting any drop off. A Catholic priest visited us this evening and asked if anyone wanted confession and Holy Communion. I nearly went, but since the war started, my belief in God had suffered a reverse. I couldn't equate all the killing by 2 sides, both of whom claimed to be Christian. I was, as Gary Cooper would say, kinda mixed up inside. Talking of mixed up inside brings us to the Dean's evening gastronomique. He had cooked it in half a kerosene oil tin, which now sat over a fire of diesel. "It's got carrion," he warned. Gunners Edgington, White, Birch, Bombardier Full and myself sat expectantly squeezed in the dugout. "Right," said Deans. From the tin of boiling water appears a giant suet roll which he has boiled in the sleeve of an old vest. He places it on a piece of wood. "Who's first?" he says. We all haul out our tins. He cut a slice off the roll. From it oozed a curry-strained gravy, with what looked like thin French beans and Dobie's Foursquare tobacco. With the first mouthful I let out a scream. It was like eating raw chilies. Ah! Ah! Too hot, is it? Inquired Dean. I lay rolling on the ground. I'll break it down a bit, he said, and started mixing in hot water, turning the whole thing into a ghastly-looking death-grey colour, or was it death-brown? What's this stringy stuff? Said Munching Edgington. That, said Deans, that is grass. There was a shocked silence. Edgington, his mouth still open with a shock. Grass, he said. Grass? Don't get angry, said Deans. It's grass, but specially selected. Yes, said Edgington, specially selected for bloody idiots like us. I'm not giving you 5 fags for bloody grass. I mean, I can graze free with the bloody cows. Look, if you think you've been diddled, OK, but answer the question. Until Trotsky here, he pointed to Edgington, asked what it was, you were still enjoying it all, weren't you? Believe me, in the Maritime Alps, this dish is considered a delicacy. Well, it did taste OK, really, and by now the cookhouse would be closed, so basically we had no option. But, Birch added, we should have been given a warning. Oh, a warning? I wanted it to be an element of surprise in it. Oh, we were fucking surprised, all right, said White, who then broke the bad news, and I've got a surprise for you. I haven't got any fags. You sod, said Deans. White grinned. All life is 6-4 against, he said. A head pokes in the dugout. It's Ben Wenham. The news is on in the command post. We all rushed there to hear the BBC announcer saying, heavy rain and conditions underfoot are slowing the Allied advance in Italy. Good heavens! It's raining here then, said Edgington, putting on an idiot grin. It's strange, you know. He never mentioned it. Mentioned what? He never mentioned that in Italy we silly buggers had curried grass for dinner. I was on command post duty from 8:30. The weather had stopped the war. There was no firing save a few pre-planned harassing fire tasks. I wrote a letter home, then played battleships with Lieutenant Wright, a slight, dark-eyed, gentle-faced young man who looked as out of place in the war as Quasimodo in the Olympic high jump finals. Wait, supposing he won? We had the 22 set beamed onto Allied Forces Network, now operating from Naples. I remember that night, how nostalgic I got, when just before midnight they started to play Duke Ellington's Riverboat Shuffle. Wow, the jazz. Outside, I went knee-deep into the water and did my own riverboat shuffle back to my dugout. My bed was raised on 2 large empty 8-pound potato tins. Edgington was awake, writing a 10,000-page love letter to his beloved Peg. Still up, I said. No, he said. It went down an hour ago. He took the fag from his mouth. I'm drawing on my last reserves of energy, he said. Very quiet the command post tonight, I said, as I stood my boots off. I beat Major Wright 3 games to 0 at battleships. Oh, if that gets around, he could be cashiered, said Edgington. I pulled myself wearily under my blankets. Hadn't I better rephrase that? I fell asleep, leaving sexually frustrated Edgington trying to work it out in writing. He certainly had a lot of lead in his pencil. Hadn't we all? October the 27th, 1943. Regimental Diary. Infantry pushing forward all day. We are bombarding and firing wide targets. Some slight enemy retaliation, but not much, just enough to fill the trousers. Good news! We are allowed to write home and actually tell our families that we are in Italy. Oh, hooray! Dear Mum, I am actually in Italy. Your loving son, Jim. Rumours of yet another big attack. The rain has stopped, a wind is blowing, so I will hang out my laundry that now lies reeking at the bottom of my big pack. Diving into those dark depths, I pulled out dreadful lumps of congealed, mildewed clothing. Soon I am boiling a tin of water. Whee! Boom! An airburst shell. It stops. I rise and see that the water is boiling. I drop in my clothes, then half a bar of soap, and then start stirring the lot with a stick. My idyll is shattered by another airburst. Boom! Was Hitler trying to range on my laundry? German OP officer. 3 rounds on the underpants of Bombardier Milligan. Fire! Ach, wunderschön. A direct hit on the soap. For you, Gunner Milligan, the laundry is over. Mail, letters from father, mother, brother, etc. And newspapers. It was a field day for me. Mind you, every day I was in the field. I lay in the bed and read a copy of The Melody Maker. Harry Parry and his Radio Rhythm Club are still going strong, and Benny Lee was voted England's greatest jazz vocalist. I often giggle about that when I hear him comparing old-time dancing. I read, "Last week, Mr. Churchill entertained a Russian delegation to dinner in London. There was served venison that had been shot in the Scottish Highlands." Isn't it bloody marvellous? Russians eating Scots venison in London, and us eating curried Italian grass. You see, Winston is trying to impress the Russians. The Ruskies will go back to Stalin and report the English are eating royal deersky. Well, it's natural for Churchill to show that the English still have an upper class. "That's cobblers," said Eddington. "It's like this. Churchill likes his grub, but if he's caught eating venison on his Todd, the Daily Mirror would be in an uproar. Churchill eats raw deer while our lads eat curried Italian grass. So, as a cover, he invites a load of hungry guts Russians who are pissed off with black bread and onion soup, and they come at a double, don't they? Ah, such are the vagaries of war, Eddington. I tell you, if Churchill asked me to come over for beans on toast, I'd go like a shot, wouldn't you?" No, I've got my pride." "Well, take that with you. You wouldn't turn down a trip to London with that little darling Peg of yours waiting at the station?" At the mention of Peg, his eyes went soft, but his trousers boiled. A terrible head, with the dripping tin hat, pokes its head in. We both scream, "Ah!" It was Lance Bombardier Bill True, ex-London milkman. He curdled milk just by looking at it. "I heard you got some newspapers." "Oh, yes, Bill, but it's all cultured stuff. The Times, the Manchester Guardian. Don't make any difference," he said. "I only want to wipe my arse on them." True is looking at my tea mug. "Oh, give us a sip," he says. True sipped the tea and told us he'd heard there was a rumour that we were, wait for it, we all joined in as he concluded, "going back to England." That was the permanent rumour. They even said it when we were in England. "We're never going back to England," Eddington said. "Never, never, never. The war was a lifesaver for the Conservatives. It solved the unemployment problem, didn't it? And American banks have agreed to prop up the British economy. So they're going to keep this bloody war going as long as they can. They're even trying to get Turkey to join us by the end of the year." "Ha! Turkey for Christmas," I said. Yet it always puzzled me as to how you get a neutral country to go to war. I mean, what do you say? "Come on in, the killing's lovely"? I know people, ordinary blokes, who like war," said True, sipping more of my tea. "Who?" said Eddington, who was now unexplainably removing his trousers. Gun Little, that's who." "Well, what about him?" "Well, he told me he likes the war." "Did he give a reason?" "Yeah. He said in peacetime he was so skint he had to wear his brother's left-off clothes. In fact, his battle dress was the first bit of new clothing he ever had. Until he joined the Kate, he'd never even been put in charge of a job, that job being shithouse orderly." "Oh, he's in charge of the job all right," said Eddington, who was now scrutinising the inside of his trousers. "He's in charge of every job that we do." True sipped more of my tea. "What are you doing, Eddington?" I said. "I think I've got a flea in me trousers, or something that bites." "Something that bites," I said, sitting up. "Could it be a tiger?" True sipped more of my tea. "Tar," he said, and handed me back an empty mug. Now, whenever there's a reunion, I walk straight up to him and say, "Give us a sip," take his beer, drain it to the bottom, and say, "Remember Italy." I don't think he does. Something strange. The dates, October 28, 29 and 30, my diary, are all blank, save an oblique line drawn across them with the words, "You've had it." Was it I had, I cannot recall. I've looked up letters and diaries, and the only document that exists of those 3 days is this unfinished letter. "My dear Beryl, a few hasty lines to let you know how much I'm enjoying this bloody awful war. I'm really browned off." The girl Beryl was a mixture of singer, sweetheart, and friend. She had sung with Carl Barretow's band before and during the war. The letter seems to suggest that I was fed up. Well, I can't remember, so I must have been fed up. Of course, I might have been fed down, or I might have been fed sideways, or fed intravenously. No one will ever know. Why I never finished that letter to Beryl is likewise a mystery. A bigger mystery is why did I keep it all these years? Did I intend to finish it? Yes, of course. I'll write at the bottom. That's all for now, darling. Love, Spike. Another wartime mystery solved, folks. Age gunner finds lost love letter in old army socks. Thanks to that sock, says 159-year-old ex-gunner Milligan, I have discovered my lost love. Now we shall be married and live happily ever after until tomorrow. October the 31st, 1943. My diary. Lovely day. Padre held church service. Alf Files' diary. Lazy day. Fry-ups. Dean's coffee. November the 1st, 1943. Regimental diary. I can't resist reporting this entry. Had orders to move from 083857 by 1000 hours as X-Corps want to come into the area. The orders from 2 Agra were vague, and they were unable to indicate any hide area for us to go to. They could not tell us where the enemy were. They could not tell us whether we were to go into action that day or not. So we aren't doing anything, are we? Any questions, folks? Ted Lawrence, our dispatch rider, comes up and says, Jerry's retreating. He ought to know. He's just stamped his bare foot on a dog end and come hot foot from HQ. We've all got to be ready to move at a moment's notice. A mad rush as we start hurling our crappy clobber into big pack, small pack, kit bag, cardboard boxes, brown paper parcels, all held together by miles of knotted string and bits of bent wire. It was really terrible to see what a once immaculate battery looked like. No longer did we appear as conquerors, no. We looked like families of impoverished Armenian refugees fleeing the Turkish slaughter. Bundles of canvas, tea chests and waterproof sheeting were piled on the roof, obliterating the outline of the lorry, which, in silhouette, appeared to be an extinct dinosaur. So, from our Wembley exhibition site, we all started to slither and slide to the main road. My God, what a mess! Vehicles were everywhere, all pointing the wrong way. The giant scammer lorries with guns in tow had all jackknifed. Red-faced sergeants were yelling abuse at the drivers, who in turn yelled abuse at the gunners, who pointed accusingly back at the sergeants. The signallers, us, are all okay. We are sitting in our trucks and have managed to get to the main road, known as Route 6, facing the right way. We have brewed up. Great steaming mugs of tea are jamming the roadway. American trucks with coloured drivers are racing past shouting, Out of the way, limey white trash! And we shout back, Fuck Joe Louis! We drink tea till our bladders are crippled and the tannic acid showed red through our skin, by which time the great guns had finally been extricated from the mud. By 11 o'clock we are in convoy again, looking like council dust carts on the move. Oh! Look what's coming up the road! It's our leader, General Mark Clark, God bless ye, sir. He is seated in a jeep with 4 stars on the front. His driver, I swear, was W.C. Fields. As he passes down our line, he grins at the good-natured shouting, Got any spare dollars, mate? Why are we getting bloody ice cream like your lot? He stopped at the head of our column, stood up, talked to his driver, turned round and came back again. He turned and gave a wave as he disappeared round the corner. Had he gone? No. A moment later he backs into view, followed by a great tank recovery lorry. He waits patiently as the monster manoeuvres round the bend, and then he goes off again. We're moving! Better still, we're moving forward. Unbelievable. A desultory cheer is heard. Our destination is map reference 018908. What will that be? All these bloody numbers, said Islington. Everything's numbers. I'm a number. Your number. The truck's a number. The World War is number 2. The pills they give us, what are they, Reginald? Number 9. Yes, Kings of England from the right number. George 1, George 2, George 3, William the 1, James the 2. I was babbling on like this when the beckoning face of Sergeant King appears. Ah, he is. Who has been hiding from his nice sergeant? He is looking at me. You ought to go with our dearly beloved Major Jenkins, forward, in search of A, the enemy, and B, an OP. Soon I am in G truck with Spike Deans, Vic Nash, and Lieutenant Wright. I'm not actually with Major Jenkins. He's in H truck. Behind us is X truck. What's happened to all the numbers? In the back of the truck, the ever-inventive Bombardier Deans opens the pontoon school. "I'll be banker," said Deans. "Why?" I said. "Because I thought of it." "We should draw for it," I protested. "Then you'll have to use your card," said Deans. "I haven't got any," I said. "Then I'm banker," he said, "because I have." He shuffled the cards with great dexterity and dropped them. First hand I got a pontoon. By the time we got to 018908, I'd accumulated a nice little kitty of about 300 lira. "Well," I said, "I never thought I'd be 300 lira better off by the end of the day." "Oh, you could be twice as rich," said Deans. "How?" I said. "I'll toss you double or nothing." We did. I lost the lot. 018908 was a small flat area with a small range of hills north of us. In the base of them were numerous caves. We parked our vehicles adjacent to the line of trees, put up camouflage nets, and sat staring at each other. "What now, gentlemen?" I said. "Pontoon?" said Deans. "Not in your bloody life." "All right. You suggest something," he said, folding his arms and grinning. "I have suggested something," I said, folding my arms and grinning back. "What?" he said. I said, "I've suggested that we don't play pontoon." Our voices calling, "All personnel over here!" It's Lieutenant Wright, who is standing outside the mouth of a cave which looks like it's going to swallow him. With great urgency on our faces, we amble across. Mr. Wright awaits patiently. "Now," he says, looking at some orders pinned to his map. "We are now at San Marco here." He taps the map. His papers fall in the mud. "Blas," he said. I bend down to pick them up. He is now clutching a handful of muddy papers. "I was saying we are here and we've temporarily lost touch with the Boche. So we will carry out maintenance of wireless sets, small arms and vehicles until further orders. Now that is all." And drop the map again. I clutch Bombardier Dean's arm dramatically and whisper, He's going to leave us. What are we going to do?" A rattling sound reveals Sherwood's Bren carrier loaded to the gills with Lieutenant Walker, Gunner Ben Wenham, Gunner Pinchak, and Lieutenant Budden, followed by Don R. Lawrence. They are going forward to look for Jerry. Ooh, yum, yum. "May God go with thee," I said, striking a dramatic pose, one hand clutching my heart. Ben Wenham grins back and says, "Who's a silly bagger then?" We wave them good-bye as they disappear over the brow of a hillock. Indeed, the Germans had pulled back quite a distance. Oh, goody, goody. "They must be suffering withdrawal symptoms," I told Mr. Wright. "It's a sort of wartime coitus interruptus." That night was wonderful. I remember it was crisp, cold, clear starlight. That's if I remember it. If not, it was raining. November the 2nd, 1943. Alf Files' diary. Nothing doing. Enemy blowing up bridges, blocking and mining every ell of sea. Supposed to be flooding plains it took Italians 10 years to reclaim. We're now overlooking main Rome Road. Germans are shelling it from their hills. Sitrep says we must now prepare for mountain warfare. BBC News still very good. "Major Jenkins' compliments. Would Gunner Fales and Lance Bombardier Milligan please bring their instrument to the cave?" This from Gunner Woods. "A royal summons," I cried. "What's he want?" said Files suspiciously. "I'd say it again," said Woods, in an exasperated voice with a Cornish accent. "He want you two to report to him with your instruments." "We know that," I said, "but why? He doesn't like jazz, so what's he want us to bring out?" But Woods wasn't listening. He walked off, waving his hand in the air, saying, "I'm only a batman, not a bloody mind-reader." Most certainly Woods couldn't tell the future. He couldn't even tell the present. In peacetime he had been a farmhand, and had known the pleasure of having 2 great shire horses pulling his plough. I said, "What was it like?" "Ploughing? How'd you like to be 8 hours a day looking up the arses of 2 great horses?" Files and I entered the cave, which was very smoky from a fire, in whose light sat Major Jenkins, still with his hat on. He was holding his clarinet and playing his strangled version of Schubert's Serenade. When he saw us, he stopped. "Ah! Now you know I have asked you to bring your instruments." "Yes, you want us to throw them in the fire," I said. He didn't laugh. He patted the floor, inviting us to sit. "No," he said, "you play all that nigger music, don't you? I'm going to teach you some good tunes. I want you to both join in." Here he tootled the first bars of a tune. "Didn't you recognise that?" he said. "Yes," I replied. "It's Whistling Rufus. He was my father." Over his head it went and hit the wall with a loud plop. "Yes, it's Whistling Rufus, a fine military marching tune. The Gurkhas marched to it during the Chitral Rebellion." "It might have caused it," I said. "I'll play the melody, and when I point to you, Milligan, you play the descending obligato." "What key?" asked Files across the fiery divide. "I play it in G major." "Oh, G major. I knew it when I was only a captain, sir." Over his head it went and plop against the cave wall. He'd launched into a very fast version of Whistling Rufus. At the given moment he pointed to me and I played the obligato. He seemed well pleased. When we finished he smiled, counted 2 bars in and launched back into it all over again. We did this several times. He enjoyed it to such an extent I realised he'd never played with anyone before. It was all a new experience for him. It was a new experience for me, a bloody awful one. Woods brought him a cup of tea. Woods didn't bring us a cup of tea. "Now," said Jenkins, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, "shall we try some of your nigger music?" What about the Shake 'em Out a Bee by Rudolph Valentino?" I said. "Jolly good," he said, and launched into a chorus. I played the most awful corny obligatos, and when I took a chorus I played with a terrible nanny-goat vibrato. Oh, had I only a tape recorder that night, I'd have dropped it on him. We were interrupted by a dispatch rider from 2 Agra HQ, a short dwarf, heavily wrapped up with knee-high motorcycling boots that came up to his neck, a crash helmet that came down to his knees, and a khaki scarf wrapped around the lower half of his face. Jenkins saw the word urgent on the envelope, hastily dropped his clarinet, stood up to read the message. It would have been exactly the same sitting down, but standing up gave him height. What it didn't give him was a view of his clarinet rolling slowly into the fire. We let it burn a few moments, and when it was too late said, "Oh, sir! Quick, your clarinet is on fire." Rather like those French translations, "Oh, the clarinet of my cousin has been struck by lightning." He rushed to the smouldering instrument, letting the top-secret message fall into the fire. "My God," he wailed, "my father gave me this." "He won't have to give it to you when he sees you again," I thought. Meanwhile, his top-secret message was now burning merrily. We left him trying to read it. I had put my pup tent outside a bank surrounding a field. I lay in my bed and wondered if the helmsman's face was still showing white through the wheelhouse. And where was that man Edgington, sometimes known as Ed Ying Tong? The last 2 words would have become a song that came third in the hit parade of the late 1950s. Edgington was even now speeding through the night in a traffic jam, as the whole battery were homing in our position, and they would be with us in dribs and drabs throughout the night. I listened, and I could hear the first dribs arriving, followed by the drabs. "Where's your cookhouse?" could be heard. Food, the bloody army were food mad. A posh voice. "The cookhouse is over there, and there'll be a hot meal in half an hour." Now, I'd already had my dinner, and my watch said 11:50. It was very late. I was tired, warm and comfortable, and I wasn't hungry. At 12:30 I find myself in the queue. Ahead of me is another stomach on legs, Kidgel. The nearer he got to the serving table, the more silent and tense he became. When there was only one man to go, Kidgel would be dead silent. Sweat would appear on his brow. You could see him repeatedly swallowing the excess of saliva that was mounting in his mouth and nearly drowning him. Then it was his turn. There was nothing twixt him and the bubbling, steaming food containers. His trembling hands would hold out his dixies. He would crouch forward like a sprinter in the blocks. His eyes would extend from his head like organ stops. The moment the last drop of gravy from the cook's spoon had finally fallen in his tin, Kidgel would start eating immediately as he walked to a spot to sit down. By the time he got there, he'd finished the main course and was into the duff. This gone, he would gallop back to the queue, hoping to get seconds. If he thought he was going to be recognised, he would put his tin hat on and keep his head well down to hide his face. What gave him away was his dribbling, drooling and shaking hand when he got near the grub. He earned his title, the Famine. "I reckon," said our cook, "if he got to a field of wheat first, the locusts wouldn't stand a bloody chance." Another day at San Marco. "Gandhi's legs," Edgington reads aloud from a soggy Daily Mirror, rapidly becoming an antique. "What about Gandhi's legs?" I said. Out here in Italy there had been no news of Gandhi's legs since we landed. "It says here," Edgington continues, "Gandhi's legs are the thinnest political legs in the world." "Rubbish," I said. "My mother has the thinnest legs in the world. She has legs like old pipe cleaners." "Ah," he said, "but she has non-political thin legs. We're talking about political thin legs." My mother voted Labour. She walked to the polling booth, and of course her legs were political. Fuller sticks his head in the tent. "We're moving." "Moving?" I said. "I can't feel a thing." "There's not enough mud in here," chuckled Fuller. "The Major is recceing for a quagmire." "When?" said Edgington mournfully. "Tomorrow, 0600 hours." Why do wars always have to be so bloody early? It's always 0400, 0500, 0600. What's wrong with 11:30, eh? Who feels like fighting at bloody dawn? A man is much braver at 11:30. I left him raving in his damp tent as I went to man the number 22 wireless set that kept us in contact with RHQ. It was 2030. I went to relieve Ernie Hart, who was dutifully asleep on his set with headphones on. With true camaraderie, I left him there and went back to bed. I'm awakened at midnight by an enraged Ernie Hart. "Look at the time! You were supposed to relieve me at 8:30. Well, I did, but you was a kip, weren't you? I didn't have the heart to wake you, Ernie." The staccato rataplan of rain dropped on the canvas roof as the deluge started. Do I have to get up, Ernie?" "Yes, you bloody well do. It's 11:20. You got 5 minutes to do." Bugger. I sat at the set for 5 minutes. I called RH2 to test the signals. "Hello, Dog Easy Fox? Dog Easy Fox? Abel Baker Charlie calling, over."
Hello, Abel Baker Charlie. Dog Easy Fox answering. Heading you straight liner, over.
"OK, Dog Easy Fox, over and out." I twiddled the dial till I get AFN Naples. It's Artie Shaw. He's playing the blues. He's really a more elegant player than Goodman, though Goodman was near to real jazz. Gunner Burt, bleary-eyed, coughing, comes to relieve me. "You're 5 minutes late," I said in Lance Bombardier voice. Sorry, Bomb. I couldn't find my boots." "Where'd you leave them?" I said. "London," he said. I climb out of the truck. He puts on the headphones. He listens. "This isn't RHQ," he says. "Yes, it is," I said. "If you wait till the end of the tune, you will hear Field Marshal Montgomery announce the next dance." "Look, Bomb," he says patiently, "why not help shorten the war and hand in your stripe?" "I can't. It covers a hole in my sleeve." As I walk back in the drenching rain, I see a red glow in the northern sky. It gets brighter and brighter, then darkness, followed by a low rumbling of a distant explosion. Some poor swine must have been killed in that, I thought. And then I thought, fuck him, and went to bed. My blankets are all damp and cold. I don't know how we didn't all die of pulmonary ailments. Perhaps I was dead. Perhaps we were all dead. And this was hell. Of course, that's it. We're all dead. I shout in the night, "Good news! We're all dead! We're all dead!" I'd asked my father for player cigarettes, but no. I get passing clouds. Why? Because he's a snob. At his officer's mess, he has made it clear that he would never drink inferior wine and smoke inferior tobacco. The reason was simple. He was skint. Gunner White thought their flat Turkish shape was due to pressure in transit, and proceeded to roll them until they were round. I'm smoking in the dark. The roar of the rain is wonderful. It drowns out all sounds except a ghastly yawn from Edgington's tent. "Harry? That you?" "Just a minute. I'm putting my jaw back." "You still awake?" "Just." "I wonder what it's like in London." "Don't make me homesick." "I bet all the nightclubs are open. Some of the big bands will be still playing there. Remember? Ambrose, Bluestone, all that lot. They go on till 3 in the morning. You ever been to a nightclub?" There's no reply. He was unconscious. I must hurry and catch him up. Saturday, November the 6th, 1943. Very cold. "We must be high up," Edgington was announcing. "Why must we be high up?" I inquire. "Because we are sitting down." "The rations. That's why, the rations." "The Russians? What about the Russians?" "Rations, you silly gunner, rations. Haven't you noticed that in addition to our rations, we now get little round vitamin pills? I thought they were concentrated plum puddings to save shipping space." For the millionth time, we are in a backer of lorry, lumbering through a muddy, cold landscape. Winter-black trees line our route like dying sentinels. I trace our position as we progress. The town we are passing through is Tiano. Tiano. I tell Edgington, this is where Garibaldi invented those spotted biscuits with dead flies in, and reunited Italy for King Emmanuel the Umpteenth. "Oh, I am thrilled," said Edgington. "I couldn't have got to the day without that information." "It was Garibaldi that caused the Bourbons to flee over the Rocky Alps." "Ah, thereby hangs the phrase, a Bourbon on the rocks." Ha ha ha! Groans. We have halted. Look what I've rescued. Vic Nash has come to the tailboard of a lorry. He holds a small, wriggling black puppy. This was to be christened Tiano, and was to become part of the battery. We stroked him, petted him, gave him a bit of cheese, and handed him back. "Hide him from Gunner Kitchell, won't you?" I said. "Why? Because he'll eat him." Vic Nash giggled. "The pup is furiously licking his face, so he can't have long to live." "Get mounted," calls an important voice from up front. "Get stuffed," comes the reply. We move off in fits and starts. The lorry starts, and we have fits. Climbing continuously on a secondary road between Tiano and Roccamanfina, about 1,000 feet up, we sing a ditty oft-sung in boring circumstances. "The good old Duke of York, he had 10,000 men. We marched him up to the top of the hill, and we marched him down again. Oh, when they were up, they were up. When they were down, they were down. And when they were only halfway up, they were buggered. Good evening, friends! Ching!" We honour a mountain road with a gradient of 1 in 4. We all halt. "Dismount!" We climb out. On the right side of the road is a church, semi-Gothic style. Just behind it is the vicarage. The road opposite flanks a high bank with several footpaths leading up to a cave set in a sort of browny red sandstone. "That's it," said Bombardier Fuller, riding up on his motorbike. "That cave. Get all the command post stuff into that cave." We struggled and strained with all the bloody stuff we'd carried so many times before. Edgington had delivered the Oriental carrying posture, balancing a battery on his head. We all copy and march Indian file up the slope, chanting, "Stand it away, stand it strong, ooh-yah-yay." "How long is this going to last?" he says. "With time off for good conduct, by the time you're 80, the future will be all yours." Lieutenant Budden hovers too. "Has anyone seen Mr. Wright?" "Yes," I said. "I saw him yesterday." He looks at me in despair and says, "Can't you take anything for it, Milligan?" Out of politeness, I asked him where the guns were. "They're in the woods somewhere." "Where are the woods, sir?" A good question." "Get the vehicles off the road and under cover." We all walk around muttering, "The woods are full of them. The woods are full of them. The woods are full of them." The lethal voice of Major Jenkins is penetrating the air. We drive up the slope onto a small muddy plateau with numerous trees. We follow a small trail to the high bank. Under the trees we camouflage jeep truck. "Jerry's been shelling this area. Better dig in," says Bombardier Deans. Dig? One thing I don't dig is digging. I'm not the first to spot the possibility of sleeping in that church. I moved my kit in that evening. In the aisle is a catafalque mounted on a trestle. The catafalque is all black velvet with a great black cloth to cover the whole thing. What the hell? It looks great inside. So I make my bed in it. If I get killed in the night, I shall be all ready. Great fun. I'm asleep in my catafalque when Bombardier True comes in to wake me up from my spell of duty. He's unaware of my macabre resting place. Gradually I rise from my box with the black velvet cover on my head. I let out a terrible howl. Oh! Bombardier True's trousers full of it screams, "Ghost!" and runs for his bloody life. When I find him again, his trousers are still full of it, and he's gibbering in the command post to Lieutenant Budden. An OP has been established on Monte Croce. Not again! Rain! Where does the stuff come from? There's to be a big attack on Monte Camino. The 201 Guards are ready to do the dirty work. I can't lie here. I must do something to help the war effort. I do. I go to the cookhouse for dinner. What's this I hear? That hungry bugger Kidgel. He's been having one dinner here, then running across to the American battery next to us and scrounging another. He must have hollow legs. The attack goes in tomorrow night, so speaks Major Jenkins, who for once has deemed to tell us what's happening. How nice of him. I'm on command post duty up till 11:30. Mr. Wright is duty officer. In between firing, he reads the Daily Express. At 1100 hours, the thing called Edgington comes in. It carries a mug ahead of it. "Good news," he says. He looks very merry. He should be. There's been a rum ration, and he's had his and a little more. "I've got your his, I've got your his here." He poured a measure into my mug. "Merry Christmas to you all," I said. He empties a pocket full of chestnuts. Soon they are roasting on the fire and splitting open with a little bang. They taste delicious. Edgington tells us, "Alphonse is feeling groggy. He's got a sore throat, so he's gone to bed in the back of his truck." There's nothing like a 1,500 weight truck for a sore throat. Vic Nash is coming on duty. Oh, he says. My poor guts, he says. He's got the shits. Look out, keep away, we all say and cringe in the corner. The guns report difficulty with the platforms. Mud is making it increasingly difficult. Each time they fire, the guns slither in a circle. We can hear the swearing from the command post. But it's imperative that they keep going as the attack is about to go in. They need help up there, so the back-breaking work of manhandling the guns back on the target continues. I suppose Churchill was eating venison, the bugger. Sunday, November the 7th, 1943. Alf Files' diary. Typical Sunday morning. People going to church opposite. Plenty of firing last night, and church has lost a few windows. After breakfast, a dozen MEs came over and made trouble but left us alone. They made for the main road. Now before the first mass can happen, we have to hide our beds. I'm walking to the cookhouse through a conglomerate of American foxholes and guns. The Yanks sound their air raid alarm. It's noisier than the air raid. Americans started running in all directions. I didn't. It was highly unlikely the planes could spot us in this heavily wooded position. They roar over the top of us, and later we hear them machine gunning and bombing somewhere down the Roccamanfina Road. Along with Edgington, we explore the church annex and find a piano in the vestry. Soon, Italians at worship in the church can distinctly hear Cole Porter tunes. A priest appears. He's not hostile and stays to listen. I think his name was Father Alborghetti. He took over the piano and then sang arias from La Boheme and Tosca in a quivery ecclesiastical voice. Oh, we were all having fun. Aren't you glad we liberated you? I said to the priests. Edgerton explained. Aren't vous excited we liberated vous, he said. He nearly got it right. I do an all-night stint in the command post in promise of all day off. It's bloody cold, and in between fire orders we crouch over the brazier. The 6 o'clock news from the BBC is good. Kiev in Russian hands after a terrific advance. I'm so broke I could do with an advance myself. We're playing pontoon for matchsticks. There's a rumour that a gunner's rest camp has been established somewhere on the Sorrento Peninsula. Is it true? Guns continue to fire through the night. The fight for Monte Camino continues. It's a bloody affair. In boredom I write some letters home. Dear Dad, nothing much to report except World War II. Is it still going on where you are? It's winter here, lots of mud, very cold, especially in the mornings. So the balaclava and the gloves Mum sent me are very useful. Writing this in a cave, so we haven't come far from Neanderthal man, have we? There's always rumours of going home. One looks at this mop and you realise that we're all going home. Thanks for the 3 Life magazines. One reads and rereads them over and over again, and they are usually passed through every gunner in the battery. I'm desperately trying to think of any news, and there isn't any. I read Beachcombe in the Express. He explains it all. I'm here and you're there, and every day is much the same as the previous one. The conversations are food, sex, and after the war. Sometimes it's war, food, and after the sex. I'll have to close, as we're about to start sending deliveries of steel to the gentlemen of the Third Reich. Love to all, your loving son, Terry. P.S. The Major tells us we must win the war because we're British. Tuesday, November the 9th, 1943. What's this? Edgington has made an incredible find. A free-range harmonium. It's in the vicarage, and the priest says we can use it. So, the morning is spent playing jazz. As a mark of respect for the church, I play my trumpet muted. Alf plays guitar, and the priest and his lady cleaner sit and listen. A bit amazed they are. Jazz and the Mussolini has been banned as decadent. Well, the music wasn't, but we certainly were. It was an unusual morning, the priest giving us an unexpected blessing before we departed. What was he doing then? Said Edgington. I explained. It's a blessing. What good does it do? He said. Well, it's supposed to be a solemn occasion on which he, as a minister, fortifies your soul by sprinkling holy water over you. It only may be bloody wet, said Edgington. Grim news of the fighting at Monte Cassino. The Guards are attacking, but Jerry has reinforced his position with 1st 104 Panzer Grenadiers, and fighting is raging all over the peak. November the 10th, 1943. My diary. Much the same. Bad weather. Went into the village of Terra Corpo. It's almost in ruins. We're trying to get a photograph taken of ourselves by an arte photographer, and he says, domani, tomorrow. He says that every day. Tomorrow takes a long time to arrive in Italy. More rain, sleet, more wind. Just up the road before the village are a few houses. One is occupied by RHQ. It is owned by Dr. Fabrizi, who was in the Abyssinian campaign. He went there to play some music for the RHQ signallers. It was a cosy, large front room, nicely furnished, with a piano. We played some jazz. The doctor, who looked like Cesar Romero, showed us some photographs from the Abyssinian War, and a ghastly collection they were. They showed atrocities committed on Italian soldiers, which mostly meant emasculating them with a knife and letting them bleed to death. A scandal! The wife of the Italian doctor fancies our medical officer, Dr. Bentley. Will he end up with his photo in the album? And somehow they get down to Naples and spend a naughty weekend there. Oh, a touch of the Ernest Hemingways. It has rained now continuously for 5 days. Sergeant Donaldson tells me that the guns are in a bad state. The carriages are starting to warp so badly that 15 and 18 batteries are being pulled out of action. I wish to God my carriage would warp, I said. You know what they're going to do to reinforce them? Well, railway lines around the front and the two sides. I suppose that means all the bloody trains will stop running. Sergeant Donaldson was up for some kind of vehicle inspection. I don't know how the bloody things are still working. He was going on about the road conditions. They've organised a one-way system. Half the day it's up traffic and the other half down traffic. If you come up early, you have to wait half the bloody day before the down system comes in. Don't come up or down, I said. Come sideways, like the Chinese. He stayed to have lunch with us, a lovely stew. We sat under the altar of the church, eating and telling dirty jokes. It was a bad day for God. Thursday, November the 11th, 1943. Armistice Day? Oh, what a joke. Lieutenant Johnny Walker is at an OP on Monte Croce. He is suspicious that a white farmhouse is harbouring the enemy, so he drops a few 200-pound shells around it. As they get closer, a door bursts open and out rush a Jerry patrol, who runs like hell to a farmhouse 100 yards away. Walker then shells that place again. Out runs Jerry back to the first one. He shells that again. He does this till the Jerrys are shagged out and finally double back to their own line. When I fight an enemy, I like to keep them fit, said Walker. That night, fairly quiet in the command post. Lieutenant Stuart Pride says he's not feeling well. I must report sick in the morning, he says. Any music on the wireless, Milligan? I fiddle with the knobs. Yew. We are surrounded by hills and the reception is very bad. I get what sounds like someone singing in Yugoslavian. I don't understand, Milligan, said Lieutenant Stuart Pride. You can't get the bloody OP only half a mile away, yet you can get some idiot singing in Yugoslavia. Oh, that's because he's singing very loud, sir. If our signallers of the OP could be given training in opera, it would be much easier. It's 2 a.m, bloody cold. Edgington has just come off the telephone exchange duty. He comes into the command post for a warm. Caw, it's taters, he says, making straight for the brazier. We all stand round it, the twigs crackling. What was the news tonight, says Edgington. The Russians are advancing in all directions, including upwards. The Allies are making steady progress, and Harry Roy is in hospital with appendicitis. Edgington grinned at Lieutenant Stuart Pride. Do you like Harry Roy, sir? He says. I don't know. I've never met him, said Stuart Pride. Buttoning up his overcoat, Edgington bids us good night. I'll see ye in dawn's rosy light, and he slips under the canvas into the night. We hear him fall in the dark and fade away, swearing to himself. I shout to the canvas, don't forget dawn's early light. Back came the answer, balls. Oh, what a lovely war. Not so lovely when we hear by the grapevine that our poor bloody infantry are suffering 50% casualties. Thank God I'm not in the infantry. So ended Armistice Day. What a day to die. Friday, November the 12th, 1943. On this day, my diary is blank. I think this is because I was always too busy moving, as is borne out by File's diary that says, move forward at 0500 hours to new position. As usual, the digging in the crackpot Major loves so well. Beautiful country and orchard, mountains far away snow-crested, lovely apples make place too much like England, with green downs and autumn leaves. Xmas greeting mails are being issued. 0500 hours! No wonder I didn't make any entry in the diary. However, I have this excerpt from a letter I wrote home on the 13th, and in it I say, today is like an English summer's day, birds sing their repetitive little phrases. The village overlooking the field I'm in looks like a drawing from Hans Andersen's fairy story. Excuse the writing, but I'm laying down. So, where were we? The map references were 999003, and that indicates a place called Monte Santa Maria. I never knew that Maria was saint number 999003. Edgington's recollections. Well, it was a bit of a blur except for the orchard itself, which is very clear in my memory, plus the view from the corner of it of not-so-distant peaks, snow-capped in the chilly autumn morning and rose-tinted in the early dawn light. The very first time I had ever seen, and I suspect a few other English city dwellers like me, such a magnificent natural phenomenon. If I can take a guess at the orientation and say the long axis of the raggedly oval-shaped orchard, maybe 68 feet in length, was east-west, roughly, and those unearthly beautiful peaks were lying about south-east as we peered southward over the thick hedge that completely surrounded the orchard. The altitude was accentuated by the fact the peaks seemed to be at about the same level as us across the deep valley and to the east. Of the apples in the orchard, we identified at least 6 familiar types, though I'm sure there were considerably more trees than that. Russets, Granny Smiths, Big Canadian Reds, Cox's Orange, Pippins are among those I can still recall, while one tree had produced what Alf and I concluded must have been a cross between an apple and a pear, rather small, delicious to eat, and having a quite marked perfume or scent in the bargain. I recall that under each tree there was a veritable carpet of apples, windfalls, and the scene under the big Canadian tree was something to marvel at. The dark, reddish, highly polished skins glistening with diamonds like drops of moisture, all catching the fitful shafts of sunlight just breaking through the foliage. Only half an hour later, or maybe less, we found ourselves being nearly suffocated by the onset of a large patch of very dense mountain mist, the minute droplets of water vapour being concentrated as to bring visibility down to almost nil and clog our breathing alarmingly. It only lasted a few minutes, but we really got panicky in that time. Thank you for that, Gunner Edgington. Edgington and I are off duty. To shelter from the unending rain, we hole up in the back of someone's 3-tonner. We chat about anything. We sing songs together. We like doing vocal arrangements. I play the trumpet part and Harry does the bass accompaniment. We scrounge tea from Spike Dean's. Lieutenant Joe Mostyn is passing by. I could see his Jewish soul burning with loathing of the war, not so much against the Germans, but the fact that he was only on a second lieutenant's pay, when he really wanted to be in his schmutter shop in Whitechapel, doing mass-produced suits that all the spivs would buy off the peg at £5 a go cash. I could see his gaze, a long way from this muddy pit we were in. He was in the workshop, watching the girls and their machines, and fancying the one with the big boobs who was doing the padding in the shoulders. The times he had said to me, "Whoever designed the battle dress was a schmuck. The first thing to do when you dress a soldier is to make him look or think he looks like attracted to the opposite sex. But look at this." He would indicate my battle dress. "No wonder the Yanks get all the women. What do you look like? A cripple. We all look like cripples. When we march past the saluting base, the natives thinks we're all going to a home for the deformed." Yet, although he was never very good at gunnery, or as we called it, goonery, he was still the man who kept the officers' mess topped up with little luxuries. I remember Lieutenant Walker coming to the command post, his eyes shining with orange sauce. Where in God's name did he get duck in this wilderness? At the apple orchards, Mostyn detailed 3 gunners to spend all day collecting sacks of apples. He got the cookhouse to stew them, and for several weeks there was apple puree on the table. It was marvellous. Mind you, he was suffering. His family were all kosher, and he had started off following the kosher diet. But as the war entered its 2nd year, he gradually became Christianized. The great temptation was upon him. At the rest camp at Amalfi, he was offered a plate of shellfish. Strained to breaking point, he said, according to Lieutenant Walker, "Why should I go on being hated by Hitler for being Jewish? I'm going to take the pressure off." So saying, he plunged into the shellfish, beating his breast and shouting, "Mother, forgive me! But eat, Joe, eat!" Yes, Joe Mostyn was an unforgettable character. I last saw him in the foyer of the Cumberland Hotel at Marble Arch in 1952. He was a bit offish with me and seemed loath to talk, but he did impart the information that he was teaching the Israeli army gunnery. If so, but for him, the Six-Day War would have been over in 2. The war is gradually having an ill effect on the officers. Bombardier Sherwood is at the foot of a hill on which our OP is sighted. He is in his little bivvy by his Bren carrier when the link phone buzzes. In Sherwood's own words, this is what transpired. Sherwood. OP link answering. Lieutenant Button.
Sherwood?
Yes, sir?
I'm bored, very bored.
I see, sir. What do you want me to do, sir, then? There was a pause, and there was a slight breathing, and then...
Sing something. For God's sake, sing something.
Sherwood. Yes, sir. Lay that pistol down, babe, lay that pistol down. Pistol picking, mama, lay that pistol down.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sherman.
Saturday, November the 13th, 1943. Because of the OP's field of view and 1,000 feet height added to the gun's range, the targets are never-ending. Despite the cold, the gunners are actually sweating. A casualty. My boots are leaking. I examine them seated in the back of the G-truck. White passes by, sipping tea. He stops. What's on? My boots are leaking. Oh. Outwards my arse. The bloody water's getting in. Jerry's got the right idea. Jack boots. No lace holes. Great. Have you tasted the apples here? Not yet. They're bloody marvellous. Better than English ones. Full of juice. Army conversations were unique, from leaking boots to apples in one line. I reported to the quartermaster Courtney for new boots. He makes me take mine off and examine them. Like a jeweller's glass, I said sarcastically. Well, he says, we haven't got your size, see? You take an 8, we've only got 12s. 12s? 12s? Christ! Take it or leave it. A choice, size 12 or bare feet. It was like wearing landing barges. I used to haul myself around in the mud, walking like Frankenstein's monster. My feet kept coming out of the bloody things, and I had to stand on one leg trying to tug the other monster boot on in the mud. It was impossible. I told the quarter bloke, and he relented. I'll send a truck to base depot and get a pair of 8s. The new size 8s arrive, and are like iron. They've been in store since World War I. I had to attack them with a hammer to break them down. I cover them with great loads of dubbin, puts them near the fire. I watched those boots absorb 2 pounds of dubbin with a noise of glug, 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 glug. The bloody things were alive, said Gunner White, watching fascinated as the boots devoured the dubbin. After half an hour's battering with a tent peg mallet, I tried them on. Great, they were soft as buckskin. We have news that 17 Battery had a premature. No one killed, but one gunner injured. This was strange, as the gun had just come back from the workshops where it had been repaired for a previous premature. Oh dear, British workmanship. Sunday, November the 14th, 1943. Regimental Diary. Weather once again wet and windy and cold. That sounded like most of us. Alf Files' diary. Rain making things awkward. Bombardier Milligan's diary. Gave boots another good hammering. Lieutenant Button is a greeny-yellow colour when he enters the command post. You look off colour, sir. Yellow, to be precise, I said sympathetically. No, I feel jolly rotten. Jolly rotten, sir? I've come to collect my prismatic compass. He goes to a little ledge, picks up a few belongings. He looked dreadful. I'm going into hospital, Milligan. Oh, congratulations, sir. He manages a wry smile and exit. I'll miss him. He's a splendid fellow. Only trouble was he didn't understand jazz. He was a square. We are visited by Vic Nash, who has just come back from the OP with Jam Jar Griffin. What a bloody time, he says. Fucking mud and fucking shows and fucking Jerry dead stinking away. And now I've just discovered I've got bloody Dobie's itch. Oh, dear. Monday, November the 15th, 1943. Torrential rain. I thought we'd had the heaviest rain possible, but now, today, it is unbelievable. It's so damp that even under cover you get wet. The only good thing is the rum ration. I can't stand the taste of it. I keep it in my water bottle and put it in my tea during the night shift. we bake apples and chestnuts by a command post fire. The path to the command post is very slippery, and poor old George slipped and slid off it last night down a 60-foot bank. He entered the command post covered in slimy mud. I just fell over the bank," he said. "I thought the banks were closed on Mondays." There's a lot of illness in the regiment, and we are well below full strength, especially me. It comes to something. Our medical officer, Captain Bentley, is in hospital with Chinese flu, or jaundice. 15 and 18 batteries have been pulled out of the line for arrest, and their guns at our Remy workshops in Naples. The attack on Monte Camino was halted because of appalling weather. All that bloodletting for nothing. After the war, a note in the 14th Panzer Corps, they were defending Camino, the diary of the day for the 13th, states, "The enemy have won the battle for Mignano Gap." That was the very day that General Mark Clark had told Alexander that we would have to suspend the offensive because our troops were exhausted. Kismet, or is it hard luck? Our gunners are so shagged they've been falling asleep on the guns. So signallers, specialists and Kazi attendants are all rounded up to do a spell on the guns. The gunners sleep in their tents and don't even wake up for meals. The platforms of the guns are nothing more than pools of mud 3 foot deep. For the first time, the entire regiment is out of action. A strange silence settles over us. "I can't sleep," says Signaller White. "It's too bloody quiet." We all sit in our tents, watching the mountain of water falling. "I've worked out that the rest of the world must be bone bloody dry," said Edgington, putting a damp cigarette in his mouth. "Cheer up," I said. "Why?" "I don't know why. Give me time. I'll think of a reason." Tuesday, November the 16th, 1943. We are both run across to the cookhouse with our gas capes over our heads. It's early morning, and what a treat. Someone has got us a fried egg each for breakfast. "Oh, magnificent egg," I intoned. "Oh, egg, oh, egg, egg, oh, egg," echoed Edgington like a Shakespearean actor. "I feel a powerful inspiration on the egg coming to me." He then launched into, "Oh, long live the fried egg, even though for it we have to beg. The fact that these eggs are Italian will have us all bound up like a—" I couldn't think of a rhyme. Then Edgington said, "like a stallion." "Did you hear Jerry's long-range guns last night?" I said. "No, I wasn't on duty for once. I had a good kip." A period of eating and tea-sipping. "Here, last night I picked up some good jazz from Naples AFN. They had half an hour of Goodman with Charlie Christian on guitar. It was bloody marvellous. Then about 10 minutes of Jimmy Lunsford, and they played that great sax arrangement of Sleepy Time Girl. It was great. I think Willie Smith was on first alto. What a great lead he is." "I wonder," says you, when we'll ever play again as a band. Now, Alf's guitar strings are all going rusty. He's going to try to get some new ones when we get to a trip into Naples. Bombardier Fuller is calling for me. Despite my silence, he finds me. "We are going to move soon. In this bloody weather, there's no rush, but start getting things ready. We can close down on wireless, but we're keeping the OP line open. Ours is but to do and die, and try and get bloody dry," said Edgington. It continues as a nothing day. We attempt to write letters. Some play cards, some sleep, some just sit and stare. New disaster. The shit pit has been flooded by the rain, so it's all floating down the landscape. Poor Sergeant Jock Wilson and his crew are all gently sleeping in their tent when the contents of the shit pit float under the tent flaps. Oh, chaos, chaos, chaos. In anticipation of the moves, the order goes out that all vehicles will have to have tyre chains on. Drivers get into the most appalling state carrying out the order. "Surely," said Edgington, "this rain must be longer than Queen Victoria's." "Let's go to the command post," I said, "see what's in the wireless." We double across, giving off our usual red Indian war cries. In the command post, Vic Nash and Bombardier Edwards have folded up the artillery board and are packing up the remaining bits and pieces. The fire is glowing red. Edgington and I settle by it. We steam in the near heat. It was the only refuge in a grim world of mud and cold. "I wonder what wondrous fairy tale they are taking us to," said Deans. He takes a cigarette from his tin. "Little Vikash, give us one. I'm clean out." Deans hand the tin across. "Thank you for these cigarettes. these are a personal fucking insult, says Nash, but still takes one. He won't fucking well light. You have to dry the bloody things first, advises Deans in a sage-like voice. You know, I wrote to my MP in London about these bloody V's, and I said it was a disgrace that we had to smoke the bloody things. Did you get a reply? Yes. He said there was nothing that could be done because these fags are made in India, and it's easier to ship fags from India to Italy than from England. He put a packet of 20 players in the past and wished me good luck. Well, we don't appear to have had any, said Edgington. Have you seen this, said Deans, and hands us a page torn from the Union Jack, the army newspaper. I was so smitten with what I read, I copied it out. Corridors of Power, Mark 1. General, leaps tall buildings with a single bound. More powerful than a steam engine, faster than a speeding bullet, gives policy to God. Colonel, leaps short buildings with a single bound. More powerful than a shunting engine. Is just as fast as a speeding bullet. Walks on water if the sea is calm. Talks with God. Lieutenant Colonel, leaps short buildings with a running start and favourable winds. Is almost as powerful as a speeding bullet. Walks on water in indoor swimming pools. Talks with God if special request is approved. Major, barely clears the Nissen hut. Loses tug-of-war with a steam engine. Can fire a speeding bullet and swims well. Is occasionally addressed by God. Captain, makes high marks while trying to leap tall buildings, is run over by trains, can sometimes handle a gun without inflicting self-injury, dog paddles, talks to animals. Lieutenant, runs into tall buildings, recognises trains 2 out of 3 times, is not issued with ammunition, can stay afloat if properly instructed in the use of a life jacket, talks to walls. Second lieutenant, falls over doorsteps while trying to enter building, says, look at choo-choo, is never issued with a gun or ammunition, plays in mud puddles, mumbles to himself. Sergeant Major, lifts tall buildings and walks under them, kicks steam engines off the tracks, catches speeding bullets in his teeth and eats them, freezes water with a single glance. He is God! This occasion was at Santa Maria. The weather was bitter cold. The rain had stopped. For some reason, we had nowhere to sleep, so Edgington, Pedlar Palmer, True, Full and myself made a giant bed right out in the open. First we laid down a huge canvas gun sheet. On that we all made our beds in a square, all feet towards the middle. That done, we laid over the top yet another giant canvas gun sheet. I'm still desperate to remember why we did it, so I ring up Edgington in New Zealand. He recalls the occasion, but again the reason is unexplained. Me. Harry?
Yes, is that you, mate?
Yes, it's me, mate.
Course too. What's the time?
It's 11:10 in the morning.
Well, it's 10 past 10 at night here.
Good night.
Good morning.
Harry, I'm on volume 4 of the War Memoirs. Now, Roccamanfina and Terra Corpo, do you remember the occasion of the Great Bed?
Core, yes. We did it right out in the open. We used gun covers.
Good. Can you remember why we did it?
Yes.
Why?
We're all bloody balmy.
I know that. But was there any other reason? Were we short of tents?
No. Here's sanity.
So there we have it. In that bed we slept like babes. Alas for Edgington, in the middle of the night, someone from the command post told us the line at the OP has broken. No one answered except the innocent Edgington. He gets up, and in his words, I don't know why no one else heard the call. Oh, I know. I got up and for some reason didn't lace up my boots. I started to trace the line. I reached a stream that was so churned up by crossing motor traffic that the water was like porridge. I found a break, but had to cross the stream, which was about 3 foot deep. On my return, I took my boots into the command post, which had the brazier burning. I was too tired. I just threw my boots into the fire, and waiting for them to dry, I fell asleep sitting up. Next morning, I took my boots from the embers. They were snow white and as hard as iron. To soften them, I had to soak them in water again. End of Edgington bit. When the remaining giant bed sleepers awoke at dawn, the gun canvas was covered white with hoar frost. Yet I remember I had slept soundly and warmly. End of Milligan bit. I've been feeling a bit groggy all day. I could feel a cold coming on, so I dosed myself with hot tea and rum. The 16th ended like it had started, with thunderous deluge of cold rain. It numbed the mind, the body, and sapped the morale. My sleeping quarters? I had found a small embankment. In it I noticed a crevice that was about the length of a man laying down. It was recessed back about 5 feet, and from this I made a small, very dry little sleeping quarter. There was only room for the bed, my small pack, and an oil lamp. By astute placing of my gascape and some acquired waterproof sheeting, I had made it rainproof. About 10 that rain-swept evening, I lifted up the flap of my den, climbed in, removed my soggy boots, trousers and jacket, and eased myself into the dank blankets. I left the oil lamp burning for a while to give a little cheer to the gloom. Thoughts tumbled through my head. Home, jazz, women, leave, money, women, money, women, 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 women. I take another swig from the rum ration in my water bottle. Ghastly. I take another swig from my rum ration. Ghastly. I take another swig from my rum ration. I take another swig from my ration. I rum the ration. I rum the ration. I risk the rummin. I rum. Wednesday, November the 17th, 1943. The BBC News. Heavy rain in Italy is slowing the Allied advance. Advance? What advance? Today was a crisis day. The drivers tell us of chaos on the road, flooding and cataclysmic subsidence has all but brought traffic to a halt. A recce party returned with the news that we have a new gun position at 966-976. Come to romantic 966-976 and take the waters. Wallow in health-giving mud baths. I'm saying all this from my den when Edgington's voice draws night. Hist! I hear a voice from yon catacomb. He pops his head under the gascape. Come on, I'm off to Brecker. The rain is running down the gascape he holds over his head. I still feel groggy, but I don my clothes, and together we slurp towards the cookhouse. It's a large tent among the apple trees. At the serving table stands Ronnie May and Charlie Booth. They've been up since 6 making the grub. Again a fried egg, some spam stuff, bread, jam and tea. Slip, slop, slurp we go, sheltering the food under our capes. The command post fire is almost out. Wenham is inside, disconnecting the dags. I'm leaving 2 new ones, he said in his Sussex burr. Lieutenant Wright comes in behind us. Oh dear. Who's let the fire out? We quickly added some more twigs. The twigs are very damp, but when they burn they have a lovely applewood smell. Still no firing. We call up the OP. Lieutenant Walker wants to speak to Lieutenant Wright. They pass pleasantries. He hands me back the phone. I speak to Bombardier Edwards. What's it like up there? Bloody wet. Jerry's very quiet. It's live and let live at the moment, though he did a bit of mortaring around us last night. Don't come back here. You'll be killed by boredom. Is it dry up there? Yes, we're in a building. What's left of it? I give up what's left of it, I laughed. You silly bugger. You know the guns are out of action? Yes, I know, but we've got to stay here for observation. We've been flash-spotting Jerry's guns at night. Well, I'm going to finish my tea now. See ya. To emulate the events that happened the rest of the day, carry out the following exercise. Pour 3 buckets of water over yourself, face a blank wall, and chain smoke. Thursday, November the 18th, 1943. Today was, as Sean O'Casey said, a state of chassis. Everything is now mud-brown. Men, machine, trees, mountains, apples. I hear Edgington singing, "It's a brown world without you," to the tune of "It's a blue world without you." I'd try and match it with, "When the brown of the night meets the brown of the day, someone waits for me." He then tops it with, "When you hear that serenade in brown." I go on with, "Brown moon, I saw you standing alone." And I sing, "Am I brown?" He sings St. Louis Browns. Then, "My dear little Alice brown gown." Brown skies, there'll be brown birds over the brown cliffs of Dover. We have to be ready by midday. The only way to get the guns out of the mud is tractors. We are to try the Americans. "Americans?" gasped the Major. "No, we must never sink that low." "But we are sunk that low, sir. That's why we need them," we informed him. To our aid came 3 giant American tractors. They eventually help us onto the road facing northeast. Fuller revs up his motorbike. "Follow me," he says, and goes straight into the ditch. It's all too much. We leap out and pull the bike off him. Why did he look like that? His face has disappeared. He is now convulsed with laughter. I am now travelling with Ernie Hart. A thin, cadaverous face. The rims of his eyes look red and sore. He was a nice lad with a quiet sense of humour. So quiet no one ever heard it. I tell him our destination. "San Domenico," he reported. "Lots of sands in this country." "Yes, sans fags, sans money, sans every bloody thing." Behind us we can see Monkey One truck, Webster's face showing occasionally through the windscreen wipers. Behind that, a line of our vehicles at varying distances. A sign. You are travelling over this bridge by courtesy of the USA 345 Bridge Building Company. Oh, we could do more of this. Like these shell holes are by the courtesy of the 74th Medium Regiment. Or this devastated landscape comes to you by courtesy of the 5th Army. Or a sign pilled on oneself. This crummy battle list comes to you by courtesy of our mean bloody quarter bloke. Jerry had made a thorough job in blowing all the bridges. Every one we cross has been laboriously replaced with a Bailey. Total weight of a gun plus the scammer is nearly 25 tons. They have to slow up when crossing, and gradually the light trucks pull ahead of the gun convoy. The torrential rain forces us to pull down the back canvas of our truck. We have stopped. Big deal. We hear raised voices. A large lorry has slidden off the road. The driver's face covered in blood. He's being hauled up from below. Other mud-saturated figures are helping him in another truck. They all have to shout above the roar of the deluge. It's like a school for the deaf. We are off at a snail's pace. God knows how drivers can cope. "Can you see where you're going?" calls Hart through to poor driver masters. "No," comes the reply. "I'm driving in Braille." It's about midday, or if you go by the light, midnight. We have been halted on a road. To our right, looming over us, are Monte Santa Croce and Monte Mattoni, both over 600 to 1,000 feet. They run east to west on a range that ends up near the coast with Monte Mascaccio 800 feet. "That ought to keep the draft out," said Hart. All that day we were truck-bound by rain. If and when the bloody stuff stopped, we debust and stretched our legs. There is no sign or word of the cookhouse. "I think, under the circumstances, we should all surrender," I said. Somehow the cooks have managed to juggle up a hot meal, a temporary affair of 2 lorries about 10 feet apart, with the canvas spread over to cover the area in between. In it they had done the impossible, a hot dinner. As I collected mine, I told Ronnie May I was writing to Buckingham Palace to recommend him for an award. "Never mind a bloody award," he says. "Ask them for some fucking matches that aren't damp. I have to sleep with mine in my pocket, otherwise this bloody mob wouldn't get any hot grub." "Let me help," I said dramatically. "I would consider it an honour to sleep with your matches in my pocket." Bombardier Fuller explains, "When this bloody rain stops, we got to dig the command post over there." He points to a small land area about 30 feet below us in the valley. "We dig into that bank. The 10-9 exchange will go in the cave to the left." He indicates a small cave. "And to the left of that, I think there's a cave big enough to take the monkey truck mob." Poor Fuller. He's up to his eyebrows in mud. Riding a motorbike in this weather is like going over the Niagara Falls on a gas stove. The rain stopped. I found a bank on the road, under the cover of a large tree. With my motley collections of boxes, tins, boards, etc., I rigged up a bed and got my tent into position. It was very damp, but at least I could keep in the dead position. The proximity of passing traffic to my bed was but a few feet. However, I had a home. Before turning in, I listened to the BBC Overseas 6 o'clock broadcast. The Germans are pulling out to pre-prepared positions called the Gustav Line. Mussolini is in Verona at the head of the Provisional Fascist Government. The Russians continue their relentless advance in midwinter. How do they do it? And here we are, all standing still. Wednesday, November the 19th, 1943. Thank God! Today is sunny, hooray! "Look!" I shouted, kneeling and pointing a quivering finger aloft. "The sun! I tell 'ee it's the sun! People say I's daft, but I tell 'ee that's the sun. I heard people in England say that if you sees the sun, they report it to the police." "Yes, yes," said Bombardier Fuller, "and that," he says, pointing, "is a shovel. Start fucking digging." I realised, said Vic Nash, that with all the digging I've done out here, I must have changed the shape of Italy. Vic is short, about 5'5", looks Jewish, but isn't. He was a pastry cook in the Old Kent Road before the war, but now he's digging command post. "Why didn't they put me in the Army Catering Corps?" "Well, you should have asked," said Bombardier True. "I did ask," said Nash, a note of exasperation. I said, "Look, I'm a pastry cook by trade. Can I go in the Catering Corps?" Nash pauses, lights a cigarette. The sergeant said, "Of course, you're lucky. They need cooks in the Royal Artillery." So I thought I was safe, but now, fuck it, look at this lot. He held up a shovel coagulated with mud. We freeze as the sound of a plane is heard overhead. Whose are they? Where are they? They loom into view from the south. Boston, said True. Their engines are labouring under the weight of bombs. Above them and to the right are a squadron of Kitty Hawks. Americans! For Christ's sake, don't move, warned Edgerton, or they'll have us all. They move majestically towards the Abruzzi Mountains, Jerry flak peppering the air around them. It's astounding that so few planes get hit, said Deans, peering at the conflict with his right hand shading his eyes. Well, I said, it's very difficult for a shell and the plane to be in the same place at the same time. By the law of averages, it can't happen too often. Ooh, hark at bloody Einstein, says Nash, tapping his head with his finger. I say this, the shell with your number on will get you no matter where you're standing. For all we know, there's one on its way right now to us. Understand? I cupped my hand to my ear and leaned forward. List! I think I can hear it now. No, wait. No. It's not for you. It's for Mrs. Ada Grolix of Brockley. Even as I spoke, a plume of smoke starts to trail from one of the Bostons. They've got one, shouted Ernie Hart enthusiastically. We all cheered. The Boston turned in a slow circle and started to head back to base. We watched as it jettisoned its bombs. The smoke was still trailing from its port engine as it passed into the distance in the direction of what must have been Foggia Aerodrome. I bet there's a few city underpants up there, said Edgerton grimly. Oh, and there's a lot of city underpants down here, said Nash, who hadn't been able to get a bath for nearly 10 days. The Boston gradually diminishes into the nothingness of the distance. Well, that made a nice little break, said Ernie Hart. It sounded heartless, but things like planes on fire were all the real entertainment we had. If a lorry crashed in a ditch, the men would come from all over to see it pulled out again. Anything to break the boredom. There's a fortune waiting for the man who can invent portable owls. Edgerton says this with a strained voice as he hurls a shovel of mud. There is a pause, and then I sing, Owls, portable owls. They be useful to all the troops, including the Poles. Yes, we need owls, portable owls, and I'm stuck for words, so Edgerton continues. It'd save us all having to dig like bloody moles. He's stuck, and I continue. Shoveling lumps of mud is very bad for me. When I started, I was 6'1", but now I'm 4'3". The flow of the muse is interrupted by the dreaded Major Evan Jenkins. He walks with his torso bent forward at a ears me nose me arse's following angle. He looks at the hole. Why aren't you digging under a camouflage net? He said, his little beady eyes boring into our souls. The answer came very simple. We haven't got one, sir. Send someone at once to Wagon Lines and draw one. Yes, sir, said Fuller, but the inflection sounded like, you bastard. Bomley Hart, take monkey truck and collect a scrim net. Hart grins. He offs, and soon we watch monkey truck pull away from the road. Jenkins is still trouble hunting. Have you got a track plan? Yes, sir. Where is it? Hurriedly, I invented the track plan. We keep to the edge of the drop, and when we reach the road, we turn right under the tree, sir. Was all he said. A track plan was this. So as not to leave new trails all over the landscape, we all kept to one path to draw less attention from Jerry observation planes. As the entire landscape was one great churned-up mud bath, it didn't matter where you walked or drove, as the water and the mud washed away all traces of the track. But to keep peace, we pretended. We watched him as he dutifully walked along the edge of the drop, keeping to the track plan that didn't exist. He did stop and pause once and look back as though he didn't believe me. Then he walked on. Fuck him. We continued combined digging and moaning. By evening we have a large, dank command post ready. First thing, the fire. After the addition of twigs and a tin full of derv, whoosh, it ignites and settles down to give us a friendly warmth. We hide inside for a while as Ben Wenham fixes up the lights. Lazy buggers, he said, seeing us all huddle around the fire. Lazy buggers, explodes Edgerton. Where were you when the shit hit the fan? Specialists are coming in with their gear. Signallers are setting up their number 22 wireless sets, connecting up the batteries. Mr. Wright is duty officer. He ducks under our blackout curtain and surveys our efforts. Very nice. 10 out of 10. Ernie Hart has just come in with extra firewood. And what nice gunner is going to help bring in the Yule log? He throws the firewood in the corner. Yule log? Of course, my God, it would soon be December. The first one away from home. Out of the bloody way, says Shapiro, who backs in with the drum of Don 5 cable. Behind him comes Pinchback. They've been laying a line from the OP and are well covered in muck. Wherever you like it, my lord, said Shapiro. I point to a spot by the wireless. Pinchbeck is bearing the two wires with his pliers and with professional deftness connects the telephone and buzzes the OP. Shapiro watches, a cigarette between his lips. Pinchbeck buzzes again, a look of anxiousness on his face. If the line isn't through, it means they have to traverse the whole bloody line again to find what's wrong. Pinchbeck smiles. "Hello, OP? OK, yes. Finding a what? You be bloody lucky." He grins and hangs up. "Cheeky buggers, they want to know if tea will be served on the lawn." "Who was it?" I said. "Jam jar." "Tea on the lawn, Moxoney Hunt. Where he lives, he hasn't got a bloody lawn." "That is a truth," said Edgington pontifically, rubbing his hands together. "Let's face it. Like us, he is a common or garden citizen. And," I added, "as we haven't got a garden or a common, that's why we're in this bloody hole in the ground." "Grub up!" A voice from outside speaks and enters by pushing a dixie of hot stew, followed by a hand and then a body belonging to Bombadil Edwards. There is a mass exodus, but I am clutched by the arm. "You stay and make like you're on duty," said Bombadil Fuller. "Badger." I seek solace in a fag. Opposite me, Lieutenant Wright sits in a wooden box reading a book. It made little difference if he was sitting on a book reading a box. It's all very cushy with the fire going. With headphones on, I'm wrapped up with the music. A tap on the shoulder. "Turning, I see, Ernie Hart. I've come to release you from your bondage." "Oh, thank. What's for dinner?" "It's M&V again." They must run out of that one day. The batman and slave labour have built a very fine officers' mess come billet. They have laboured this long day to achieve it. Woody, that's Jenkins' batman, tells us, "Next we're going to build a bloody hotel with hot water." November the 20th, 1943. The morning of November the 20th burst cheerily on us with an exciting cold downpour. Oh, gad, it was good to be alive. The question was, were we? We are concluding the finishing touches on the command post. There's a sandbag blast wall on the open side of the dugout. There are many brilliant minds at work in the war. Radar, infrared telescopes, Mulberry Harbours, but no bugger has invented how to get wet mud into a sandbag. We are almost pouring it in. When we seal the sandbag, the mixture starts to squeeze through the hessian like thin spaghetti. We fill them to bursting, and yet when we lay another bag on top, it flattens like a wafer. Wonderful. "This isn't a job," moans one miserable gunner. "This is a bloody sentence." 17 battery tell us they have managed to fire 20 rounds in the afternoon. "The bloody fools," said Gunner Falls. "If we all kept quiet, Jerry would pack it in and we could all go home." Gunner Birch is amusing his little mind by standing on the sandbag and giggling as it sprouts myriad growths of muddy spaghetti. "Here," he says in a surprised voice. "It's sexy." "Sexy?" says Bombadil Fuller. "You must be bloody hard up for it if you get the Colin watching that." Across the road, a battery of 3.7 let off a salvo of gunfire. The noise is such that all conversation is silenced. We start miming, and it gets out of hand. Gunner Edgington, is caught in the middle of a very involved mime, standing on one leg and licking the back of his right hand. "I give up. What is it?" I said. It's a one-legged man eating a toffee apple." "Oh, you clever gunner." We are silenced again by the 3/7. While we cavorted in the mud, in the bright sunlit days of the Dodecanese, the British are losing the Greek islands to the Germans. It's all in the news, in rather slanted terms. British troops are fighting a, quote, "skillful retreat on the Isle of Leros. HQ Middle East Command say, the more we delay them, the better it is for us." As we listen to this statement, the faces of the gunners break into wry, disbelieving smiles. "Who are they kidding?" "It must be for home consumption," said True. "My mother would listen to that and think we were winning." It was strange coming from him, because it was a fact that when True had sent his first photo of himself in Italy to his family, they wrote back and asked if we were losing. Birch had sent his photo back to his sweetheart, and she wrote back asking who it was. The worst was Gunner Collins. His family sent his photo back marked "not known at this address." My mother father and brother had sent me a photo intended to boost my morale. When I saw it, I thought they were all convalescing from rabies. They were all white-faced, with fixed false teeth smiles and staring eyes. The explanation was it was taken by magnesium flash, badly printed, and the photographer, Mr. Wheel, had asked them to open your eyes wide to get a good expression. The result was dead people standing up. Dean's Nash & Files have done a great job on their bivvy. It now has a fireplace, and so, in the evening, Harry and I go in for a warm. It was one evening, with the rain running in rivers, when we cooked up a tune, the Rockamanfina Rumba. From somewhere I had obtained an ocarina, and, with Edgington banging on a box of matches, we gradually bring alive a tune. It went like this. The rumba, Rockamanfina rumba, a snappy little lumba, Rockamanfina ray, oh caramba, the natives say caramba, Rockamanfina rumba, a Rockamanfina way. It was in the battery charts for about 3 weeks, but it never became a hit. Jamjar Griffin comes in. He's heard the music. Is this where all the action is, he says, his bulk blocking the entrance. What a waistline! It came up to his armpits. It seemed wider than his shoulders, and when he jitterbugged, it appeared he was wearing a lifebelt under his jacket. Bloody Jerry officer at the OP. He said the war would last another 2 years. Well, I think he was right, I said. Oh, said Griffin. He's right, but it was the arrogant way he said it, as though he was personally making it last 2 years. I told him to bloody well where he got off. I said we could finish the war tomorrow. We just kept it going so we could kill off as many of you bastards as we can. That's no way to talk to an officer, I said. Under the Geneva Convention, he could report you for swearing at a prisoner of war, and you'd be fined 10 shillings and a week to pay. Jamjar puffed up in anger. Swear at him! He's lucky I didn't fuck him. I understood his feelings. Being at the OP is no holiday. Being mortared and shelled, along with infantry attacks, it starts to build up a sort of a hate. Whenever I was at the OP and saw any of our dead or wounded, I really felt burned up with rage. Having lost many friends in the fighting, it's very hard to take a passive view. Gunner Forrest has just come in our tent and asked if anybody could read a letter to him. Edgington volunteered. The letter was addressed from his parents at home. Prepare yourself for a slight shock, said Edgington. From the borough of Ealing, rates overdue up to the month of July 1940, £3.18. If not paid within 20 days, proceeding will be taken. Forrest rode and snatched the letter. Fucking hell. A fucking rich man in Italy. I don't believe it. At 6 o'clock, it's as black as a nigger's bum at midnight. Still no news of any firing. Rain, rain. Deans is in his cooking mood and about to hurl onto us a giant, long flour and water pudding with curried cabbage inside. It was christened the Mongoloid Monster. I think we're all bloody lucky. All this grub, steaming hot, tea, marmalade duff to follow, high-altitude chocolate. Edgington stops to poke some grub between his dinner manglers. Those poor bloody infantry lads up in the front. You're telling me, said Jamjar. The last OP, we could only get grub up by mules, and they were lucky not to be eaten. Oh, yeah, it's cushy back here. This, he looked around the humble interior. This, he said, this is fucking luxury. I was feeling in my pockets for a tin of mannequin shroots that my father had sent in advance of Christmas. With a great gesture, I took the brown tin, opened it, and let their eyes feast on it. Caw! Cigars! Edgington shouted, and then, putting on his cross-eyed rich brother's look, he took one with an old-worldly flourish, and with a new-worldly flourish he stuck it behind his ear-hole. The aroma after dinner was that of a London club after the port. We all felt relaxed, so we continued with our ocarina guitar and matchbox concert. This time, others joining in on empty mugs and tins. We sang and yarned until 11 o'clock, mad midnight fools that we were. Harry Edgington is singing a song he wrote to his unborn child. Your mum and I, we spent a lifetime apart. And through the war years, we knew our heartaches, but that's over now, and you make your bow to your mum and I. We were all very moved, but not the 3.7 gunners behind us, who let fly a shattering barrage. That wound up the concert. Good nights, good nights. In my damp roadside bed, with traffic a few feet from my head, I fell asleep and awoke with tar marks up my body. November the 21st, 1943. My diary. Sunny early morning, rush to hang blankets out to dry. Alf Fildes' diary. Began sunny, but developed into usual rain. Regimental diary. At midday, 19 battery reported 2 guns ready for action. Bombard fired. Little improvement in the weather. Mrs. Cronk of Lewisham's diary. Cat died. Cancel milk. My watch points to the hour of... Oh, my God, my watch has stopped. Bombardier Sid Price, he knows about watches. Ah, you see, he said, mending it. You have to wind it up, you see, he said. How silly of me. Down in our little valley, there's a small stream where women of the village do laundry. I approached one, who was only too glad to accept my chocolate ration to do mine. Her name is Maria. Everybody in Italy is called Maria. The men, the dogs, the chickens, the lot. With 2 guns nearly ready for firing, we're all back on duty. Monkey 2 truck takes a party up to the line to see if it's still there. I have a good look around the area. There must be 100 artillery pieces packed into half a mile square. Ah, Bombardier Marsden is up with the rations. A mob I resemble around the tailboard of the 1,500-weight truck. Marsden and Di Poole run the NAFI issue. Di was stone deaf. If you gave him a 100-lira note with 20-lira change to come, he would put it in the cash box and forget it. Repeated requests for change were met with deaf indifference. He must have made a fortune. After the war I saw him once at a symphony concert. A strange disease has shown itself. Diesel dermatitis. It's mostly among the drivers. Driver Kidgel has his face covered in a purple dye. What is it? I said. It's called gentian violet. You look like a leper. Yes, I got a begging bowl in me cab. He was up from the wagon lines to help winch some of the guns into position. We're behind that village over there, he said, pointing towards San Dominica. This was where RHQ was, now ensconced in comfort. The dream of every gunner was to get a job at RHQ, usually in a house and thus home from home. At this moment, that skinny bugger Evan Jenkins was in charge at RHQ in the absence of Colonel Scoresby, who had left to visit the regimental training area and visit the sick in Naples Hospital. Visit the sick, said Kidgel. Who does he think he is, Florence Nightingale? No, I said, he's more like Florence Nightingale, the lady with the lump. Mick Ryan is calling. Kidgel! Never mind all that chatting. Come and help me get this bloody gun on the platform. Come in, Sarge, says Kidgel, and waddles, yes, waddles the short arts away. Quack, 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 I shout after him. He doesn't turn, but raises 2 fingers behind his back. I'm laughing when a lorry passes and speckles me with mud. What's this? I'm on duty starting 11:30 and through till 2:30, along with Birch. Loaded with my writing pad, old Life magazines, and 2 Mars bars for my NAFI purchases, I set myself up in the command post. Lieutenant Pride is there. He has his boot off, trying to hammer down a nail with a stone. We start firing at 100, Bombardier, he said. On one leg, apparently, sir. If needs be, Milligan, yes. I would not stand in the way of a one-legged order, sir, I said. You know that. Bombardier Deans is doing various computations on the artillery board with a pencil that I swear is only 1/8 of an inch long. Who's at the OP? I asked. Lieutenant Walker, Nash Griffin, and Bombardier Edwards. I'm afraid I don't know what the signals are. He cringes and said, You won't report me for that, will he, young master? Oh, dear. Trouble with wireless communications. Surrounded by mountains, reception is down to strength 3. I put up the extension aerial, but no go. We have to transmit by Morse code. I had a Charlie on the other end from HQ who sent this message. Reservisits, Sitrabadins, Etotmidin, via Donovan in Virgin Dur. The rest of the day was a plague of these messages. One I just could not understand. He went, Kapalakan Ekeln Vicken Act MO for Kapanachlekening Ebelicum MO. Days later it came through in Part 2 orders. Captain Levine MO to act for Captain Benty MO. But by which time it was too late for Captain Levine to act for Captain Bentley MO, because he had fallen and fractured his bloody ankle. So we now had 2 MOs ill. At last, the biter bitten. Bentley had diagnosed his own illness as malaria, only to have another doctor diagnose it correctly as jaundice. Not to lose face, Bentley insists that the medical report states that he has malaria and jaundice, a sort of a malondis. We had a brief spell of gunfire from A and D sub, a total of 10 rounds apiece, and then stand down. Bombardier Beaton from the gun speaks onto the intercom. Hello, Command Post. We haven't had any overseas news today. Could we hear it this evening? And the reception was bad, I said. The latest news is that World War II is still on. How are the lads? We're all pissed off. It weren't for Naffy today, we'd have deserted. Never mind, it'll soon be Christmas. Christmas? What's that? 2:30, Pinchbackers arrived to relieve me. Pinchback and I had both lived in India and often conversed in Urdu. Kitne baji hai? Sir, 2 baji, said Pinchak. Shabash, bilkul theek hai. Lieutenant Price looks up. I think we have a couple of WOG deserters here, he says to Bombardier Deans. Shall I search them for curry powder, sir? Where is that Edgington? That Edgington is in a cave. A strange affair. The entrance hole is but the size of a man, but within we see the entire monkey crew spread around the commodious interior. He is, of course, clutched in his writing fever. He holds up his hand, a signal that I am to remain silent. He scribes on. I imitate a violin solo playing Hearts and Flowers. He is not amused. He is apparently in a self-hypnotic trance, where he can almost feel the presence of his beloved sweetheart Peg. At the start of my music, he looks up with a strange sexual look, part Lochinvar, part Svengali, and part soldier. His lovely head bends to the letter as he finalizes it with a myriad kisses. Oh, Harry, you mustn't get yourself into these states, Gunner Edgington. It's not good for you. You'll get lumps in your groins, and that can only be reduced by the cool hand of the Temple Maiden. Well, he finally deigns to speak. That's that. That is that, I agreed. And this, I point to my ear, is this. Also, I pointed to the fingers of my left hand. Those are those. He could not stay grim for long. He smiled. I said, there's a good boy, I said. Diddums is smiling. Diddums will give Mummy a nice little kick in the cobblers in a minute. Wait! He's a complete change of mood. Suddenly he says, I've got a new tune, mate. He hums the first chord to give me the key, then sings the melody, occasionally dropping in a few harmonic notes. Like all his tunes, it's beautifully melodic. The words he mused will be something like this. He sang, Remember how we kissed in the autumn, September turning green things into auburn. It didn't rhyme, did it? Never mind, he didn't care. It was World War II. I was never to hear the completed tune until the year 1956 at his home in Wood Green. I'm standing in the half-light of the cave, listening to Edgington singing his tune, when there enters one unromantic peddler palmer from Devon shores, a true Urslam. Mar, he said. Now, why a man wants to say R is beyond me. Where has the great Swede basher who says R been hiding, I said. The great Swede basher, he replies, has been getting his naffy. He starts to empty his pockets. Toothpaste, a new toothbrush, 3 bars of chocolate, a packet of Wrigley's chewing gum, a packet of Beecham's powders, a pot of Vaseline, and powers that be, a dozen pair of bootlaces. Well, he explains, after the war, there'll be a shortage of them, you see, and I'm not going to be caught walking around Devon with no laces in my boots. As there was no bootlace drought after the war, I can only imagine that Pedlar Palmer now lives in a home crammed with World War II bootlaces. He could have started a panic. I mean, a man rushes into the tent and says, "There's going to be a post-war shortage of dental fixative." Men run out and start buying it to open post-war dental fixative shops and make a fortune. They would rupture themselves carrying kit bags and big packs bursting with tins of denture fixatives. Imagine the Germans. They take prisoners who appear to own nothing but sacks of dental fixatives. Hitler. Dental fixative, hein? Rommel. Ja, mein Führer. Hitler. It is a trap. Rommel. Trap? Ja, eine dental fixative trap. Rommel. How does that work? Hitler. We don't know yet, but we soon will. I have arranged for the 14th Panzer Regiment to have all their teeth taken out and made meet the false choppers using the captured British dental fix mix. Soon we will know what their secret is. Ha ha ha! November the 22nd, 1943. My diary. Rain. Talk of special pits for guns so they can fire at maximum elevation. How exciting. Files diary. Terrible guts due to this prolonged tinned food. Strange. I didn't know our tinned food was prolonged. When did I last hear a gunner asking for a tin of prolonged meat stew? We now have a serious problem with wireless communications. That is, we haven't any. Talk of putting out a halfway wireless relay station. Gunner Edgington's pubic appearance. Crabs! They've got crabs! The cry runs through the Surrey rank. The theys were the crew of Monkey Tuck 2. It was the first massed outbreak of crabs in the battery. How proud we were of them! At last the label "Dirty Bastards" could be added to the battery honours. The only other mass outbreak of crabs was Gunner Neat in Bexhill. He told the MO he got them off a girl in Blackpool. "I brought them south for the sun, sir," he said. Among the crab-ridden is Gunner Edgington. Let him recount the grisly details. We hadn't had our clothes off for some considerable time, much less our underwear. And, as I said, a bath was something we only vaguely remembered from a long time ago. My hair was a matted lump. All we knew at the time was to get phone lines out and keep them going. All else was sleep and food, and a good deal of the latter was often scrounged from strange outfits we encountered while out on the line. Not surprisingly, we began to smell strongly, and then to scratch. The irritation became incessant, and something obviously had to be done. I don't think Dr. Bentley came over to us. It was just arranged by phone calls that we go over to our HQ. I think there must have been more than M2 team, for the crab-ridden were taken in 3-tonners to where some showers had been erected in the corner of a field. The showers were a Heath Robinson contraption, mounted under a tin roof on angle-arm supports, but they were thoroughly efficient. Captain Bentley, keeping a distance, called instructions from the safety of his room on the upper floor of an adjacent building. "Strip off," he called to us. "Have a thorough wash down all over, as hot as you can possibly stand it." In the middle of the field, in full view of civilians and soldiers alike, we disported ourselves joyously under 4 very efficient jets of steam and nearly boiling water, to the accompaniment of screams, yells, and crackles. "Blimey, you can see the bloody things. You can see 'em moving on your skin, the little bastards." Sure enough, I could see my collection of the skin of my belly just above the short and curlies. Some 5 minutes, and Bentley calls out, "OK, that's enough. Get up here like lightning." Away we went in a tight bunch for the steps which led up the side of the building, these being only wide enough to permit one at a time. It meant some of us had to ease back to create a single-file rush up the stairs, all naked and freezing. Into a small bare room we thundered, its only furniture a bare table on which stood in a row 7 empty cigarette tins and a large daub of cotton wool alongside, but no sign of Captain Bentley, though. Looking round puzzled, we saw his grinning face peering round a distant door at the far end of the room. He had no wish to get near us. The legends, "Crabs can jump 6 feet," still lingered on. "Right, each man grab a tin and a blob of cotton wool. Dip the cotton wool in the tin and dab it generously all over the affected parts. Now, quickly, quickly. He slammed the door in case any escaped. Looking in my tin, I saw a clear mauve liquid. The lads were all still chortling and crying in mock agony. "Unclean! Unclean!" and ringing imaginary warning handbells. The fluid was liberally applied, back balls and bellies as well, not one of us having guessed what it was. It took about 10 to 15 seconds to act, then everyone's balls caught fire. It was raw alcohol. The first "Go, mate!" was rapidly echoing all around, followed by a growl of "Oh, God, bloody!" Faces were transfixed with pain and cross-eyed agony. They yelled, they screamed, they fell, they rolled, they jumped. They ran back and forth, they twisted, clattered into the walls, into each other, they fell over the table. At the height of this chaotic fandango, I was sat on the floor, knees drawn up, right hand fanning my wedding tackle, when, through the melee of flailing arms and legs and prancing bodies, I saw the inner door open slightly, and Bentley's face appeared in the narrow gap. "Merry Christmas," he said, and was gone. For Edgington to remember that occasion in such detail 35 years after the event is quite a feat of memory. Mind you, you don't get crabs every day, not even at the fishmonger's. November the 23rd, 1943. "Milligan, files!" a voice of authority calls. It tells us we are to take 24 hours rations, drive to the top of Monte Cristi, and set up a wireless relay station. "They say the reason for the bad reception is adverse metals," said Files. "Adverse metals?" I said. "What are adverse metals?" "Fuck knows," he said. "Do you think it's the metal rings and the lace holes in our boots?" Files suggested. "Adverse metals, I intoned repeatedly. It's a lovely phrase, adverse metals. I phoned up the now crab-free Edgington. "Hello," he replied in an angry voice, obviously suffering from burning balls. "Is Edgington there?" "Yes, I'm here. What do you want?" "How's the old scorched scrotum?" "Oh, Christ," he groaned, "you should see him. They're going up and down like yo-yos." "Have you any adverse metals?" There was a small pause. "What?" I repeat the query. "Adverse metals." "Adverse metal," he chuckles. "I cannot tell a lie. I have no adverse metals, but I have a pair of bright red gobblers." "Did they have any effect on wireless communications?" "No," he chuckled. "They aren't picking up any signals." "Then you can't have any adverse metals inside them." "That's very comforting," he said. "It's bad enough having them skinned raw without lumps of metal inside." Files had put chains on the wheels of the truck. Does he think they're going to escape? We wave goodbye and take the road that travels round the rear of our position, skirting the foot of Monte Croce. We get onto a rough mountain road, slippery as grease. The road finally disappears. It's coming to something when the road can't get up the hill. By steady driving, Files gradually makes it to the top. We pull up just below the crest. The slopes are slightly wooded with a scrubby grass floor. We look down into the valley at our gun positions behind. So skillful is the camouflage, we can see everything. Cautiously we peer over the crest into enemy territory. The view is obscured by drizzle and mist. Ah, comfort. That's the thing. Brew up. Hot water boil for dinner. Make up beds in back of truck. We stow our spare gear in the driving cab. After attempts are made to contact the OP, we have no luck. We report this to the command post. They say, "Stay up there on listening watch." We put the set to receive and put the earphones in a mess tin to amplify the sound. "What was that place with the church?" said Files. He's writing an email home. "It's terra corpo," I tell him. Freely translated, it means land body. "Land body?" he echoed. "Yes. We were somewhere around the legs, the foothills, you might say. Ha 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 ha." It's night. We have our dinner in beds. The back flap is buttoned down, and with the light running from the battery, I'm smoking and listening to AFN Naples. The news is, French-Moroccan troops reinforcements have arrived in Italy. Japs resisting like fury in Bougainville. Tito's Yugoslav partisans are holding down over 20 German and Bulgarian divisions. By Jove, I said, it started to go our way, I remember saying to Files. Laconically saying, "It doesn't seem to matter which way it's going, we're still out here in the shit. It's remarkably peaceful on our mountain. The night has no sounds save the gunfire from the valleys below. The rushing sound of 25-pounders and 5.5 shells can be heard travelling overhead. We can hear mules and men. The mules win. They're bringing up rations for the infantry. I think they were the Royal Berkshires. I wonder who they thought we were. I thought I was Lance Bombardier Milligan, but I'd been wrong before. Once back in Tunis, I'd been pulled up by the military police who asked who I was, and I said, Napoleon, and they said, this way to the police station. I fall asleep, leaving Alf files scribing away. In the dark night, the war went on. Being able to sleep peacefully, dry, snug and warm was, I suppose, a luxury. November the 24th, 1943. My diary. Up very early to contact our gun position. Reception strength 9, but the OP strength only 1. I will try and put up a very long aerial. Files diary. Officer from the 70 battery arrives to pass on shoot for Major Jenkins. Nice chap. We had an affable day. The aerial. This was a metal interslotting series of metal poles with a cross-shaped antenna at the top. Its maximum height was 20 feet. We contacted Ernie Hart at the command post. Any mail up, Ernie? Over?
Yes, over.
Any for me off files? Over?
Hold on, over.
We wait, during which time he makes inquiries.
Yes, there's some for both of you, over.
Great. Any news about leave? Over?
No, nothing. There's a rumour about 48 hours in Naples.
Can you tell Edgington that the mist is on the Swanicles? Over?
The what? Over?
The mist is on the Swanicles. Over.
What's it mean? Over?
He'll understand. Over and out. The pattern of the day is only broken by rushes to do a slash and cook the lunch. We keep our bit of fire area dry by laying a gas cape over it. We make tea about every 2 hours. Doing a pony is difficult and entails getting a rain-ridden bum. Of course, our leader, Churchill, he's not kipping in the back of a truck. No, he and his crony Roosevelt are in sunny Cairo, and, as it's Thanksgiving Day, he's got Roosevelt carving great lumps of turkey at his villa. And so stoned does the old man get that after the scoff they put the gramophone on and the Prime Minister of England dances with Mr. Wilson. What's happening to the war, you say? So, Churchill is foxtrotting in Cairo, Milligan is keeping in the mud of Italy. Game, set and match to Churchill, I'd say. On the 8th Army front, the 78th Division and the Indian 8th Division have attacked and got across the Sangro. God knows how they did it in this weather. Perhaps they had umbrellas. The evening comes in dark and gloomy. Alf boils up a couple of tins of stew. Sitting up in bed, we eat it, and small talk. He tells me his missus has sent him a Conway and Stewart pen. A Conway and Stewart pen. I clutch the bedclothes with excitement. He shows me the latest photo of his wife Lily and their 2 kids. I clutch the bedclothes with excitement. Now then, on the morrow we would try and extend the aerial. Yes, that's it. We would try and extend the aerial. Meantime, next day. I'll try and put it up this tree, Alf, I said, with good intentions. You should look good in a tree. I always thought in your paybook where it says place of birth, it should say tree. Hold this aerial, Alf, I said, and I will climb up and insult you from a great height. The words rang clear on the morning air. Also clear in the morning air was my lone scream as I fell 10 feet. Are you all right? Said Files with a whimsical smile. Of course. Don't you know, falling 10 feet from a tree is always all right. Clutching and swearing, twigs snapping around me, I managed to get up to the lower branches again and let out a Tarzan call. Oh! Pass me up the aerial, Alf, says Milligan. It would appear I've climbed too high for him to reach me. You'll have to come down a bit, he says. The tree is wintergreen and slippery. In various contortions that are only done by men with strychnine poisoning, I get to a lower level and give another Tarzan call. Oh! Here. Grab hold, says Files, holding up the aerial. I firmly grab one of the windmill's antenna. It snaps off. Never mind, there's still 3 more, he said cheerfully. I'd try and haul the thing through a complex of leaves and boughs. Now, a 20-foot-long pole is no manoeuvrable item. It was like trying to thread a giant darning needle, and I wasn't trained for that. I gave another Tarzan call. Oh! It got to the stage where I was trapped between the branches and the aerial. "Shall I chop the tree down?" said Files, giggling. "It's the antenna," I said. "That's in the way. I'll unscrew them." I soon had 3 loose antennae in one hand, and I find the other hand insufficient to climb and hold the aerial. "Cat," I said, and dropped the antenna. Looking up, Files loses his balance and starts to slide back down the muddy slope. So smooth is his progress that he doesn't realize he's moving. Gently, the back of his nut collides with the tree. I gave a Tarzan call, and a lot of bloody good it did. Oh! The antennae are now slopped in the mud. I, in contrast, am covered in green moss and scratches. This is all called modern wireless communication. "Look, shall I come up and help?" said Files. "No, I don't need help. I am the complete wireless technician." To prove it, I gave another Tarzan call. Ah! A wet officer from 17 Battery appears at the bottom of the tree. He explains to File that he is to pass on a shoot for Major Jenkins. Files explained that this is not possible until the aerial is up. The officer can hear swearing issuing from the tree behind him, because Milligan has ripped the knee of his battle dress. It's letting in the cold mountain air, something his London-bred knee's not accustomed to. The officer is Lieutenant Pascoe. Young, slim, very refined. He could hear a very unrefined voice from behind the tree saying, "Fuck all this! If it doesn't work this bloody time, I'm packing it in!" I have managed to tie the aerial to the top of the tree. "Throw the antenna up, Alf!" Using Olympic-style javelin throws, Alf manages to hit me on the chest. Can you tell the man up the tree that the shoot has to go through at 14:30 hours, said Lieutenant Pascoe politely. File shouts out the message. Milligan is unaware of the officer's presence and replies thus, "They'll be fucking lucky!" I give one more Tarzan call. Oh! On descending, I was confronted by a smiling Lieutenant Pascoe. "Did you leave Jane out there?" he said. "Oh, ha, ha. Hello, sir," I said. We're having trouble with the aerial." "Yes, I heard you having the trouble," he said. We immediately tried the strength of the new aerial. It's no better. As it is, a prearranged shoot with no adjustment of range goes through on Morse. The target laid on the rear of the crest of Limata Grande. "Oh, what's so important about that?" I asked Lieutenant Pascoe. "Nothing. It's a registration shoot for future reference." With that, he demands tea. "Yes, sir," we said, and demanded cigarettes. He gave us one each. Tea concluded, he took his leave, wandering off left towards where his transport was hidden. We hear a "Hello!" from further down the slope. Was this the spirit of Arcadia? There, amid the greenery, we see a clutch of muddy gunners in various stages of climbing. They are Bombardier Sid Price and his merry ration carriers. "Come down here," he calls. "Why?" "Because we can't get up there." "Ah, if we come down there, where you can't get up from, we'll be all down there as well, not able to get back up here, where we are now." "It's your bloody rations. Take 'em or we leave 'em here." That's a desperate situation. Alf and I slither down the hillside. Rations are rations, and we'll do anything to get them. Along with them we find 2 bloody great batteries for the wireless set. We manage to get the rations up, but the weight of the batteries is too much, so we leave the things on the mountain. Sid Price puffs his pipe as he and his porters slither backwards down the mountain. "Oi, listen! When are we going to be relieved?" I ask as a parting question. "Use a tree," he calls. We are alone again in our little heaven in the clouds. A small group of silent infantrymen are leaving their position. They pass in silence. We, for our point, have had a bellyful of wireless. Let's pack it in," I said. As a matter of fact, I feel a bit feverish. So I bed down and Files prepares an evening meal. I'd fallen asleep before he served it. He didn't bother to wake me. Thursday, November the 25th, 1943. Alf Files' diary. Still up here on the hill, but rather enjoying it. My diary. Feel better this morning. Colossal downpour of rain. Everything damp and soggy, especially me. I awoke to the roar of rain on the canvas roof. 6 o'clock. What's the matter with me? It's this army habit of early it was catching, and now I had been affected. It will take years of post-war training in bed to get back to normal. I make the morning tea and awake Files, who is lying on his back, sucking in air through his open mouth. A great sight. He opens his bloodshot eyes for 10 seconds. The brain doesn't register. I hold up his chipped mug with the steaming tea. A soppy grin spreads across his face, and a clutching hand takes the tea. "Oh, good luck," he says, and sips it, and screams as he burns his tongue. "So, what'll we do today?" he said. "Nothing." "Well, that's all we've bloody well done since we've been here." "Yes, it's a cereal," I said. We roll up the back flap of the truck and sit looking out at the rain-drenched mountainside, which gradually disappears in the mist of the downpour. "I haven't heard a sound this morning," said Files. He peers round the back of the truck. He liked a good peer. He is checking his patent water catchment. This is a hole with a piece of canvas placed in it. "It's full," he said triumphantly. It seemed lunatic to be catching water in weather like this, but we need it to wash in, saving our jerry cans of clean water for drinking. Silently, a dripping soldier appears. 17 battery, he announced. "We've come to relieve you." He pointed down the mountainside to a truck on its side. "We can't get any further up," he said. "Did you put chains on?" "No," he said. "It's bad enough we're in battle rest. It took us 2 hours to get the truck that far." "Look, it's impossible for us to get our truck down, and you can't get up, so it's pointless you staying here." He nodded and agreed. Poor bugger collects his belongings from his truck and disappears down the hill with the driver. That night, out of sheer boredom, I read my army paybook. "Interesting," said Files. "Incredible," I said. "I was born in a tree, it says here." We're off for the light and lie back smoking in the dark. The rain continues. Fancy, right now, Churchill will be sipping brandy, smoking a cigar, and dancing with a Mr. Wilson, the swine. November the 26th, 1943. It was like a spring morning. "I don't believe it," said Files. "The sun!" It changed everything. Colours once brown were now green, green, green. Today I would shave. Today I would organise my life anew. No more slobbed in bed all day. Today I would do things. What those things were, I did not yet know, but it would be things. And the first thing would be breakfast. I built a fire, and soon the bacon was sizzling. The smell is wafting through the morning air. A string of mules accompanied by Cypriot attendants come from the left and pass slowly by. They are a little amused at seeing us in nothing but socks, boots, and shirts. Files is shaving. "Isn't it marvellous what the sun will do?" he says. He whistles in between strokes of the blade. For me, I will do the shave thing after the breakfast thing, and after that thing I'm going to have a look over the hill thing, at Jerry's positions thing, I declared. "I'm beginning to wonder how long we'll be up here," said Files. "It's been 4 days now. We were only supposed to be here for 24 hours. Someone in the valley below is trying to attract our attention with a mirror. I wonder what they want." "We better switch the set on," said Files. We get through, and the message is, "Come in. Your position is being closed down. Over." We take our time. I stroll to the top of the mountain ridge for the last look. A marvellous view meets the eye. 1,000 feet below us is the great Garigliano plain, with snow-mottled Aranci Mountains on the far side of the river. To the left is the Gulf of Gaeta. In the distance, at the curling point of the bay, is Gaeta itself. Even as I watch, a great plume from an explosion starts skywards. Jerry is carrying out demolitions. Why can't I get a fun job like that? The last of the infantry are leaving their foxhole and wearily making their way back down the mountain. The lines move forward, said the tired-looking corporal in answer to my question. Here, you've never seen many of 'em smiling or laughing, reflected Files. Well, they got bugger all to laugh at. I mean, what do you say? Cheer up, Charlie, we're being mortared. Or, Cor, talk about a laugh. We were shelled all night and 10 of us were killed. Boom! Ah, another explosion at Gaeta. There won't be much of the bloody place left, said Files. Boom! Christ, they've got it in for that place. I wish we had some binoculars, said Files. Why can't you hear without them, I said. Oh, what a lovely sight. Spitfires with American markings. So, there was something of ours that they were using. Usually it was us borrowing from them. They fly in threes at about 10,000 feet, then suddenly go into a dive towards the foothills across the Garigliano. Soon they are shrouded in flak. We hear the Spitz cannons going, and then they shoot straight up from the dive, alternatively turning left and right from their target and then coming in for a second run. They repeat this 3 times, then turn away and race back for our lines, climbing as they do. We just sit and watch it, as though it were at the Palladium. Encore, we shout, bravo, bravo! File starts back to the truck. Come on, Milligan. We don't want to get stuck here in the dark. While we were up here on this hill, there had been excitement in the valley. The officers' mess had caught fire. We couldn't stop laughing. Officers off duty were in bed when the conflagration started. They were seen in their pyjamas hurling buckets of water, filled by their batmen, of course, and Major Looney Jenkins was seen to rush in and from the smoke and flame hurl his possessions to safety, where Gunner Pills, who hated him, was seen to throw them all back in again. What remained of Jenkins' kit was a sorry incinerated mess. His appearance on parade next morning was a joy to behold. In a charred hat, smoke-blackened battle dress, and his right arm in a sling from burns. He had the gall to enter in Part 2 orders, injured in action. I remember I penned an ode to this occasion in the style of the late William McGonigal. I didn't preserve it, but it went something like this. Oh, 'twas in the month of November, in 1943, that the officers' mess caught fire. Oh, dearie, dearie me. And into that terrible fire Major Jenkins did rush in, to save his precious possessions, his wig, his teeth, his gin. But as he threw his treasures out, Gunner Pills committed a sin, for as fast as the Major threw them out, he threw them all back in. On parade next morning, our names on the roll call to check, Major Jenkins appeared, a charred and tattered wreck. And if only he had stayed inside and been burnt to a cinder, he'd have given us all a laugh much bigger than Tommy Trinder. Whistling merrily, we packed all our gear and prepared the descent. The ground was like grease. Files drives down at about 1 mile an hour, engaging 4-wheel drive. I had to walk ahead and scout out the least dangerous bits. Gradually, the gradient became more acute. The truck starts to slide down with gathering momentum. All I could think of saying was, "Goodbye, Alf, I'll tell the missus." Alf doesn't want to die. He remembers an old bus driver's trick. He puts the truck into reverse, and the counteraction of the wheels slows the vehicle up, and it gradually comes to a halt. He looks out the cab and grins. "Oh, bloody hell, I want more money for this job," he says. "That was brilliant, Files. Brilliant. Do you hear me, Files? Brilliant. I won't let that go unnoticed. You see, by tomorrow morning you'll be on the honours list and an extra egg for breakfast, a present from a grateful nation. God bless you, young Alf. You and your see-through underwear. England isn't finished yet." It's finished. I looked at my watch. Tomorrow. Together we gradually slither down the hill, and with perfect timing arrive at Bombardier Dean's as he's making coffee. "It's the men from the hills," announces Nash. "Yes, we bring good tidings. Jerry is blowing up Gaeta." Files had raced up to the battery office and returned with mail. "You always get more than anyone else, Milligan." "Well, you unimaginative buggers, you write to 1 bird, I write to 10. You're paying the penalty for monogamy." I'm drinking Dean's coffee and luxuriating in my letters. Ah, romance. Darling, I love you, dearest, my darling. Darling Terry, darling, darling, I love you, darling. Good luck to them all, I say. Alf is depressed. One of his kids is ill with scarlet fever. Fancy being a child in this war. Shortages, fathers away, might get killed, bombs, and scarlet fever on top of that. They're only going to give us 48 hours leave in Naples. Jam Jar Griffin comes in with the news. There is a stunned silence. Did you hear that? Repeats Jam Jar, removing his tin hat, leaving the lining on his head. Leave, he starts to spell it out. Leave, L-E-A. All right, we heard, I said. Me and my friends are in a temporary state of shock. We are not used to such announcements. Naples, said Dean, looking up ecstatically. Files isn't enthusiastic. 48 hours? That's no bloody good. It'll take us half a day there and half a day back. All we get is an afternoon and a morning. What can you do in that time? I should imagine if you have the addresses and you're quick, you could get in 10 shags, 3 litres of vino and a ton of spaghetti, said Nash. Shags? Jam Jar has a look of horror on his face. Don't you know Naples is the most syphilitic city in Italy? That's nothing. We'll make it the most syphilitic city in the world, said Nash with a sweep of his hand. Pervidious Albion, said Jam Jar. Vitreous China, I reply. We're going to look a bloody scruffy lot. We need a change of clean clothing. Clothing, I mocks. We need a complete change of body. I smell like the inside of a guardsman's sock. So that I will be nice and fresh for the journey, I've been put on command post duty from 2:30 in the morning till 5:30. Lieutenant Stewart Pride is on duty. No, he's not. He's got malaria. I peer into the officer's billet. I hope you feel better soon, sir. He looks up from his camp bed. Thank you, Milligan. And so saying, downs half a bottle of whiskey. He looks terrible and is sweating like a pig. Whiskey. They all admitted that it was this fiery Scots anaesthetic that made them try for a commission. I get my head down early. At the dreaded hour of 2:25 3/4, Alf Files wake me up. Spike! What's the matter? Your turn! He stands over me, pulls the blankets off. Oh dear, you'll go blind, he says. In the command post, Lieutenant Budden is talking to Bombardier Edwards. The night is quiet. Only 36 rounds of harassing fire. I doze with my back to the wall, sitting on a box. Towards dawn, I fall off the box. The phone buzzes. Command post, I say. It's the 8th Survey Regiment, or rather one of them. They give me a message that is all gibberish. I write down a string of figures and hand them to Lieutenant Budden. I suppose this must be something to someone, I said. Budden takes the message, screws up his eyes. They appear to have a left-hand thread. Ah, at last, Deans, the meteor. He handed the message to him. Deans takes it. Ah, yes, he says. From it they start doing sums and drawing lines with protractors and set squares. I return to the dozing, and I return to falling off the box a second time. This way I pass the long hours till dawn. It's now Saturday, November the 27th. I have to alert the cooks, so I take my mug. Gently I wake May, for he is a cook, and therefore God. I help him find his boots and assist him to his feet, all the while saying, Ronnie May is a prince among men, for his is the truth and the light, and he walks in the ways of wisdom. You want some fucking tea, don't you? He said. Ah, the master can even read the human mind. I stick around and he starts up the field oven by throwing a lighted match into the drip-feed tunnel. Whoosh! It ignites. Food, bloody food. It's all this lot think of. All I am is a total slave to the intestines of this lot. How can a public schoolboy like me, with a future in the jewellery business, end up stirring porridge in World War II? He moans merrily as he places dixies of food over the fire. He unrolls the bacon from their gold-tinted compote tins and slops them into the dixie. I get the first breakfast of the day. G-Tuck is silent with the sleeping Files, Nash and Deans. The camp is stirring. Odd guns bark around in the morning area. Naples. I try and make myself look respectable. I have a good shave in hot water and wash my hair. The removal of dirt leaves me light-headed, and I have to sit down. God knows what will happen when I have a bath. It could mean a wheelchair. Basenji. Did it really mean a non-barking dog? The 3-tonners are warming up. We're all getting aboard. It's 80 miles to Naples, but on these roads it would appear to be 200. By 9 o'clock we are all packed in the back, waiting. By 9:30 we are still all packed in the back, waiting. Impatient swearing is emerging from the passengers. It gradually swells into a roar, and then the chorus of, "Why are we waiting? Waiting, fucking waiting. Why, oh, why are we waiting?" The ting was always under my musical direction. We all hit the last word ting. Waiting! The word reverberates around the gun position. Cries from those left behind of, "Take the bastards away!" The lorry suddenly lurches forward. A great jeering cheer comes from the passengers, and it continues as we jerk and slither down the country roads. "Our king is sending us to Naples to get the Sif," cries Smudger Smith. "Hooray!" comes the mob's reply. It was a dreary, nightmare journey along worn, muddy secondary roads. In transport there was also secondary. In turn, we also looked like secondary troop, but it all fitted. Saturday, November the 27th, 1943. At midday we arrived at Naples. We pulled into the Piazza Dante, clogged with vehicles and people. Italians are screaming at each other. Some are screaming at the walls, some are screaming at themselves. The city pulsated with life. Some drunks were pulsating with death. The pavements crammed with pedestrians who overflowed onto the street. Allied soldiers, civilians, all jostled together. There was that peculiar smell of Italian cigarettes permeating the air. As we jumped from the truck, several pretty girls are touting for restaurants. "Nice of food and wine," said one ravishing little beauty. As bait, she handed us a place of fish cakes. Oh, delicious! "Molto buono," I said. We followed her to a side street into a trattoria. "This bloody menu's in Italian," moaned Wenham. We put away a mountain of spaghetti. Some set about it with knife and fork. "This isn't a meal, it's a bloody puzzle," said Wenham. "You're supposed to swallow it along," I said, "or unless of my guts." "How do the art eyes manage to eat this day after day?" said Griffin. "Like I told you, with a fork." Alf Files has his head back at 45 degrees. It was something to do with the wine glass he was draining. "Ah! Lovely stuff." "Be forewarned, all you young Lochinvars," said Deans. "There's pox galore out there. One good screw and your prick will swell up like a marrow and your balls will drop off." Now, why doesn't Thomas Cook put that in his brochures? All that "See lovely Naples and Sorrento, cities of love and music" crap. He should be saying, "Round trip to Naples and back to an old English syphilis ward, £67 return." We window shopped. Such luxury goods, silk shirts, stockings, watches, suits, shoes. "I'll come back home. We got bleeding cardboard boots and suits made of gunny section our shops, and the Idaho's got all this stuff," said Files. "Ah, but we have better tanks, airplanes and guns," I said with a cheerful, inane grin. Files is looking at a magnificent lady's kimono. "What's setta pura mean?" "It means," I said, "pure setta." It was stockings and knickers. That seemed to be the main purchase. Thousands of parcels were sent in transit to wives and girlfriends, and some boyfriends. The basic reason was the sexual thrill the squaddy felt in buying them and waiting for the inevitable letter saying, "When you come home, you can put them on for me." Alas, by the time they got home, some bloody American had already taken them off. I bought a leather cigarette case for my leather cigarettes. It was real hide, and I bore in mind that if boiled, Kidgel would eat it. Files buys a silk bedstead, hairpins, and guess what? Silk stockings. We repaired to the Mecca of the British Army, the Army and Navy Club. This one-time universal store is now adapted as a naffy and staffed by pretty girls who are being worn away by staring soldiers. Files' diary. Wow. Lounge, music with Italian trio, cakes, sandwiches, hot dinners, tea, and silk stockings, all at reasonable prices everywhere. An air of elite comfort. What a naffy! So elite comfort Blokes in crumpled battle dresses with their boots up on the table, cheeks bulging with doughnuts and the jam dribbling down their chin. There are some ugly girls serving. A red-faced sex-starved infantryman is looking at one and saying ecstatically, "Caw! Look at her, she's lovely." There is a time for ugly women, and World War II was one of them. I have seen desperate soldiers as handsome as Greek gods escorting women who looked like Arthur Mullard in drag. We ensconced ourselves in the lounge and listened to the Italian trio. The violin leader was a thin, febrile male, circa 72, deep-set eyes. They appeared like two holes drilled in his head with someone from behind looking through. Another old man, with bald head and a curly white moustache, or was it a curly head and a bald moustache, played piano. A huge stomach forced him away from the keyboard. He had to play arms outstretched. One more dinner and he'd never make it. On drums is a gorgeous Italian girl with shoulder-length raven-black hair. They were grinding their way through a selection of, shall we say, touristic melodies, including Pistol-Packing Mama, In the Mood, and it was all totally unbearable. I suppose I said he thinks he's Glenn Miller. He sounds more like fucking Max Miller, said Files. Jamsar Griffin and Spike Deans are approaching. They're excited. They've been buying silk stockings. It's late afternoon. We've had tea, and we go and visit the Duomo. This was an interesting vaulted shopping arcade, high enough for pigeons to fly within. It's in a cruciform shape, and after 4 hours walking around, so were we. In a moment of petroleum-induced madness, we all piled into a dying Fiat taxi. The driver could barely see over the bonnet. We thought he was standing in a hole in the floor and propelling the vehicle on foot. A quick drive around town, then he dumped us back at the Piazza Dante. There was a terrible argument over the fare. Who was going to pay it? Inside every Christian there's a Jew shouting to get out. "We better get to the billet before it gets dark," said Deans, who was being mother. The billet was on the dock front. We knew when we got to it, it was the only building standing. 5th Army British Contingent Transit Camp. All intakes report to the guard commander. We hawked our stuff off the truck and presented ourselves at the guard room. "Yes, what is it?" said an officious, chubby, red-faced, total idiot RE sergeant. "If he was in Germany, Hitler would make him a Gauleiter," said Wenham. "Gauleiter? He couldn't even make a fucking cigarette lighter," said Jamjar. Words didn't count here. We produced our 48-hour passes. The sweaty sergeant took them all, walked to the window and squinted at them. It took 3 minutes to digest each one. "They're all the same, Sarge," I said kindly. "No, they're not," he snapped. "Numbers and names are whole different." The shit. He then proceeded to laboriously enter our names into a book. He wheezed as he almost etched our details on the paper. "Who's senior here?" he said. "You are," I replied. I'm senior NCO with this party," interjected Deans. "You be responsible then," said the shit. "Responsible what, Sergeant? Never mind what. You're responsible, understand?" "Yes, Sergeant," said Deans crisply. "Party, shun!" We did nothing. "On the right, number 612, 1901, 2 3/4, we said. "Party, quick, march!" We all hibbled-hobbled out of step from the room before the startled gaze of the shit. A large warehouse with beds. "Aye," said a dopey room orderly. "We've not been open long. Your first thought we've had today." "What time's dinner?" we chorused. "Oh, 7 o'clock till 8. We tried the dinner from 7 to 8. It was bloody terrible. "Are you going out after this?" said Jamsar. "I don't think so," said Files. "I'm shagged out walking." "I'm shagged out eating that bloody food," said Griffin. "I think I'll have an early night." "Yes," I said. "Why don't you all try on your silk stockings?" The dopey room orderly is putting blackouts up at the windows. One miserable yellow bulb cast a depressing gloom around the room. We were all in bed when the air raid warning goes. We all sit up. What are we supposed to do?" said Wenham. "Well, you're supposed to be frightened," I said. "Quick, put your silk stockings on." There was no sounds of planes, so I fell asleep, not knowing or caring. Tomorrow I must buy some silk stockings. Sunrise, November the 28th, 1943. My diary. Did the same today as we did yesterday. Very cold but sunny. Must buy some silk stockings. Files diary. Leave today at 2 o'clock. We lay in bed long after breakfast, anything to avoid it. We drive back into Naples, and after half an hour in the Army and Navy Club, we are off back again. Driver Kit Master says we should be back about, I don't know when. 48 hours? We spent 14 of them at the transit camp, said Griffin. And how long do we spend in naughty Naples? 4 bloody hours. It's all balls. We had absolutely no time for perversions. Well, we can do some on the way back, I said kindly. On that cold, bumpy, muddy ride back, there were no perversions other than a jimmy riddle over the tailboard. We arrived at Tiano. There's an almighty hold-up. Long lines of trucks are ahead of us, the drivers outside stamping their feet and banging their hands on the sides to keep warm. Files' diary. We got out and picked oranges and looked at the appalling damage done to the town. An old man excreted in the street with no comment. I don't understand. Files? Picking oranges in midwinter? What had he been drinking? And what's about this crapping in the street with no comment? I mean, what was the old man supposed to say? Olé! Ah, we're off again. Soon the sound of the guns come wafting in. It's pitch black outside, but then it's pitch black inside. We have a choice of two. So, that was Naples, said Files. I can't believe it. All this switching from civilization back to war. It's hard to get it together. The luminous ends of our cigarettes are dancing in the dark at the back of the truck. One flies out the back as its life ends. Finally we arrive back home at 8 o'clock and shagged. We make for the cookhouse. After a mess tin of steaming M&V, we turn in. It's a bitter cold night, so I sleep in my battle dress. Outside comes the rat-a-clack squeak of tanks going north to battle. November the 29th, 1943. Wakey, wakey! Wakey, wakey? My watch says 0500 hours. Wakey, wakey, my arsey! Why don't you fucky, wucky, offy, woffy, I say in clear language. Oh, dear, no, oh, God, it's Sergeant King. He says, you are going up the hoopie. It's only for 24 hours. Oh, that's just long enough to be killed, I said cheerfully. In Sherwood's Bren carrier, I travel a 15-mile road to Sipiciano. At times we are in full view of Jerry. He doesn't shell us. But you have that feeling that any minute he will, and that's like being shelled. How come they picked you, said Sherwood. Well, I wasn't quick enough. Whee! Wow! He spotted us, yelled Sherwood. He drives off the road behind a deserted farmhouse. Whee! Crash! Whee! Crash! 88 shells. Is he going to drop one behind the farm? No. He just goes along the farm. 5 more rounds and then he stops. He's waiting for us to come out. There's only one way to find out. Sherwood revs up and then rushes out onto the road. I cringe. Nothing. Soon we are safe behind covering ground. The OP was manned by Bombardier Eddie Edwards and signaller My Brain Hurts Birch, and the lieutenant from 18 Battery whose name I can't remember, and a face that left an indelible blank in my mind. The trench was in low scrub on forward slopes, interspersed among the infantry, and to our right an OP from 74th Mediums, which I, Muggins, had to crawl to, linking them up to our phone. At the bottom of the trench, grinning upwards, is Lance Bombardier Ken Carter. Little did I know, I was looking at the man who would one day produce Crossroads. Had I known, I would have killed him there and then. During the night, I spoke to him on the phone. I heard he was putting together a new soldier show. Yes, it's a pantomime, Alibaba. Is it the same cast as Stand Easy? Bigger, much better. About 100. 100, Christ. Who's left to fire the guns? I want it to be really big, West End stuff. The lads must be fed up with all those skinny bloody 6-handed answer shows. You think you'll be allowed to do it? Yes, I've already spoken to Brigadier Rogers. Ah, but did he speak to you? Yes, another class barrier has fallen. Headlines, Bombardier arrests Brigadier and lives. Our hushed conversation was terminated by a cluster of German shells. Boom, bang, bing, bang, bing, boom, bang. I suppose it's to keep us awake, said Bombardier Edwards. Squatting in a trench for hours is hell. The pain at the back of the knees is exquisite. After dark we stand up to stretch our legs, but they don't get any longer. What we need are detachable legs Mark I, I said. A heater in the seat of the trousers, a lubrication point at the back of each knee, hollow rubber feet that can be filled with hot water, an electrified nose muff, and a collapsible PO. I agree with all that, Bombardier, said the lieutenant, save for the last mention. I think a PO would make a man lose that wild sense of freedom that he has as he sprays the foliage of Italy with a deft hand and a flick of the wrist. The shelling is big stuff, Jerry 155mm. It's falling about 200 yards to our right, where the infantry have some Vickers machine guns. The phone emits a buzz. I snatched up the handset. "O.P.," I whisper. "Come on, post here," said Pedler Palmer. "God's gift to ugly women. The line okay?" he says. "Yes, it's clear." "Anything happening up there?" "A bit of Jerry's shelling, that's okay. It's Edwards' breath and feet that's killing us." "You bastard," said Edwards. Palmer continues. "It's all quiet back here. Anything up your end?" "No, there's nothing up my end." "You dirty little bugger you," he goes. The shelling stops. "Oh, the poor darlings must be tired," said the lieutenant. A burst of heavy German machine-gun fire. A Bren starts to answer back with its laboured chug, 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 chug. Why did the idiot fire back? He was only upsetting Jerry. Christmas was coming. We should be making paper chains and funny hats to hang on the officers. We open our vacuum tube tea. It's now very tannic and burns the tongue, but it's hot. The front goes quiet. A gossamer thin quilt of light starts to furnish the sky to our east. It grows almost imperceptibly. A lone, very strong, crowing cockerel shrills the air. "A silly cunt," said Birch. A soft, lush pink mounts the heavens, and I watch, overawed, as it turns almost crimson, then pales into the lucidity of daylight. Hello? Who's this approaching on his stomach? "Sorry I'm late," it says, as it slithers into the trench. "Ah, I recognise those brown teeth. It's Thornton, my relief. What a relief." "Sherwood's waiting back behind the hill to take you back in his little noddy car." I collect my small pack and crawl back, always conscious that a bloody German might spot me and riddle my arse with metal. But no, I'm safe and riding back in the Bren carrier. "It's dodgy along here," said Sherwood. "It's your own bloody fault for coming in daylight." "Couldn't ever," said Thornton was late seeing the M.O. "Excuses, bloody excuses. This bloody army is made up of excuses." "Keep moaning," said Sherwood. "It's the only way to promotion." Whee bam! Whee bam! It's the same bloody 88 from yesterday. Lucky he has only spotted us as we come round a hairpin bend and then go out of view. "We're not safe yet," said Sherwood. "Those bloody things can fire round corners." Ah, but they couldn't. What they could do was wait for you to reappear. And when we did, he would be waiting. Whee bam! Whee bam! Oh, he was getting too close. We'd have to take evasive action. Sherwood pulls the carrier off the road down a very steep gradient. It takes us out of view, but it puts us at a very perilous angle. We wait, listening intently. We know what to do, but it's a terrible trick. You wait for some silly bastard going in the opposite direction, and while Jerry is plastering him, you scoot out the other way. This we did, and some poor bastard in a recce car came by and got the lot, and then, whoosh, the cocky cowards were gone. Back safe and sound. I collect my breakfast and join the G-truck bivvy. The fire was being rekindled by Vic Nash, fresh from his bed, and looking like the spirit of dawn in his shirt, boots, half a fag, and coughing his lungs up. "Oh, they didn't get you, then," was his cheery greeting. "No, but you're glad to know they nearly did." "Well, you could go back again." No, they've stopped piecework." Ah! Enter Edgington, a Dixie in one hand, a tea mug in the other. His unlaced boots reveal a late dash from bed to cookhouse. "My God, you've got to be quick," he said. Now Files enters, eating and walking. "Milligan, you've just been up the OP. What's it like?" "Well, darkness is the best time to go," I said. "Oh, fuck. We're going up in an hour's time. I'm taking Mr. Walker and the relief party. How far is it? Oh, about 15 miles. A spark from the fire has shot out into Edgin's tea. Oh, well, he says philosophically, you can only improve it. I am now going to kip, as is my just due, I said. What had started as a clear day now became overcast, so I hurried to sleep to avoid it. During that sleep, the big push for Monte Camino was moving to the starting lines. 3 divisions. What's this on my bed? Piece of army form blank with a St. Andrew's cross on it. Was this an invitation to a game of noughts and crosses? No. There in a clear hand was the warning. The phantom arsehole strikes again. What had started as a promising day now grew black with clouds. I slept the clock round. That is, I went to sleep in November and woke up in December. December the 1st, 1943. Regimental Diary. Support fire continued throughout the night. Files Diary. The big do begins tonight. My diary. Rain, bloody rain. And on the 5th day he divided the land from the waters. Not any more he didn't, for now he mixeth the land and the water, and lo, he maketh mud, and he putteth his beloved son, Gunner Milligan, up to his bloody neck in it. Command post very busy all day. Preparations for fire plan for attack at 200 hours. Ammunition is being dumped by the guns. Through the day the pile of muddy shells mounts up. Mud is everywhere. Are they going to attack in this weather? Up a mountain? At 2 in the morning? I couldn't help but recall Siegfried Sassoon's World War I poem. He's not a bad bloke, said Harry to Jack, as they humped their way forward with rifle and pack. But he did for them with his plan of attack. Did that sort of thing still happen? To add to our emotional confusion, we are issued with Christmas airway letter cards. They have no particular artistic merit, done by a run-of-the-mill artist. Most certainly I wouldn't let him run my mill. Christmas. It didn't seem possible. Yet somehow the ancient message was still relevant, a bit of a white relevant, and it was the echo of childhood Christmases, still held strong in the memory. That distant happy time had strength. The call of family and close feeling remained indestructible. Hearts and flowers, please. Dee, dee, dee. The truck from Wagon Lines has arrived with Christmas mail. Smiles all round. Parcel from my dear mother. It's sewn up in a cloth wrapping, giving it the appearance of a mummified cat. With jackknife, army for the uses of, I unstitched the parcel. Fruitcake, Mars bars, holy medals, holy pictures, cigarettes, holy smoke. We have to double up on command post duties. 1 signal on the wireless set, 1 on the telephone, and the tannoys of the guns. Christ, no sleep for us tonight, said Ernie Hart. Ben Wenham is testing the batteries and topping them up with distilled water. Give him a little drinky-poos, he said, talking to himself. The OP party have left. Lieutenant Walker, Bombardier True, James R. Griffin, Pinchback. They've gone in our newly acquired Jeep with a cheese cutter on the bonnet. This was an upright metal bar that was introduced when Jerry Patrol started putting taut thin wires across the road after dark, decapitating the passengers. Long lines of supply mules are heading up the line, kicking, braying, biting their Cypriot handlers, forever leaping out of the way with shouts of "Ooshie, ooshie!" The weather has grounded all flying, and even grounded walking, though we do hear one lone plane that sounds like a Jerry. It is. He dropped some splinter bombs in a graveyard. I think he's losing his nerve, said Lieutenant Pride. Now all is ready for the big do, codenamed Conquer. A sub-gun lets off occasional harassing fire, so the pre-barried silence is not too obvious. Edgington is out with line maintenance signals. Every half hour a check call comes through from them. Hello? Line maintenance here. Line okay? Yes, okay. Thank fuck. 0200 the barrage starts. After preliminary fire orders are given to the guns, the fire plan takes over, and we just sit and wait for the targets from the OP. There are nearly 1,000 guns savaging the night. 0400, the attack goes in. Like a miracle, the rain stopped just before 0 hour. Is God on our side after all? Now a tale of Gunner Edgington. 'Twas a dark and stormy night, and the monkey truck signallers lay dead asleep. At the soul-shattering hour of 0100 hours, with the gale blowing and rain squalling the tempest-black night, a cry is hurled among the dormant bodies. The OP line is disconnected! Reacting like a Pavlov dog, Edgington rises, dons his boots, and plunges into the night. He follows the wire, falls into a 3-foot muddy stream, but mends the break. At dawn, while we are taking the first tea of the day, a spectre appears at the command post entrance. It's the same height as Edgington. It sounds like Edgington. Is Edgington. From head to foot it drips with water and mud, overlaid with a fine layer of frost. Two eyes look out from the mud. It groans. "Edgington," says Natch, "you naughty, naughty boy. I told you never to play with those boys next door. You just wait till your father comes home." Nash is lucky to be alive. December the 2nd, 1943. My diary, missed breakfast. "Oh, sorry, I'm late, Ronnie," I said in a grovelling voice. "I didn't get to sleep till late." "I'm sorry, matey, it's all gone. There's some tea left and some bread." "Tea and bread? Oh, yum, yum. Can you make the tea as cold as possible and the bread nice and stale? I don't want to get used to luxuries." Ronnie May grinned. I always wondered why a man with such a refined Etonian accent ended up cooking. Apparently he came from a very upper-class family in the jewellery business. He went to Harrow, and but for the war would have gone to Oxford. He had fallen in love with a working-class girl, and the family frowned on the prospect of marriage. The war had come along, and to prove that he wasn't a snob, turned down a commission and became a cook. This was all to impress the girl, who then went off and married an officer. I reheated the tea on Spike Dean's promise and toasted the bread on the G-truck fire. Seeing my foodless plight, Dean says, "Would you like something to spread on that bread?" "Oh, crash, yes," I said. "Oh, there's a tin of boot polish in my pack." The utter swine, revenge! I contacted my friend Bombardier Sloggett at RHQ. He worked in the Q stores. He in turn phoned Deans at my instructions and said, "Report at once, Deans. There's something for you to collect." Deans joyfully reported and was given an empty boot polish tin and told, "If ever you get some butter, you can keep it in that tin." Checkmate. 10 o'clock, my turn for command post duty. Taking a writing pad and some old newspapers, I walked down the incline, across the small depression, and up the slope. I passed Maria doing a mountain of military laundry. "Buongiorno, Maria!" She smiled and blushed. The innocence of Italian country girls was something to see. Something else was to see with the dimples on the back of her stockings as she bent over. "You're 10 minutes late," said Annie Hart. "I'll give you a receipt for it," I said. "And if that's not enough, tonight I'll wear a hair shirt studded with hobnails. OK, now, if you hurry up, you'll see the back of Maria's bum." We were all very busy all morning. A total of 587 rounds were fired in support of the Camino battle. On the infantry network I hear a new map reference, Bare Arse Ridge. How it got its name is hard to conceive. Lieutenant Walker said it was during an attack. The guards had come upon several Jerrys squatting down to have a pony. One would be hard put to it to find a memorial that said, "To the fallen of Bare Arse Ridge," and yet that was the case. We came to a slack period, so I went slack. I started writing seasonal letters and some poetry, which was crap. I read it to Lieutenant Wright. What do you think of it, sir?" "I'm afraid, Milligan, I shall never think of it," he said. The rain had let up. A weak silver sun strained to make itself felt. Suddenly, from what seems directly above me comes the roar of an aero engine. Oh, God! Are we for it? A long burst of machine-gun fire. We all rush out. There are shouts of alarm. Men are running and looking up. There, at about 500 feet, are a squadron of American Kitty Hawks. The leading plane appears to be coming straight for me. I don't understand. I hadn't ordered one. His machine guns are blazing away. A figure hurtles from the cockpit. A parachute mushrooms. The fighter flashes past and hits the ground 100 yards to our left. There's no explosion, so Hollywood have been lying to us. Pilot is floating down onto an adjacent field. Our idiot major appears. "Follow me," he says, as though we were the Light Brigade. He leads, holding out a pistol. He doesn't run straight for the pilot, no. We follow the track plan. We skirt the edge of the field in Indian file. Pilot is extricating himself from his chute and wondering why we are all circling him. The Major bounds up. He points his pistol at a man chewing gum, wearing a red flying jacket with the words "Hank the Yank from Idaho" on the front, and a yellow bird on the back inscribed "Flying Eagles." He's taking a cigarette from a packet of Camels. "Hands up! English or German?" says the loony Major. The American went purple. "You're fucking lucky I'm anything. It's your trigger-happy fucking ack-ack. Why don't they make up their minds whose fucking side they're on?" The Major was a little taken aback, steadied himself and said, "Consider it a gesture in return for the number of bloody times you bombed us. This was great fun. Christmas, not only fighting Germans, but each other." After being entertained at the officers' mess with a cup of tea, he was whisked away by a USAAF jeep driven by a coloured private wearing a white bowler. Don't ask me why. We waved them goodbye. "Come and crash on us again sometime," we called. Edgerton is stumbling from his cave. "What happened?" he said. "I was riding to Peg." I grabbed his arm dramatically. "Riding to Peg?" I echoed. "You missed the crash. Wait. I'll see if I can get him back." They all go across to the remains of the Kitty Hawk. The thieving bastards made towards the wreck with chisels, hacksaws, screwdrivers, and I call out, "Leave a bit for me!" Circling the wreck, Edgerton had said, "I wonder if there's anyone underneath." White bends down and shouts, "Is there anyone underneath?" Friday, December the 3rd, 1943. My diary. Pouring rain. Dug a deep drainage ditch around my bivvy to divert the flow of water. G-truck now have logs on the fire. Very cosy. Unending brew-ups of tea and coffee. Back on command post duties. Must answer letters. A letter from my mother and father had said that my brother was to go into the RAF. As he ended up as a private in the Ulster Rifles, I was beginning to feel uneasy about my parents' sanity. My father's letters were getting to be a pain in the arse. He seemed obsessed with the idea that I didn't answer your mother's letters. Now, at the time, I thought he might be right, but on checking with my correspondence log, I note that I answered each and every letter. Since then, and down the years to his death, he continued to insist with accusations, so much so that I registered all my letters and stuck all the receipts in a book that I presented to him on his 70th birthday, with the message, "To dear Dad, a small token to prove that I answer all Mum's letters." He looked at it and said, "This is a fake, a fake. My memory is the real proof of your laxity in letter writing to your poor mother." He even wrote to all my relatives, asking them to write to me and pressurized me to answer his poor mother's letters. It was a true case of mania. He died saying, "Promise you'll write to your mother today." She was standing beside me at the time. My mother's letters were equally a mass of instructions. Pray to St. Patrick and St. Teresa every night. Go to confession and communion every day. Say prayers morning, noon and night. Always wear your scapular medals. Don't swear. Keep your holy pictures in your pockets. How do you go into action? On your knees, praying? For instance, OP officer, target tanks. Yes, sir. Head secular target tanks. Amen. HE-119 charge 4. Yes, sir. HE-119 charge 4. God forgive me for attempting to kill Germans. Angle side, 03 degrees. 03 degrees. Holy Virgin bless these fire orders. Right ranging, mea culpa, mea culpa. Amen. Fire. I know now that Evelyn Waugh was a Catholic, and in Yugoslavia, pissed out of his mind, went all out for medals by standing up during bombing raids and shouting to poor Randolph Churchill under a table, "Come out, you yellow swine!" Well, I wasn't that good a Catholic. December the 5th, 1943. My diary. Rain, gunfire, boredom, homesick, lovesick. These early December cold, rain-soaked days were hanging heavy on us all. The boredom was only alleviated by sheer effort. Off duty, we would foregather at Shea G-Truck. The consumption of tea was enormous. We had more tea than ammo. For men to return from mud, shells, rain and cold to enter our little den and see a wood fire was great. Rank. Edgington was a linesman, whereas I was a wireless operator. The ratio was that of a navvy and a bank clerk. Edgington's intelligence warranted more than linesman, but his performance on a wireless set during hectic fire orders would have ground the war to a halt. He couldn't do things at anyone else's pace. It had to be his own. He was his own total master. He gets it right, but all in his own time, and you can't do that in war. He squats near the fire, his mug to his lips. Ah, he gasps. Heaven. Heaven? Said cryptic voice Nash. You call this bloody heaven? It was a momentary lapse, said Edgington. It's passed off now. I no longer think this is heaven. I'll rephrase it. I think it's fucking hell. Edgington, having just returned from OP line maintenance, tells us there's very little Christmas spirit up there. The season of goodwill is stone dead, and so are half our young men. We stare at the fire in silence. Nash throws his stub into the flames. The saltpetre flares blue. Files is uncasing his guitar. "You're going to burn it," said Deans. Files ignores him, but then so did everybody. Attentively he tuned the strings. "Play The Nearness of You," I said. Alf nods. E-flat, he says. We all sing. It's not the pale moon that excites me, or thrills or delights me. Enter Jam-Jar Griffin, the last Philistine. "Oops, sorry, Vicar. Is there a service on?" he says, reverently taking his hat off. "Yes," said Nash. "Active fucking service." "Can I join in?" guffaws Jam-Jar, taking off his overcoat. "Let me partake of this seasonal red tannic acid tea, and wish my guts the compliment of the season. A real Dickensian Christmas to you all, my lords." Alf Files laughs long at Jam-Jar's old-world posturing. "Hark!" said Nash, cupping his hand to his ear in fairy-like gesture. "Isn't that an old Dickensian 7.2 gun going off? 'Pon my word, I didn't know Christmas was so near. I must to the workhouse to put my Christmas pudding in place." Alf starts to play "I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas." All evening, Deans had been in a state of agitation. Finally, "It's no good," he said. "It's no good. I'll have to open it." "Open what?" "Ah, he has a bottle of masala. He's been waiting all night for us to depart, but couldn't wait any longer, and now he had to share it. He consoled himself with a mugful before letting us into it. Tasted like vinegar. "It's corked," I said. "Corked? It's fat," said Edgington. "Let's think of something nice," said Deans. "Are you going anywhere for Christmas?" "Yes, sir," I said. "I'm going to spend a few days in my tent in Italy." "I think I'll take a stroll on my truck. You never know who you might meet," said Files. Bzz, bzz. Our private phone is going. Deans raises it. "Hello, World War II. Say, G-Truck." He hands me the set. "It's for you." Gunner Hart in the command post is asking me,
"Here, have you knocked off the pencil?"
"No, I haven't. I've got my own."
"Can I borrow it? Otherwise the battery will be out of the war."
In a few minutes he appears covered in mud. "I fell over," he said. I handed him the pencil. "A cup of tea?" said Deans. "Oh, just a sip," said Hart. "They're waiting for me to start the war." He took a hasty mouthful. He grinned and spat it out. "A fire one for us," we called after him. "Any special colour?" we heard him say. The drumming of the rain starts in the canvas ceiling. I throw a log on the fire. It reflames. A shower of needle sparks fly up the chimney, and so it goes on and on and on. December the 8th, 1943. This day the battle was won. Jerry pulled out, and Monte Camino was ours. I don't think a battle could have been fought under worse conditions. The pace now slackens. I manage a wayside bath in a tin. It's so cold you keep the top half fully dressed while you do the legs, and then vice versa. We are all fed up with being in the same position. Now rumours are flying. We're going home, etc. And the best fun of all, the war is going to be over altogether by Christmas. December the 9th, 1943. I can't take much more of this bloody rain. It's time we had a rest. I must have been depressed, because on this day my diary is empty. Files' diary. I'm getting fed up with myself here, and will be glad when we move or go for a rest. Regimental diary. Body of a soldier reported lying dead in passage in RHQ. I checked. It wasn't mine. It turned out to be an engineer who had committed suicide. Lucky bastard, said Nash. I think we were all feeling like that. At 15:13 hours came orders that might have saved his life. 17 and 19 batteries were moved to rear positions for refitting and rest. The news fell like a bombshell. It galvanized smile back on our faces. We were walking around and saying, like Mr. Barrett to Elizabeth, "You must rest, my dear." I gave the orders from the command post to all the guns. "Cease fire, prepare to move." We could hear the cheers come back over the headphones. The tempo changed, as though we'd all been given a shot of adrenaline. I got radio AFN and plugged it through to all the gun tannoys. We danced with each other all day. December the 10th, 1943. Today we go back. Griffin enters G-truck bivvy, a garland of withered flowers on his unshaven head, a blanket, toga fashion, draped around his ungainly body. "Beware the Ides of March," he says. "Beware the clap of Naples," we reply. Undeterred, he went on, "I come to berry season not to praise him. Shovels in the lorry, the evil that men do live after them. We must fill the shit pit in before we leave. Never mind all this, we got to clean out the battlefield." Bombardier Fuller, known back home as Stop Thief, is passing on the command post orders of our major. Soon carol-singing gunners are roaming muddy fields, gathering fag ends, packets, bottles, dead mule tins, and place them on a funeral pyre. As the flames roar up, a cry, "Anyone for Sutty?" Other guns are firing, but not us. Wasn't it lovely? We stand and watch the sweating gunners on the 3-7s. When they loose off a round, we all cheer, and they tell us to piss off or they'll turn the guns on us. Nasty men. In the command post, Lieutenant Walker, MID, has liberated the soul of the duty signaller and specialist with excerpts from a whiskey bottle. We start rolling in the telephone lines and dismantling the equipment. "I could do this with my eyes closed," said Ernie Hart. "Try it then," said Shapiro. He did, and dropped in the mud. Stand by to move. What we are supposed to stand by, they do not say. I chose a tree. You never know. You might need it. I had kung-fu'd my kit into my pack and kit bag. I had wrestled my tent to the ground, got a half Nelson on the tent pole, and heaved it from the earth, and then, with great javelin throw, I had hurled the lot into the back of the G-truck. Oh, fuck! But the truck is not empty. Through his burnt binoculars, Major Jenkins has spotted some rubbish in yon field, and he sends yon gun a haul, and we can hear yon swearing from him. Yes, we are all ready to move. All the rubbish has been packed up, and the pits filled in. Yes, Edgington reflects, we've done everything but strew fresh grass seed. Yes, we were ready to move. We stand by our vehicles, all smiling, and as I say, ready to move. We warmed the engines up, ready to move. Cleaned the windscreens, ready to move. Oh, yes, we were ready to move, I said. I said so. I'm ready to move, aren't you? I said to Edgington, and he said, oh, yes, I'm with you on that. As sure as I am 954022, I am ready to move. For 3 hours, we are ready to move, and then 4, 5, and 6 hours ready to move. We're all falling silent. On the 7th hour, Bombardier Dean said, I think somebody's fucked it up. Lieutenant Walker is passing with a bemused smile on his blond face. He turned and said, What are you waiting for? Anything, we said. He paused, then walked on towards his truck, where he turned about and shouted, If it's any consolation, I'm as pissed off as you are. We gave him a big cheer. There's a big hold-up on the Tiano Road, said BSM Griffin, trying to help. There's a bigger fucking hold-up here, said Jamjar. I'm going to see a lawyer. Give him my love, then, said Griffin. All night we sat and froze, with only tea and bread scrounged from the cookhouse truck as a relief. In painful positions, we tried to sleep out the rain-filled night. It was like being tied up in a sack and thrown in the Bosphorus. The growling of empty stomachs rings around the valley. The sound of a snore, a sleepless voice says, Lucky bastard. I have had my legs in every position except behind my neck, and I'm saving that for an emergency. I'm just dozing off with my legs behind my neck when the truck jolts forward. "Mummy, Mummy!" I shake Dean gently by the throat. "Get the bucket and spade, Mummy, we're off!" Along the dawn-haunted roads we slush along. By now life has so little interest that an announcement that the world was coming to an end could only have cheered us up. I'm dozing, smoking, dozing. Isn't that Betty Grable I can see? "Wake up! Wake up, we're all here! Dean's is clambering out of the truck. Sleepily I follow, and where are we? It's a farm. We are in a large courtyard, flanked by a large 4-storied red-brick Victorian Gothic building with a circular Camelot-type tower, along with numerous other utility buildings. The courtyard was knee-deep in crap. We donned our wellies. We are all assigned a building. The specialists and signallers are given what is a shed being used as a coal bunker. "You'll have to clear it up if you want to get comfortable," said Sergeant King. I dumped my kit on the coal dust-laden floor. "Can't we burn it and start again?" I said. There was the sorting out where to keep time lag, and then at 10:30 breakfast, by which time most of us had forgotten how to eat it. Hard on that, we parade for Captain Sullivan. "As you can see, this yard has been crept in for the last 100 years by chickens, cows, and sheep, etc." Was he going to say, "Now it's our turn"? "If we've got to spend Christmas here, we don't want to spend it up to our neck in shit. So we've got to set to and clean it up, and the sooner the better." He then left us to clean up the shit, while he went away not to. The lads set to with shovels, but I could see that it was going to take days. I put the great Milligan brain to work, and I came up with the answer. Some large, squared-off timbers lay around, the thickness of tree trunks. They were about 12 feet long by about 4 foot square. To these we attached drag ropes, and, by pulling them along the yard and up a slope, we deposited the crap into an adjacent canal. Any chicken that tried to crap here now got a brick on the back of his nut. Clouds of black coal dust swirled in the air as we set about our shed. We got so black that soon the strains of a tune came. "Old Man Reba, that old man Reba." And then there appeared what appeared to be Negro gunners doing the cakewalk. "I don't think this was always a coal bunker," said Blackened Deans. "It's been used as a garage at times." Oh, what a relief," I said. "These little bits of unsolicited information do wonders for us." It was a weary bunch of gunners that bedded down that sooty night. With their usual ingenuity, each man had concocted a bed of sorts. The most painful was Gunner Devine's. He slept on a sheet of corrugated iron. It made the most devastating clanging noise every time he moved. December the 12th, 1943. My diary. Christmas is coming! Coal and rain. Continue to shovel shit and coal dust. After the overnight rain, the courtyard had refilled with crap, and so we start all over again. The signallers and the specialists attacked the billet. They enlisted Ted Wright, who drove the water cart in and turned the taps on. There is nothing to report for the days that followed save the horses. The fallow fields and meadows around housed a collection of horses and a few donkeys. A ride wouldn't be a bad thing. With this in mind, the gunners Devine, Nash, White, and Milligan strode manfully over the canal bridge and closed in on 3 shaggy-looking equines. At our approach, they looked up, ears cocked forward. With lots of outstretched hands and utterances, "Good boy, here, boy," and "Come here, you bastard," we managed to get one to stand still while Vic Nash prepared to mount. Had he ridden before? He thought so. Up he goes. He sat there for a few moments, savouring the height, being a short ass. This was all new to him. He lights a cigarette. "Never mind the bloody fag. Get the thing going," I said. Devine was anxious to see the display. White was somewhere chasing a brown filly that had almost taken him out of sight. We heard him shouting implorations, but now he was down to slinging lumps of turf after the reluctant creature. Here, however, Nash was preparing. He threw his cigarette away, and then to the animal. "Come on, off we go." He didn't off we go. He tried several more. Off we go. But she didn't off we go, but she went off for grazing. Get her head up, will you? He instructed us. This done, he tried a sudden use of the heels, and in doing so, it fell off. Thought you said you could ride, said Devine. Well, I thought so too, insisted Nash. Devine helps him up again, but they still argue. It hasn't moved yet, and you've fallen off. Well, it takes time to get back into the swing of it. Now, when I say ready, give her a smack in the arse. Right, right. Nash settles, takes a firm hold of the rope and the mane. Right, he yelled. Devine connects with his palm with her rump. Smack! We help Nash up again. I don't think I'm going to be able to remember, he said. Devine pats the horse. I can do better than that. I've never ridden, but it should be easy. I've seen tons of cowboy pictures. They never fall off. Milligan and Nash hold hands as a step. Devine is on. He smiles in triumph. Devine is off. White has come running back. He has chased the brown horse out of the province. He settles now for a donkey. Great, he's on. He stays on and manages to get the animal to run around. Anyone got a camera before it's too late, he shouts. After the trials of Cowboy Devine, I got on and rode the horse at the canter around the muddy fields. I hadn't ridden since I was a boy in India. I'd forgotten how wonderful it was, and that smell peculiar to horses. We messed around like this until we heard a terrible yell and a splash. Nash is in the canal. Devine had challenged him to leap across, and he failed. Devine is laughingly helpless as Nash thrashes the shit-strewn waters and swears his way to the bank where Devine holds him up, only to find himself back on the same side he jumped from. There's a shivering run by Nash along the canal to where the bridge is, some quarter of a mile away. He divests himself of his now reeking battle dress and hangs it outside to dry. It's past redemption. The smell is appalling. He tries to exchange at the Q stores, but had only been in there for 2 minutes when everyone ran out. When he ran out after them, they all ran back in again. They'd told him to get it washed and it would be all right. The farmer's wife fainted when he showed it to her. Finally he boiled it. It killed the smell, but the suit shrank 12 inches. In a fit of desperation he put it on. His appearance in the Q stores sufficed to point the need for a new one. Alas, the new one was 2 feet longer than him. The morale is, don't go riding. But many persisted. Every evening the meadows were full of galloping horses with gunners hanging around their necks. The Italian farmer wondered why. Every morning his horses were too shagged out to pull the wagon. He reported this to the Major, and Part 2 orders read, "The practice of riding farm animals in off-duty hours will cease forthwith. The animals are only for agricultural use." "Thank Christ it's all over," said Nash from somewhere inside a battle dress. The Army Kinematographic Corps have visited us. They set up their cinema in our billets. There's to be 3 shows starting at 3, second house 6, last house 9. "Signallers and specialists in the last batch," said Sergeant King. Bloody nerve. It was our billet. We had to move all our beds and wait outside until 9 o'clock at night. We all strolled over to the tower, where Edgington and a mob are in a frenzy of pontoon. Lira notes are piled in the middle, and like true punters and sportsmen, their faces are a mask of utter misery. Smudger Smith is banker. They've been playing for nigh 4 hours, and the total winnings are somewhere in the neighbourhood of 12 shillings. There could be suicides before the night is out. "Stand by me, Milligan, you're Irish, bring me luck," said money-mad Edgington. Strange enough, his luck did change. He lost the lot. Some of the lads had seen the 3 and 6 o'clock shows and knew it by heart. The film was Casablanca, dubbed Casablanco, with Humphrey Gocart. Every entry by Bogart was greeted with, "Now, listen, boys. Ingrid Bergman got, 'Have you had it yet, darling?'" Bogart in Casablanca town was repeatedly warned, "The invasion is coming. Piss off before you're conscripted." At one stage, as Bogart was nonchalantly putting his hands in his pockets, a warning to Bergman, "Look out, darling, he's going to show you the white-eared elephant." Claude Rains' entry was greeted with, "Here comes the weather report." When Bogart's victim fell to the ground, there was "Stretcher bearer!" Kissing was greeted by 200 gunners making suction noises. I can never watch that film again. I report in full Alf Files' diary. It gives an interesting insight as to what an ordinary soldier was thinking on that day 35 years ago. Cinema show in our garage, so we're out all day till it's our turn. Good film, Casablanca. Lots of barracking. Humphrey Bogart, Ingrid Bergman and Claude Rains. But made me rather lovesick and homesick, nevertheless very entertaining. Most of the lads sweeping up muddy courtyards along with parades. Maintenance with Milligan leading mad moments of his latest invention called drooling. A new game with effects on victims, who are pounced upon with verbal hoots and gorilla-like groans. How mad we all are when there's a war on and no artificial pleasures. Jerry still holding his winter line cleverly with machine guns and mortars, but Fifth Army gaining yard by yard. Tuesday, December the 14th, 1943. Mobile shower unit has arrived. Naked gunners all over the place. Steam, soap, whistling, songs, pranked. A quartet of naked men are standing in barber shop formation. Edgington, Milligan, Diviner White. The water cascades down them, patent leathering their hair, their heads. Water jets run off their noses, elbows and willies. We're poor little sheep who have lost our way, ba, ba, ba. This is all done with a fine feeling for dramatic gestures. Arms shoot up in all directions. Occasionally the steam would obscure them completely. We sang for nearly an hour, and when we came out again, we were all bright red. I feel giddy, said Edgington. It's the loss of dirt, I said. It leaves you dizzy. Having given us a shower, we are now told to don our denims and clean the underside of all those signal vehicles. An hour later, we are all shit black again. As luck would have it, the shower unit was still working. Soon from the steam came, "We're poor little sheep, who have lost our way." The bath corporal said, "Here, weren't you locked in this morning?" "Yes, you're only supposed to have one go." "This is only one go," I said. "This is the second time you've been in. I recognise the singing." Oh, fame at last! He thought we'd switched off the water. We were all left naked, covered in soap, and shivering. "I'm not having this," said Devine, who runs after the corporal. Soon the waters flow again, but then it went off again, and on again, and off again. We could hear a scuffle out back somewhere, then the thud of a body falling to the floor. Devine reappeared with a turncock. He had blood coming from his mouth. "The bastard, I told him." What happened? Simple. The bath corporal now lay unconscious by his control valve. "Hurry up then," said Devine. I didn't hit him very hard. Thursday, December the 16th, 1943. Regimental Diary. RA Band visited Tencore area and gave performance in Teatro Garibaldi at Santa Maria and Capua Ventre. My diary. Only 8 shopping days left to Christmas. Oh dear, I must hurry. Files diary. Still no Naples or rest, but plenty of graft. Graft, yes. We are cleaning and re-cleaning our signal equipment. I can't clean this wireless set any more, Sarge. Why not? It's starting to scream. Afternoon. All ranks, other than those on guard and regimental duties, will proceed to Santa Maria for the RA Band concert. The Garibaldi fronted a muddy street. The interior was a wonderland of plasterwork, gilt, marble columns and red velvet. Built in 1840 in classical style, it would be a showplace anywhere. Right now, the RA Band are pumping out Colonel Bogey. We listened to a few Sousa marches and then off out. Ah, the American Red Cross Cinema. That was for us. Oh, it's full. Round the back to the rear of the stage. Files, White and I lay on our backs on the reverse side of the screen and watched George Brent and Mary Astor in a film I think called Yerevadix Yakovs, which the right way round meant Black Victory. When the titles come up, White says, "This must be the Joe Louis versus Max Schmeling fight. The Black Victory, see?" I wish it had been. The film bored me to death. It was a series of doors opening and people coming into rooms, talking about an inheritance, then leaving. After door number 50 opened, I fell asleep. I was woken up by Files. "Stop that bleeding story. I can't imagine what people on the other side of the screen thought as this inexplicable story was heard issuing from the film where the will was being read. Home to dinner. We lay awake a long time, yarning about Christmas from yesteryear. Dean's asked what the film was like. It was, I said, a film where suddenly nothing happened all the time. Friday, December the 17th, 1943. Today was like Tuesday the 14th without the baths. We have a new M.O., a Captain Duggan from the RAMC. He was a pink-looking Irishman with freckles, about 6 foot and tall with it, thin, and a hat that seemed to be loose on his head. He walked about a bit like Jacques Tati. At the sick parade, all men felt worse after seeing him. He'd come from Kerry and been a small-town doctor, mostly farmers. Gunner Bailey went sick with a twistle and swollen ankle. He was given aspirins. Gunner Musselwhite went in with dermatitis and got castor oil. Jock Wilson went in with a boil on his nose and was told to run it under the cold tap. "It stands to reason," said Bailey. "If you went in with appendicitis, he'd give you a holy picture and tell you to pray." A sticker for fresh air. Captain Duggan slept with the windows open. A week later he was taken from us with bronchitis. As his stretcher was slid into the ambulance, a Scottish voice was heard to cry, "Don't forget, run him under the cold tap." It's mid-morning. There's lots of work everywhere, but nobody doing it. And where are we hiding? A small shed among some trees behind the big tower block. From it come low voices and palls of cigarette smoke. This is the hideaway. The inside reeked with gunners making tea and smoking. They are ignoring distant voices of sergeants calling, "Where are you, you bastards?" The game is to make occasional appearances. We always left a skeleton staff on maintenance, while the bulk of the layabouts hid. It was Crown and Anchor with Di Poole. He brought the board up with the rations. He doled out our cigarette allowance. 1 hour later, he had won them all back again. I think today he has a villa on Malta and lung cancer. Saturday, December the 18th, 1943. Zounds! Great grundles of Gazolican! It's happened! I fear this day for many a month. There, in black and white, in clear language on Part 2 orders. Guard Commander, Lance Bombardier Milligan S 95424. So, Milligan was trapped. There was one privilege. You got the afternoon off to prepare your kit. One could never place a brush to a boot without the remark, "After another bloody strike, are we?" I blanketed my webbing, polished on my brass, then wrote a letter home. Major Evan Jenkins is driving his batsman Woody insane. He wants his battle dress hung up to attention. His boots angle out at 45 degrees. Mustn't put his hat upside down. It's an insult to the gun on the cap badge. As retribution, he used to swig Jenkins' whiskey, then top it up with water, and Jenkins used to wonder why he could never get pissed on it. "Very good turnout, Bombardier," said Captain Sullivan of the guard mounting. "Yes," I said. "I wonder what's gone wrong." I saluted him. He saluted me. We saluted each other. "Dismiss the men, Bombardier." I saluted. He saluted. We saluted. I saluted him. He saluted me. We saluted. They saluted. I turned smartly. "Oh, guard, officer breed. Dismiss. New guard to the guardroom. Dismiss." Boots thumped on the cobbles, and the men trooped into the guardroom, leaving driver Alf Files on first stag picking his nose. But I saw his nose, and I could have picked a better one. Like a good guard commander, I slept smartly to attention. I woke once when Gunner Jock Hall knocked the tea bucket over. I leapt to my feet and saluted it. Sunday, December the 19th, 1943. Next morning I wrote in the guard report. 05:45 hours. Tea bucket for the use of knocked over, spilling contents. Took immediate action and returned bucket to the upright position. Signed, Lance Bombardier Milligan S. The dawn was clear. Stars were still lingering in the morning sky. Underfoot a hard white frost. The billet was still and quiet. Sleeping forms locked in their dreams. What better than to cheer them up this Christmas-tide? Crash, clang! I dropped on my webby and said, "God rest ye, merry gentlemen, may nothing ye dismay." "Oh, dear, why are you so dismayed?" Here I was, awakening them so they would not be late on parade for the king. And what do I get? But wait, what is Gunner White saying to me? His hands around my throat. You bastard. Today is Sunday. Is it Sunday? Today, say after me, today is Sunday. No gods on Sunday, are they? No gods on Sunday. The more religious had gone to Mass at RHQ. I didn't. I was a bad Catholic, and I didn't want to spoil my fine record. I wanted to be like my father. All his life he totally ignored his religion, but when he's told he's dying, suddenly, it's good Catholic time. Call a priest, he says. No, wait. Call a bishop. I want the best. In those moments before death, he was rebaptized 7 times, went to confession a dozen, and took communion 6 times. He used to say, "What's the use of being a good Catholic for 70 years? All you need is 1 confession before you die, and that makes up for all of it. And look at the time and money you've saved." The Sunday was all letter-writing, yarning, darning holes in clothes, reading, and fishing in the canal. I spent an hour feeding worms to the fish and gave it up. Gunner Miller of 18 Betty has a real line and is catching roach and dab, etc. He gave me 2. Ronnie May grilled them, and I gave 1 to Edgington. He complained bitterly. "It's full of bloody bones." "Of course it is," I said. "Everybody is. You fall down without them." December the 20th, 1943. "You're looking forward to Christmas, Harry?" Edgington looks up from his mess tin. "I'm not sure, mate." "In one way, yes. In another, no. The no part is spending it away from home. You can't help feeling homesick, and it's worst at Christmas." "Yes," I said, "there's no place to be at Christmas except home." I thought of the Christmases I'd remembered from boyhood days in Poona. I remembered the little room I slept in at the back of the house in 5 Climo Road. The indescribable excitement of waking at 4 in the morning with the world of adults all silent, finding the pillowcases full of boxes and toys, and the magic as you unwrapped each one. I remember waking up at that very moment my mother and grandmother were putting the pillowcase at the bottom of my bed, explaining how "Father Christmas has just gone," and when I asked which way he went, they pointed to the window. As it was covered with chicken wire, I worked out that he was magic and had got through the holes and was now a jigsaw puzzle. All that and more was moving in the memory bank of my past, and I too knew that Christmas on a farm in Italy could never be the real thing. Ted Lawrence the Donner brings news of Kidgel. He's in Naples at the Remy depot. Lucky buggers, billeted in the middle of Naples for 3 bloody weeks. Edgington appears to be reading his shirt. "Remember that girl in Bexhill with the hairy legs who played Chopin?" "Yes," I said. "That's all I ever think of, her and her hairy legs playing Chopin. I wonder what happened to her." "I suppose," I said, "she shaved her legs and is now playing Rachmaninoff." "I remember the time we were pulling out of Bexhill. We pulled out in Bexhill. What was the poor girl's name?" He ignored me. "We were pulling out, and we were detailed to clean up the officer's billet." "Oh, wasn't that Trevisick?" "Yes. We were just finishing off, and when you spotted a crate of booze in the back of the garage, I remember 1 bottle was rum, and you and I started to sip it, remember?" "Yes, if I remember, I sipped half the bottle and you sipped the rest." "Yeah. We carried the bottles from Millwood, getting more and more pissed. We finally got out the other side on an infield road, and you remembered this bird because you'd tried to have it away with her, but she wouldn't have it because she was getting married." "I know. I told her. I was trying to warm her up for the honeymoon." "Careful, old you." "Anyways, we arrived at her place. It was about midday, and she let us in, and you insisted that she played some Chopin with her hairy legs." "Yes, I remember. No, that girl didn't half play me up. She took me home one night, straight into the bedroom, and laughed. She was a mass of women's mag clichés. When I pulled her skirt up, she said, 'Duh!' There was a flash of pink thigh and a rustle of silk petticoat. Then, when I kissed her, she turned her head away and felt his warm breath on her neck. I began to think she was a dummy being worked by Barbara Cartland. When I gave up trying, I'd got to leave, and as I combed my hair, she said," he stood, nostrils twitching, combing his plum-black hair. I never saw her after that, though she did leave a message at the battery office for me to contact her. "Tell him I've changed my mind," was the exact communication. What it was she changed her mind about, I'll never know. Gunner White is sitting on an oscillating petrol tin and reading from an old Bexhill Observer. Listen to this. German raiders attacked several points along the southeast coast. A bomb was dropped on a farm. The explosion blew the door off a bull pen. The bull made his way to the cow pasture, and the farmer had great difficulty in getting the bull back. He himself was attacked. Gunnerbert, shrouded in cigarette smoke, tells out that in a letter from home, his father told him there was a theory that Hitler was insane as a result of piles. "Hitler has piles?" chuckled Eddington. "I don't know," said White. "My father, he says it." Here he picked up the letter and read. "Ron Lester, the publican, said that Hitler went mad through piles. He was operated on by a doctor, and the operation went wrong, and he still has them." "It was a Jewish doctor," I said. "That's why he had it in for the front-line skids." "Don't tell me," said Eddington, sitting up. "Don't tell me World War II is due to piles." "What a sobering thought," I said. "To think a case of anusol suppositories could have stopped it." "It's not too late," said Eddington. "We could load a Lancaster and drop 3 tons of pile armament on his Reichstag." "You see," I said, "nothing's safe these days, not even a man's Reichstag." Bert blinked and listened to the conversation he had started. "What's a Reichstag?" he said. "It's German for piles," I said. Drooling. Files has already mentioned this in his diary. Let me amplify. The Oxford Dictionary says drooling, to drivel, to slaver. I give you the lie. In our battery, drooling had an entirely different meaning. It started on the farm. And in our case, the cause of drooling was sexual frustration. If you saw a lone gunner, for no perceptible reason, suddenly make a low groaning noise that sounded like ooly-dooly, ooly-dooly, at the same time appearing to grab an erect invisible phallus with both hands, which, by their position, suggested a chopper about 5 feet in length, that he then proceeded to thud against the nearest wall with a cry of ooly-dooly thwack, ooly-dooly thwack. This was the new drooling craze. It was not abnormal to come into pre-parade gatherings of bored gunners, all apparently holding mighty invisible choppers, thudding them against walls, trees, and the ground. When Major Jenkins first witnessed this from a distance, he asked Sergeant Jock Wilson, "What are they doing, Sergeant?" And Wilson said, "It's something to do with the shortage, sir." Jenkins parried, "The shortage of what?" We don't know that, sir." Travelling on the back of a lorry, the sight of a pretty girl immediately erupted into mass drooling until she was out of sight. Of late, the song Drooling had come to light. It was sung to the Flanagan Allen tune Dreaming. Drooling, only just drooling. Each night we'll find the lads all drooling. A little drool don't hurt nobody, and if it does we don't give a soddy. Drooling, drooling, it's so much better than tomfooling. A little drool can ease your heavy load, so keep drooling till your balls explode. Apart from the laughing, the author is unknown, but he wants it that way. The farmyard square, now that it has been cleared of 300 years of dung, displayed a fine cobbled courtyard. The farmer, who had lived on this farm since he was born, said he didn't know it existed. The lovely tall tower of the main farm block afforded a good all-round view from its oval windows. That was repeated all up the staircase at 10 feet intervals. The tower had nothing to do with farming, nor had the building. It was obviously some landed gentry's country manor that had been vacated or sold cheaply to a farmer. The farmer kept horses, a few cattle, and grew crops along with a few fruit orchards. Devine has returned from a fruitless fishing trip. "Are you sure there's fish in this canal?" "Well, where else, you silly sod?" "Then why didn't the fuckers bite? All I caught was this." "Oh, that's not a salmon," said Little. Not a bad guess. The creature was 3 inches long and black. "It's a nigger's dick," said White. "Oh, great," grinned Devine. "I'll smuggle it back to Liverpool and hire it out to old ladies." "Oh, dear," said Dean in a female voice. "I've cooked all these chips and no fish." He stamped his foot on the floor, from which rose a cloud of coal dust, which turned him black. "Bombardier Fuller has arrived. There's a little line laying to be done. No panic, it's only a short one, about a quarter of a mile." As we clamber aboard M2 truck, witness the spectacle of driver Ron Sherwood of Reading riding a bicycle backwards. Ask him to do a jog, and he's gone in a flash. But to ride a bicycle backwards, oh yes, he'll do that all day. Sherwood was a lovely footballer on the wing, with a slight tendency not to pass to anybody. And he wasn't a bad pianist. No, he was terrible. He'd get the right-hand melody going, for with the left hand he would hit any note. But he did it with such panache, a smile, a wink, and cloth-eared gunners would say, "Caw, you can't half-play that piano." And they were right, he could only half-play that piano. Very quickly we laid the line to our HQ. I opened the door to see a gaggle of our top officers all swigging whisky. Among them was our dear Major Chaterjack, now a Lieutenant Colonel. It did not change him. He was still knocking them back. "Hello, Bombardier Milligan," he said warmly. "Nice to see you again, sir. Can you see me?" He laughed. With a few pleasantry exchanged, I connected up the Don 5 telephone. "There's some of the lads outside, sir. Oh," he said, "I'll come and see them." From the top he waved down to the lads on the truck. We all wished he'd never left us. It was the last time I would ever see him. The date was December the 16th, 1943. I remember the first time I'd seen him in Bexhill, a small, very dapper man, a weathered face, always ready to smile. I noticed he was wearing a very fine brand-new pair of brogues. "A very nice shoes, sir," I said. "My batman doesn't like them." "Well, that's because he has to clean them, sir." "Oh, get away, Milligan." This Christmas concert party is bothering me, and I tell B.S.M. Griffin, if we don't get a piano, we can't do the concert. "Oh, we can't have that," he said, his Welsh accent thick as Brecon Peaks. "It's going to be all right, Spike. Lieutenant Walker's going with you in a truck tomorrow to look for a piano." "Great." I tell Harry. "Oh, good," he says. "Pick a good one." "Pick one? They don't grow on bloody trees." "A 20-foot Bechstein, otherwise I refuse to play it." He and the others were on shit-scraping duties. This was the general title given to any cleaning jobs, and as the farm and the buildings seemed never to have been cleaned since the Renaissance, the crap was everywhere, mostly on the gunners. Monday, December the 20th, 1943. My diary. 0830. Off with Lieutenant Walker, looking for a piano. Sparanese first. Place has been hammered to bits by artillery, but people still live in it. No piano. On to Capua. No piano. On to Santa Maria la Fosse. No piano. We weren't having much luck. I went into the Teatro Garibaldi, hoping we might knock off the piano. As I entered, I heard someone playing a splendid rendering of the Liszt's Concerto No. 2 in B minor. The pianist was a young American sergeant. Outside again, I walked around the street markets, and, so my diary says, for some unknown reason, I bought an aluminium washing basin. On the off chance, I asked the old vendor if he knew where I could get a piano. Immediately he said, Sì, vengo qui domani, alla mezzogiorno. I tell Lieutenant Walker, but he has already had a success, and he too was to go to an address at 2 o'clock tomorrow. So we repaired to a restaurant. Strange the memories that exist for me of those days. The cities of the Campagna seemed grey and dank, and the streets permanently wet or muddy. The Italians looked drab. A sort of melancholia lay upon the land. Mind you, it was winter. But it didn't affect me, as I was by nature hypothyroid and mindlessly happy, ha ha ha! But I remember those atmospheres as though it were but yesterday. Meantime, back at the farm. We hear tales of Mussolini holding out in northern Italy. "Oh, what can he do?" says Galloway. "I mean, he's what, 60s? He's screwing this bird, what's her name, Clara Petritri. He's got a few anti-Herberts in black shirts on two-stroke motorbikes, waving daggers on parades outside ruined Roman arches. What do you think it's going to lead to? Hitler must have been off his bloody nut to have him rescued." Well, said Tume philosophically, "Musso might have earned him money." There was a long pause, and then the surprised voice of Jack Shapiro chimes in. "Here, I never thought of Hitler having money. I mean, does he have to go into a shop and say, 10 Woodbines, and have you got change of a quid, and can I have a few shillings for the gas meter?" White says, "Well, maybe not, but he has to have his barnet cut, and the barber can't do it for nothing." Someone has to shack out for Hitler's haircuts. Well, the German people pay for it, said Bombardier Deans. The German people? Edgington laughed. Haircuts only cost a couple of bob. How do you divide 2 bob between 95 million krauts? Oh, they don't, continued Dean. They take it in turns to pay. Oh, I wonder whose turn it is this week, said White. You never know, said Shapiro. It's a reign of terror. They never know who's next to pay for Hitler's haircut. Here he stood and dramatised. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, boom, boom, there's a knock on the door. And that's your lot. The haircut payment squad are there. Oh, well, I suppose all the Jews left in Germany pray for Hitler to go balding, said one gunner. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon we arrived at a house. Lieutenant Walker straightened his hat, and the reason why was soon revealed. A very pretty girl answered the door. From the truck I heard him speaking in broken, shattered Italian. He was full of smarmy smiling and head-waggling, pulling out all the stops. Concluding, she bid him farewell, and he lingered till the last viewer was obscured by the door. Very interesting, sir, I said as he returned. But what about the piano? Ah, yes, the piano. We have to collect that tomorrow, he said, looking dreamily ahead. Dirty little devil. Tuesday, December the 21st, 1943. My diary. The page is blank. Why? Who knows? I usually made up my diary last thing at night. I'm almost sure what stopped me entering it was an outbreak of drooling by Spike Deans. I remember it was late at night. We were in the garage billet. We had got our brazier going, 2 in fact, and several of us were seated around them, drinking our own brew-ups and smoking. Some of the lads were already in bed. Among the leaders was Gunner White. He was sitting up, smoking a dog-end and clutching his brown mug. The calm was broken by the entrance of Lance Bombardier Deans and Gunner Jamjar Griffin, and a few more piss artists. "What's this?" said Deans. He removed his hat and very carefully aimed it at a distant point. Then he threw it. It landed anywhere. So we all wondered what we had watched it for. Where were you aiming, you cunt?" said White. "I was not aiming at anything," said Deans. "It was just a display of joie de vivre." "Joie de fucking vivre," said "What's that?" "It means, my dearest heart, joy of living." "There's no fucking joy in living," was the immediate reply. Dean sat at the foot of Gunner White's bed. "Darling," he said, have you missed me?" Then, grabbing White's feet through the blanket, said, "Whose little feety-poos are these, eh?" White squirmed uneasily. "Get off," he said. "Get off." Deans, still holding White's feet through the blanket, knelt. "Oh, dearest is upset. Has someone upset my dearest, whose little feet I'm holding through this valuable counterpane?" Bugger off," giggled White. Deans moved his hand up to White's shins. "And whose little leggy-poos are these?" "Ah, they the ones my dearest has been dancing on all day on fields of daisies." Deans moved his hands up to White's thighs. "Go off! Go on! Bugger off!" giggled White, who moved uneasily, but not enough to spill his tea. And in this, Deans knew he had White trapped. Nothing will make a gunner spill his char. It was as predictable as the greedy monkey who couldn't get his food-filled fist back to the bars. "Darling has been lonely without her diddums to love her, hasn't she?" Deans runs his hands, Charles Boyle-like, up the blankets on White's thighs. A small group of interested spectators have gathered around the scene. Deans starts to massage White's thighs, with White himself laughing, saying, Someone get the bugger off! Get the bugger off! Bugger off, darling? You want your darling who brings you romance on an Italian farm to bugger off? Then, with a lightning move of his hand, Deans grabs White's cobblers. "Ow!" A great yell from White, who tries to escape, and the whole bed collapses sideways to the floor, exposing White naked from the waist downward. Deans let out a horrified gasp, "Whoa!" and lunges forward, his quivering finger pointing at White's wedding tackle. "What's this?" he said, lifting it up. "Oh, while I was away, my darling has been unfaithful to me." There was a round of applause, and there ended the romantic interlude. I might say life wasn't all gaiety. Alf Files' diary at the time's mentioned. "Boy, am I browned off with this God-forsaken army. We've been here a week and still no recreational trips to Naples. I've had 4 hours in Naples while others have had days. Doug Kidgel is there with the Scammels and some chaps for the guns, lucky devils. I suppose money won't last long among those thieving bloody Italians, who are still charging 4 times the value of the goods. I'm sick and tired of this dragging war and dictatorship within this lousy, tin-god-ridden army. Give me peace or I'll go mad. And what does the army do to try and cheer us up while the Yanks live in luxury at the base, kidding themselves they're winning the war and sitting pretty? The whole system stinks. Well, there you have it. I wonder if Churchill knew all this. Wednesday, December the 22nd, 1943. Battery orders. The following men have been chosen for GOC's parade, Santa Maria la Fosse. Breakfast 06:30, parade 07:30, and bus 07:45, arrive 08:15, parade 08:30, march past. Best battle dress, lanyards will be worn, all webbing to be blancoed, full FSMO, less small and big pack. Rifles will not be carried. As each one saw his name on the roll, he gave a groan and slumped away like a broken man. The one word that destroyed them was blanco. It struck terror into us all. In a disbelieving voice, Sergeant King reads, concert party, excuse God, in lieu of rehearsals. Morning parade has gaps in its ranks. It's the concert party, sir, comforts VSM Griffin. There's 60 men missing, said Major Jenkins. What are they putting on, Aida? We have sent for driver Kidgel in Naples. The guns and the Scammels are at the workshop being overhauled. He's not being overhauled, no. He and his oily bloody mates are sitting on their fat asses saying phew as they exhaust themselves playing pontoon and only move for meals and selling petrol. Half of them are freezing to death as they've sold their blankets. Some of them are already in the mafia. On the morning of December the 22nd, his lordship, Kidgel, arrives in a stately 3-tonner. He's waving from the window like royalty, and the subjects are returning it with certain signs from the waist down. He drives up to Edgington and I, who are trying to make 1 cigarette do the job of 20. Short-Art Kidgel is preparing to leap from the cabin. For this he really needs a parachute. It's an insult, he said. Why didn't they send the rolls? 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 Are you still bloody hungry? I said. Let me take the royal big pack and count the royal cigarettes. He'd done all right for fags in Naples. I bought them on the black market, he said, as I unearthed 10 packets. Edgington is walking behind, holding up Kidgel's overcoat like an ermine cape. Bombardier Dean spots the entourage, runs forward with his ground sheet, and throws it before the dwarf driver. "'Tis the Virgin Queen," he chortles. He's timed his arrival well, Kidgel. It's lunch. "Where's the cookhouse?" he said, forming a queue on his own. The sight of a well-prepared stage had impressed him. "Bloody marvellous," said he. "Can you eat it? Where's the cookhouse? Hey, where's the cookhouse?" We watched as Kidgel devoured a 3rd helping of duff, as though he'd been adrift with Captain Bligh. Kidgel licks his knife. "My motto is, today I live, tomorrow I die." "Well, it won't be from bloody starvation, Kidgel." Meanwhile, back at the stage, Sid Carter and a group of minions are performing miracles using coloured crepe paper and bunting. The stage looks splendidly seasonal, even front curtains on runners. Mangle-Wurzel Wenham had installed footlights. "Watch this," he said, and lowered the lights. "Caw," said appreciative Kidgel. "Nearly as dim as you are." "You bugger," said Wenham. Piano has arrived. It's an aged black upright. Edgington supervised the unloading as though it were a Bechstein. However, it would sound more like Frankenstein. As he struck the first chord, the response was like running an iron bar around the spokes of a bicycle. "What bloody fool chose this?" gasped Edgington. "I did," said Lieutenant Walker. Isn't it satisfactory? I mean, it looked all right." "Oh, it looks all right, sir. That's all you can do. Look at it." Oh, dear. Lieutenant Walker was obviously distressed. After all, he was an officer, and here he was being told he was a musical ignoramus. "That piano has set me back to the tune of 800 lira. Well, sir, that's the only tune you'll get out of that." That afternoon, armed with pliers, Edgington and I tuned the piano. As he tightened the first string, it snapped with the sound of a bullet ricocheting. BSM Griffin entered at that moment to see us flat on the floor. Kidgel read the piano manufacturer's name. Bertorelli, Milano. But really, don't they make ice cream? Yes, Edgington, they mix it in the piano. By sheer effort we managed to chew the piano to a reasonable state. Getting the thing on the stage, we dropped it. Oh, fuck no, groaned despairing Edgington. Don't worry, said Shapiro, our cocky Jew. It can't make it any worse. The concert. We had been overwhelmed with mountains of jokes, ideas, etc., most of them too terrible to perform, and some suggestions were impossible to perform. Who in God's name would tolerate Gunner Chalky White singing Ave Maria nude in army boots? The best we can do is to pick the least offensive, I said. They're all bloody offensive, said General Griffin, who was manager of the company. Gunner White gives a soppy grin and says, General Alexander said we must be on the offensive at all times. Ha ha ha! You can't sing Ave Maria in the nude. Some of the Arte farmers and their wives have been invited. Well, I've got a good voice, said White. Well, you've got a big prick as well, I said. They don't have to look at it. And how can they miss it? Ite's like good singing, not with your prick hanging out. Edgington Files and I have written a reasonably funny hillbilly act. We set about making beards by unravelling rope and brushing it into shape. We used boot polish to blacken them. Behold, said Jamjar Griffin, holding up 4 ragged shirts. It was just what we wanted for hillbilly costumes. Where did you get them? I pinched them off a washing line. Keep your eyes open for 4 Ites naked from the waist up. Using miles of adhesive tape, Edgington and Files are affixing megaphones to the muzzles of our rifles to give them the appearance of blunderbusses. Sergeant Donaldson prepares blank ammunition by pulling the bullets from the cartridges like teeth. No, be careful how you point. These will give a flash 10 foot long. Don't worry. That bastard Jenk will be in the front row. We'll point them all at him. Ha ha ha, said Jemgar. A 10-foot long flash could make an old woman very happy, said Gunner White. Jamdar Griffin is organising the traditional army seating. Brass sets in front, rabble at the back. We had the battery office working overtime, typing and duplicating programs. The pre-Christmas spirit was starting to pervade, and everyone seemed full of bonhomie or alcohol. After lunch, a truck is going to Capua, and some of us hitch a ride. There, driver Sears parks his truck off the road, immobilises it. That is, he leaves it without a driver. Capua? Of course, Hannibal and his Ares had knocked the shit out of the Romans just outside here. He'd gone, but the Romans were now in cafes selling coffee in cups that looked suspiciously like thimbles with handles on. Ought to bring our own bleeding mug, said Sears. 30 lire a bleeding cup. It costed 30 lire. Because it is real Brazilian coffee, said the proprietor, and he should have added, stolen from our beloved allies. However, it was worth it to see the pretty girls seated around. Those eyes. Ite girls must have the biggest in the world. To get a smile from one changed the shape of the day. It certainly changed the shape of your body. Help! The evening ended with a gunner's beauty contest. The first entrant was Bombardier Milligan, wearing a towel and a bra made from army socks. Deans announced me as Miss Brockley of 1904, winner of last year's Never Been Shagged contest. I'm followed by Gunner Devine, draped in a blanket. He is Miss Various Veins in Liverpool and other areas. Devine turned to reveal a bare bum. Miss Various Veins is wearing a peekaboo skirt with a view of Oscar Wilde. Close behind comes lovely Gunner White in a gas cape. Miss Conduct of Battersea is wearing the plunging knee line. White opens the gas cape. He's naked, save for an army sock tied down his willy. He wins. Remarks and shouts come in profusion from the spectators. It went on till lights out. As I lay in bed, I wondered if we were really going on the bend. December the 24th, 1943. Christmas Eve parade. The night before Christmas Eve, after tea, we had all, as was our custom, traipsed across to the battery office, comfortably ensconced on the top floor of a farm building, to read Part 2 orders. "Oh, no," says Gunner White. "Oh, no, no, no." He backs away as though he'd seen Dracula. "We are all to parade on the morrow to be inspected by the GOC 10 Corps. "Who's he?" said Gunner Forrest. "He," I explained, "will either be David Niven or someone else." "Who's David Niven?" "David Niven," I explained further, "is someone else." Edgington is reading further from Part 2 orders. Oh, Christ, listen to this. Not only an inspection, but we will march past him. That is a total waste of energy. Why doesn't he march past us? "Perhaps his legs are unreamy," suggested Edgington, doing a Ritz Brothers face and doing a ridiculous sideways walk. "Come, men," he says, "to la belle balle di Blanco." He leaps a clumsy jetty, sending up muddy sprays. The morning of Christmas Eve, we awoke to find the dawn blowing but sunny. Caw, it's parky. Tired men coming off guard, they rest their rifles against the wall, yawn and fall on their beds. The guard commander, Sid Price, enters, his pipe wafting morning smoke signals. He hurls his webbing onto the floor. "Down, you buggers!" Then a change of tone as he sees us all abed. "Come on, you lazy buggers! It's Christmas Eve. Father Christmas is on his way with boxes of blanket for all you good little gunnerkins." A wave of rude remarks. He chuckles. "You are all rude, nasty little gunners, and I'm never going to play mothers and fathers with you again." Sensational news. Eggs for breakfast. A mighty unshaven rush. I race across the courtyard, Edgington close behind me. Trying to break the 4-minute mile? Yes, I'll soon be trying to break the 6-minute boiled egg. It's amazing, this spirit of Christmas. Everyone is cheery. There are smiles on the faces of even miserable buggers. In a sing-song voice, Gunner White recites, "Christmas comes but once a year, and when it comes it brings good cheer." "Wrong," says Gunner Dirty Bugger Beatty. "It's Father Christmas comes but once a year, and when he does, his wife has Christmas pudding club fear." 9 o'clock. We are all on our transport heading towards Santa Maria la Fosse, and we all sing, "Good King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of Stephen, when the snow lay all about, deep and crisp and even. Brightly shone the moon that night, though the frost was cruel, when the poor man came inside, playing with his tool." We are dumped on a raised muddy road without the environs of Santa Maria la Fosse. There are gunners everywhere. We line up next to 74 mediums. We spot Ken Carter and Reg Bennett, who wave and point to their white lanyards. "Frost!" shouts Bennett. "Stop all that talking!" shouts the sergeant. "It's the only language we know," I said. "Can we do some mime?" pipes up a voice. "Silence!" says the sergeant. The DOC walks along the ranks, stopping every now and then and starting now and then. He stops now and then in front of me. I'm trying to stifle a laugh. "What's your name, Bombardier?" I think it's Milligan, sir." He walked on till he was quite a way away from me. "For God's sake," whispered a North Country voice in the ranks behind me, "don't upset him. He could send us back to the front." "What do you mean, back to front? Make up your bloody mind." Ah, the Royal Artillery Band are striking up. Boom, bang, crash, tarra, bam. The bass drummer is so short we can't see his head above the drum, just a pair of legs hanging underneath. 19 battery! Attention! Right turn! Quick march! We swing along the road in the direction of the town and past the saluting base, which appears to be a gunner in the crouching position covered with a blanket. On it stand the GOC and the OC2 Agra. As we swing past them, there is a subtle waft of whisky. "Aye, right!" roars the command. We stamp along in fine style. We don't know where we're headed, but we are marching as if we do. The step is getting ragged as the band gets out of earshot. The rhythmic marching becomes a great mass of overlapping steps that sound like we were in an echo chamber. We reach the outskirts of the town and are dismissed. "Now then," commenced Bombardier Griffin, "there's 2 hours to see around the town. The lorries will be back here to pick you up at—" He looked at his wristwatch, realized he'd forgotten it, but went on, "at 1500 hours. Any late uns will have to walk back. Right? Dismiss." We repair to a cafe. Earnhardt points to a sign saying, "English sodlads, welcome." In chalk someone has added, "and their money." It's a semi-gloomy interior with a grubby Italian and a mountainous wife. "Quattro coffee and quattro cognac," I signal. We sat at a circular iron-top table that I grabbed like a bus steering wheel and started to make motorcar sounds. "I'm driving this bus to a better area," I said, crouching on the table. Italians at other tables are looking at me and smiling. The British don't usually behave like this. We stayed there till we were stoned. We're all decidedly happy, as the lorries tumble dry us back to the farm, where we arrive dead on the stroke of 1. Those who aren't dead we carry back to their beds. By 6 o'clock, after plenty of tea, we were sobering up. All talk is of Christmas. Those who've had parcels from home are feeling them, smelling them, tearing little holes and peeking in. Spike Deans had over the pre-Christmas months been keeping a supply of wine and masala in which G and T-Truck had all paid in so much per week. He, for some reason, had added sugar to the wines. At this very moment, he was calling the faithful. G-Truck and T-Truck, this way to intestinal trouble. He had the bottles uncorked, and we presented our mugs for the seasonal cheer. By 8 o'clock we were all merry again, and we went to the gunners' billets and sang carols. Well-meaning insults were hurled from the windows above. Back in our billet we went to bed and continued consuming the last of the wine. Christmas Day, December the 25th, 1943. Alf Files Diary. Sergeant Major Griffin and Sergeant wake us up with tea and rum and we're off. My diary. Late Ravalli. Don't have to get up. Beeston and Sergeants bring us tea and rum in bed. It was all too much. Give us a kiss, Sarge, I said to Mick Ryan as he filled my battered tea mug. You'll kiss my arse, he said, an unbearable thought. All around, smiling gunners are sitting up like old ladies in geriatric wards and grinning, Merry Christmas, they say to each other. We all linger over the rum-laden tea. There's a carol service at RHQ at 1100 if anybody wants to go. Ah, why not? It's Christmas, the season of goodwill. Nobody went. So, a regimental parson in a barn merrily sings the first Noel all by himself. Fried eggs and bacon for breakfast, wow! The morning was spent fiddling around with the stage and props. All seemed set. We then concentrated on thinking about the Christmas dinner. I will eat mine very, very slowly. I want it to last as long as possible, said Gunner Hume. They say there's tinned turkey on the menu, I said. How do you know, said Kidgel, his stomach revolving at the thought of it. I heard a rumour. Look, mate, said Kidgel, I don't want a rumour of turkey. I want real bloody one. Parson's nose and all. So saying, he ran off to practice eating. A detail of layabouts had been rounded up, who erected a long makeshift table laid out in the adjacent barn. It consisted of long planks resting on trestles, with blankets for tablecloths. Someone with a soul had stuck thorn leaves and some tin to resemble holly. BSM Griffin's voice rings out in the air. All right now, come and get it! We all take off like sprinters and collide as we try to squeeze through the door. Thundering ahead is Kidgel, his legs barely touching the ground. Pounding behind him is Gunner White, his tongue dragging along the floor. The cry goes up, For God's sake, stop Kidgel before he gets there, or we'll get bugger all! Like a jigsaw puzzle, we all fit into place around the table. We sat on an assortment of chairs, stools, tins, logs. We are served, as is the tradition of the Royal Artillery, by the officers and sergeants. Lieutenant Walker is the wine waiter, himself having partaken of several pre-lunch drinks. He is missing glasses by a substantial amount. Gunner Musselwhite has a lap full of white Chianti, and Gunner Baling is getting red wine among the greens. The sergeants are lading out tinned turkey, pork, beef, roasted potatoes, sprouts, carrots and gravy. None of our waiters are quite sober, and there is an overlap at the end of the dinner when Sergeant Ryan goes around pouring custard over the turkey. As the wine takes effect, the chatter and the laughter increase. For duff, we had Christmas puddings and custard. Hurry up, you buggers, said Sergeant Daddy Wilson. We're waiting to have ours. There seemed endless helpings and unlimited supplies of red and white wine, but it was a long way from the Dickensian Christmas around a log fire in a parlour with Grandma and Grandpa present. However, when you're pissed, all that nostalgia goes out the window. Gunner Smudger stands on his chair and sings a seasonal lament. Oh, bang away, Lulu, bang away, bang away, good and strong. What are you going to do when you want to blow through and your Lulu's dead and gone? Merry Christmas, we all shout. The sergeants and officers are returning, carrying makeshift trays laden with bottles of beer, oranges and nuts. Smudger calls for a toast to the officers and sergeants. There follows more toast to the regiment, the king, and in fact, anybody. I distinctly heard, Gentlemen, the toast is anybody. We gave the sergeants and officers a cheer, and in that order. We left the table looking like Genghis Khan's horsemen had galloped over it. I felt as though they'd galloped over me. There was aught but sleep it all off. We washed our mess tins in those 3 separate troughs: wash, rinse, disinfect. For those interested in details, these were from oil drums sawn in half and filled with the requisite liquid. In fact, there was to be a quickie in the concert where Brutus stabs Julius Caesar and then proceeds to wash, rinse and disinfect the murder weapon. Those who had thoughts of getting into Naples were frustrated, as the city was declared out of bounds due to typhus. Merry typhus, some of them were saying. The great moment is drawing nigh, the concert. The audience are arriving early, most of them with bottles of beer stuffed in their coats. The programmes they are reading were as below. Programme concert. Introduction, Spike Milligan the Herbs, session number 1. 2. Joe Slater, vocalist tenor, as time goes by. 3. Sergeant King, normally known as Ross King, the green eye of the little yellow god. 4. The Royal Horse Hillbillies, otherwise Milligan, Edgington, Files, Kidgel and White. 5. George Shipman, baritone, Shipmates of Mine. 6. Jock Webster, Scotland Forever. The greatest item of all in scrapped, is number 7. Man Mountain Deans, 142 pounds, including tin hat and small arms, versus the Barnsley Basher, Rollicking Robinson, 156.5 pounds, including truck, less tools. Referee, the young Griff. 8. Community singing, all the old favourites led by Spike. 9. BSM Griffin, the ancient Griff, the great mystery. 10. Doug Kidgel, songs you all know and hate. 11. Reg Griffin, assisted by Ken Deans. 12. Lance Bombardier Ace Smythe, otherwise known as Smudger Smith. 13. Sergeant Lawrence, Airburst by Guinness. 13A. Doug Mad Act. 14. Duke Edgington at the piano. 15. Bags of Backchat from Joe Kearns. 16. Spike Milligan and the Herbs once again. 17. Leslie Spence. 18. Command Post Follies. Scene 1, the only one, same as before. In the field. Cast in order of appearance: Gunner and Overworked Act, Lieutenant Walker; Sergeant, Gunner Nash; First Subaltern, Lance Bombardier Milligan; Second Subaltern, Bombardier Deans; Battery Captain, Gunner Edgington; Battery Commander, Lance Bombardier Griffin; 2 Signallers, Gunner White, Gunner Kearns. Finale, the whole shower, jogging along to the regimental gallop, tune of Whistling Rufus. Finished. Note: blokes attending concert will be searched at the door for hand grenades, bad fruit or packets of V's. If M&V are thrown, please retain tin for salvage. The show. The artistes are hidden from view behind a screen of blankets that runs the length of the hall. Behind it all, the secrets of showbiz are poised to hurl them on an unsuspecting audience. The building reverberates to the buzz of conversation. We open with a chord behind the curtain, and then I shout, "Ladies and gentlemen, the 19 Battery Christmas Show." There's a cheer. The band swings into "We're the boys from Battery D, 4 boys from Battery D, do-do-do-dee-dee-dee." We then switch to our 2 ocarinas for the Rockaman Fina Rumba. In the absence of a good finish, the band all stand up and shout, "Hoy!" Very good. Baffle the audience. Curtain down, we dash off to change. We hear Gunner Joe Slater in his strangled tenor singing "As Time Goes By." Edgington is left behind to accompany him on the piano. We keep an ear on the song. Love songs never days, songs for the passion. "I should be singing this," said Kidgel, as he stuck his stringy beard on. "Harry will have to be quick," said Files. "He's only got the green eye of the little yellow god to change in." Edgington rushes in, while Slater is still taking his applause. "Where's me beard?" he gabbled. We help him into his gear, and soon he looks like Zeke McCoy of Coon County. Sergeant King is on, and getting a hard time from the lads. "He was worshipped by the ranks, was he fuck?" came the authoritative answer. "You're on," says Jamal Griffin. Files, White and Kidgel set themselves up on the stage. Edgington and I wait in the wings. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Royal Horse Hillbillies." Boos at her. Curtain up. The scene: 3 hillbillies seated drinking raccoon juice and bar sweat from our rum ration jugs. Gales of uncontrollable laughter. Why? Gunner White is showing a pair of testicles hanging in full view from under his nightshirt. Files is paring his toenails with a jackknife. In his hands he holds a dozen 3-inch bolts that he drops as his toenails are pared. Kidgel swigs his raccoon's piss and spits it out, and from the back of the hall comes "Dang!" as BSM Griffin hits an empty 25-pounder shell case. Bang! Bang! Edgington and I let off our blank cartridge muskets. We had never tried them before, and so loud was the explosion that a great gasp of "Caw, bloody hell!" rang to the audience. At the same time, 2 tin plates dislodged from the roof and covered us with patina of rusts. "Don't fire any more," said a terrified Sloggett who was working the curtains. "Enter Edgington and Milligan. Kidgel, where ye two been?" He spit. "Dang!" Spike, "We don't kill the bar." "Dang!" Edgington, "Biggest bar I ever seed." "Dang!" Spike, "That bar, when I seed him, he done growl. So I growls back, and he leans to the left. So I lean to the left. He scratches his balls, so I scratch my balls. Then that bar, he done a shit. And I said, 'Bar, you got me there. I done that when I first seed you.'" A few more gags like that, and then we all sing, "I like mountain music, I like mountain played by the Healy Beely Band." Files and guitar, me and Edgington on ocarinas, Kidgel on the raccoon piss jar. The music was interspersed with rhythmic spits and distant dangs in tempo, and we went off a treat. "Gunner shipment when I sing shipmates of mine," announces Jam Jar. "He never seen a bleeding ship," echoes a voice. The curtain goes back to reveal Edgington at the piano in bare feet, dressed as a hillybilly. Shipman has a pleasant baritone voice, inaudible in the lower register. He insists on walking about as he sings, causing numerous clinks and clanks and groans from the stage. His song is frequently interrupted by hissed whispers from the wings. "Keep still." He stops in mid-song to ask the voice what it's saying. "Keep still, the floor's squeaking when you walk about." He then continues, except that his last position was on the extreme right of the stage, so we have a spectacle of a piano on one side and a hillybilly playing it, and an empty stage and a singing gunner on the extreme right. He is well received. Jock Webster follows with a series of hoary old Scottish jokes. "Is anything wrong under the kint? No, man, everything's in perfect working order," etc., etc., to the great mock fight twixt Deans and Robinsons. They appeared to be in long johns and plimsolls. They had been rehearsing this mock fight for a week, but it was all pointless, as in the first moment Deans took a right-hander to the chin that had him groggy, and from then on Robinson had to nurse him along. The crowd barracks, "Kill him! Call a priest! Send him home!" The fight went the whole distance, and they were given an ovation, especially Deans, when there was blood running from his chin. His party remark were, "You wanted blood, you bastards, well, you got it." Next, I and the mob in community singing. American officers were baffled by songs like, I painted her, up a belly and down her back in every hole and every crack. I painted her, I painted her old tomato, over and over again. It's BSM Griffin's turn now, and he's had quite a skinful, and does a conjuring act that to this day neither I nor anyone else understands. He doesn't even remember it. He sat hidden under a blanket, pushing cards out through the slit and asking, "What is it? What is it?" A member of the audience would identify it. Ace of spades. He would then take it back inside the blanket and from the obscurity say, "So it is, so it is." I think he got booed off, and he seemed well pleased with it. Kidgelnex, his old favourite, Sweet Mystery of Life, Drigo's Serenade. He has a very good voice. You ought to have it trained, said Edgington. To run errands, said Files. Kidgel had announced himself. "I will sing songs you all know and love." Voice of horror from the back. "Oh, no!" When Doug had finished, the same voice said, "I didn't love or know any of them." Behind the stage, Sid Carter has opened a few bottles of wine to celebrate the show going well. "We should wait till the end, really," he said, "for with this mob there might not be any bloody end." Edgington is at the piano playing his own tunes with that grim, bloody look on his face, as if he expected a shot to ring out from the distance. One of the notes went dead on him, and he brought forth laughter. Whenever he came to the missing note, he stood up and sang the note himself. La! Next, from Liverpool, we have a real scouse, Joe Kearns. He tells lots of Liverpoolian jokes like, "My old man got a glass eye. One night he swallowed it. He went to the doctor, and the doctor said, 'Drop him, bend down.' And he sees this glass eye looking at him at the back, and he says, 'What's the matter? Don't you trust me?'" After him, the band are on again. We play a favourite of ours, Tangerine, da-da-da-da-dee. And what in those days were a red-hot number. What's the birdie? Do-do-do-do-do-do. What's the birdie? And then you give it all you got. Dee-dee-doo-dee. We didn't go that well because the boys had heard us so many times at dances. The finale was a send-up of Major Jumbo Jenkins in Command Post Follies, in which we took the piss out of him in no uncertain fashion. He was fuming, but he put a fixed grin on his silly face. We conclude with the cast singing, jogging along to the regimental gallop, to the tune of Jenkins' own favourite, Whistling Rufus, and by God, we got a mighty ovation at the end. The officers came backstage to congratulate us, and with consummate skill drank all our grog. We all got pretty tanked up. Long after everyone had gone to bed, Harry and I sat on the stage drinking and rerunning the show. It had been a great night. "Now what?" said Edgington. "Now what indeed?" News of Amalfi. Boxing Day, December the 26th, 1943. As if Christmas had not been wonderful enough, out of the line, dry beds, good grub, visits to Naples with free venereal disease. Yet we get more good news. It was like hearing you'd won the Irish sweepstake the moment you just discovered gold in your garden. We were in bed after our concert when down the line came the message. The following personnel will proceed on 4 days' leave to Amalfi Agra Rest Camp. And lo, it's all the concert party. "Amalfi?" says Edgington, rearranging his cigarettes for the night. "What is an Amalfi?" said White. "It sounds like a high-powered I-Type motor car," says Edgington. "But I know all well-educated Milligan tell them. It's an Italian village that lies along the Divine Coast, south of Naples and southeast of Catford. About 6,000 miles southeast of Catford, I say. Amalfi? There must be some mistake. Gunners don't go to the Divine Coast. They go to the Kazi. But, folks, it was all true." 9:30, Monday, December the 27th, 1943. We were all loaded onto the 3-tonner like merry cattle. We are all in cracking spirits. December the 27th was a crisp, sunny morning, though Edgington is overcast, cloudy, with rain and high ground. "I had a drop too much last night," he said. "It was a mere 1,000 feet," he said, imitating W.C. Fields. "Mere 1,000 feet." I continued in the same voice. "It's perfectly true, my dear. He was making love to Grace on the hilltop when suddenly he went over the side. That's how he fell from Grace. Groans, groans, oh, groans." From the back we were watching the column of military traffic going up the line, and in between the pitiful civilian transport. There were loads of pretty girls who came under fire from the tailboard. They ranged from cries like, "I can do you a power of good, my dear," to the less poetic, "Me give you 10 inches of pork sword, darling." It's strange, none of the soldiers in Shakespeare talked like this. If Shakespeare had been in the army, it would have sounded more like this. "Once more into the breach, dear friends, once more. Caw, look at those knockers. Or fill up this wall with our English dead. Oh, grab hold of this, darling." We're travelling south down Route 6, along the line of the Roman road. "It's not the Via Appia," said Edgington, "but I, have, never been happier." Groans, more groans. He pretends to hurl himself out of the lorry. Ah! The roads were really a series of holes joined together. We spent the time yo-yoing between the floor and the roof of the lorry. Sometimes, to ease the jolting, we hung onto the roof supports with our feet off the floor, making monkey faces and scratching under the arms. All clever stuff. Edgington is demonstrating how he can hang by his insteps. We hit a bump, he goes straight down onto his nut. Ah! A few songs to alleviate the boredom. "I never forget the day I joined the army on the spree, to be a greasy gunner in the draw artillery tea, for my heart is aching and breaking, to be in Civvy Street once more. Oh, you ought to see the drivers on a Friday night, polishing up their honours in the pale moonlight, for there's going to be inspection in the morning, and the battery sergeant major will be there. He'll be there He'll be there in the little harness room across the square. And when they're filing out the water, I'll be shagging the colonel's daughter in the little harness room across the square. Oh, I'd come a long way since I was an altar boy at St. Saviour's Church, Brockley Rise. We're going through Capua at a speed that would have left Hannibal and his lads a long way behind. Driver Wilson has put a spurt on, and we are being shook to buggery. I clasped my legs. "Oh! What's up?" said Edgington. "Oh, nothing," I said. "Just practising for an accident." On through Santa Maria, Afrigola, the outskirts of Naples. At Piazza Dante, we get out to stretch our legs and have a slash. We are besieged by Neapolitan street urchins, scugnazzi, who sell everything from cigarettes to their sisters. How could they ever live normal lives after this? The square is a mass of lorries, jeeps and trucks. Large numbers of soldiers, drunk and otherwise, are either arriving or leaving. The Americans are bumptious. They have a great sense of humour, if you're about 5. "Come on, you lot! We're leaving!" Driver Wilson is yelling above the noise. On to Amalfi! It's still a nice clear day, but cold. The sun shines and bounces off the Gulf of Napoli. To our left looms Mount Vesuvius. White smoke drifts lazily from its crater. "I wonder who's working the boiler room," says Griffin. Gunner Jamdar Griffin. He was big, gawky, dark-haired, brown-eyed, 6 foot. When unshaven, he looked like the villain in a Mickey Mouse comic. I never saw him down. In fact, he was far too often up, a great morale booster. He had a huge pipe in which he never seemed to have any baccy. He had the greatest guffaw I ever heard, which you can even hear above the guns. He was one of the real characters, therefore invaluable in the run of human affairs. We had been 4 hours on the truck, and boredom had set in. Lots of the lads were squatted on the floor trying to doze. Only a few occasional words were heard. "Bloody lost, aren't we?" says Vic Nash. "Are we lost?" he shouts to the canvas of the driver. "No, we're not bloody lost," is the reply. "Stop moaning or I'll go in reverse." Is Amalfi in Italy?" says Deans, and looks at me. "It is in Italy, and we must nearly be there." As I speak, we turn off the main Salerno road, and lo, we are on a small coastal road with a sign saying, "Amalfi, cheers." We all perk up. The view from the back of the lorry starts to get beautiful. The sea on the left and mountains to our right. We have many hairy moments trying to negotiate the numerous bends, with loony Italian drivers coming the other way. Snuggled along this coast were small fishing villages that looked like those over-syrupy buildings in Disney cartoons, and yet they were real. The war had been kind to this coast. The only sign of destruction was us. Oh, Christ! Oh, Christ! How much longer? 5 bloody hours? You can fly from London to Moscow in that time. A small squad of unshaven carabinieri come marching along the narrow road, and they are broken up by the passing of our lorry. They reform and continue to march happily and smartly out of step. The lorry is stopping! Amalfi! Cheers! We pull up on the seafront. Opposite is a large barrack-like building. A freshly painted white sign says, "Tuagra Rest Camp." Oh, cheers! The whole village is built on steps that ascend up to the mountains. The buildings are a mixture of white, sky blue, pink and deep blue. Down the centre of the village runs a stream. I could see the odd lady doing her laundry in it, and several small boys doing other things in it. The whole place has architectural maturity. There are numerous creepers and vines growing in profusion on the walls and the balconies. In summer it must be a riot of flowers. Right now it's a riot of gunners. There's a scramble as we dash for the best beds, if any. A bombardier, all base depot smartness personified, says, "Follow me, 90 battery, personnel." Alf Files' diary. Great! Tablecloths, writing and leisure room, laundry facilities, barbers and spring beds in the dormitories, no roll calls, breakfast from 7:30 till 8:30. We are on the 3rd floor in a dormitory of about, say, 30 beds. No pictures, no curtains, no chairs, just beds. Edgington is testing his bed. His usual method, 10 paces back, run, then hurl yourself on it. Wow, seems all right, he said. A resident says the grub here was not so good, but there were plenty of keefs in the town. We dump our kit and make for outside. There's a great echoing, thumping sound as we all last one down as an idiot down the stone steps. The town sloped uphill from the waterfront. Running along the flanking hills were the remains of 45 walls and crumbling turrets, an echo of days when the Moors raided the coast. What was unusual was a large basilica almost on the beach, and more wondrous sculptures by Michelangelo. An even more important work of art was a sign with the magic word, eggs and chips. I remember so well the sheer magnificence of smelling food being prepared continental style, be it only eggs and chips. Through our cafe window the sun shone. It was a great feeling, being safe, eating foods off china plates, and 4 days of it ahead of us. Whoopee! I'd forgotten what it was like to feel happy, said Edgington as he poked his victuals in. We wandered around Amalfi, bought postcards, walked up and down the seafront, even down and up. We tried to chat the señorinas, but no dice. I thought perhaps when I said, "Me Roman Catholic," might break the ice, but no. I tried "me Protestant," "me Jewish," "me methylated spirits." Nothing. Chalky white looms up from behind the sea wall. "Ah! I've been sunbathing," he says. "What sadist sent us to the seaside in December, hey? Hey?" It's late evening. Nightlife consists of going to bed. We troop back to the leisure room to play darts. Dinner is bully beef. It's not bad, but somehow eating bully beef in Amalfi is like ordering beans on toast at Maxim in Paris. We're restless, so we decide to go for a stroll. It's dark. In the distance we can hear ack-ack. God knows where from. It's a reminder of what we have to go back to. We walked up the steps that ran alongside the stream and ascended slowly until we reached a cafe. We entered a small room full of soldiers drinking. Alf and I sat down and ordered a couple of brandies. The room was blue with cigarette smoke. A fat bottom girl was carrying the drinks to the table, and those who were bum-brushed seemed well favoured. One drunk was singing self-indulgent songs. "It's my birthday today," or some such crap. Ah, the fat bottom is approaching us. She has a lovely, plump, smiling face, with brown eyes as large as walnuts and glistening like oiled olives. She smiles, places our glasses before us. "Signori," she utters. "Caw," we replied. "I'm tired. Let's go," said Alf. We picked our way down the steps, no sound save the cascading water running down to the sea. Most of the lads were in bed, except Edgington. He's writing Peg one of his letters. That could mean a 3-hour stint ending with swollen balls. I just fell into the bed. Springs! Oh, it was marvellous. Blackout. Zzz. December the 28th, 1943. I am aroused in the early hours, bitten to death. My bed is alive with bugs. I'm worried about getting typhus. I reported to the duty bombardier. He's nonplussed. "Oh, why you and no one else?" he says. "Yes, why me and no one else?" I said. With my clothes off, I looked like I'd been sandpapered. I reported the M.O. A 45-year-old base depot drunk recovering from last night's piss-up. With eyes like smoke-glass windows, he examines me and says with authority, "You have been bitten by something." "Have I?" I said. "Yes. Have you had your typhus injection?" "Yes," I said very quickly. "Good," he said. He wrote me a prescription for a bottle of chamomile mixture. "Have a good shower," said the orderly, "then rub it in." I retired to the showers. They're ice cold, aren't they? My screams ring through the building. Covered in pink liquid, I dress and join the lads in the restroom. Alf Files and I decide to look around the shops. He has already been around and been accosted by 2 girls who called him "Hello, baby." baby. I thought he looked older than that. With my face a mass of red blotches, Files and I appraised the goods in the windows. What bloody prices, he moaned. I was flat broke and living on money borrowed from Edgington, who in turn was living on money borrowed from Vic Nash. It didn't deter me from going into the shop, just to chat up the shop girls, all of whom looked ravishingly beautiful. We returned to the billets for lunch, an indifferent affair of stew, potato, bread, rice pudding and tea. It tasted best if you mixed the lot together. Still, it went down well, and you could hear the crash. "Now what?" said Edgington as we washed our dixies. "The ballet, the opera, or pontoon al fresco?" "We're only here 4 days, you know. We must act quickly." "All right, then. Hamlet in 4 seconds. To be or not to be, that's the question." The billet notice board recommended a visit to Ravello. This was at the top of the hill, directly above Amalfi. So the gang of us set off. Spike Deans, Harry Edgington, James R. Griffin, George Shipman, Alf Files, Reg Bennett and Ken Carter. "They say it's very nice up there," said Ken Carter. "It's a long way to the top," said the bombardier from the billets. We start walking. The afternoon was bright, with a slight haze out to sea. As we ascend, I observed a profusion of semi-tropical plants growing from the slopes. There were even small alpine-type flowers growing amid rocks. Gradually the view unfolded onto the sea and the divine coast. It was superb. "They say that when an Amalfian dies and goes to heaven, it's just another day for them," spoke Spike Deans. What if he goes to hell?" guffaws Jamjar Griffin. "Well, you'd be able to welcome 'em and tell 'em one of your crappy jokes, and then they'd know the bloody hell we been suffering from you," says Edgington. Jamjar reacts, "Listen, Puddin', where I come from, they think I'm in an old coward class." There's an explosion of disbelieving laughter. He tries to retain his dignity by shouting about it. "I've sung in D'Oyly Cart." "You've never even sung in a fucking dust cart," said Gunner Nash. More howling laughter. There's nothing so funny as a disoriented Jamjar. He realised he was in a losing wicket, so he joined in the laughter. "Ha ha ha! What do I care?" he roared. "You can't help it if you're a load of ignorant buggers." We made it by mid-afternoon. Ravello was magic. It had called the great from many countries, Mozart, Wagner, Greta Garbo, the Duke of Windsor, and now Lance Bombardier Milligan S. Ravello was the seat of the Princes of Ruffolo. In the centre of the town was the piazza, with the Cinquecento Chiesa. Inside, one is overwhelmed at the artistry, from the chased silver keyholes in the doors to the magnificent marble-sculptured pulpit turned into lace by artisans, with the images of the Ruffolo family entwined in the facade. There's a beautiful bust of the matriarch of the Ruffolos, but blast! I can't even remember her name. Was it Rita? Doris? It might be in the Yellow Pages. The piece inside was shattering. George Shipman, to our amazement, played 3 Purcell pieces on the organ. We had no idea he could play the organ, and neither did he. The music soared as only an organ can. I sat in what had been the ducal pew and gazed at the complex of the marble that made up the altar. Like all worked marble of the day, it was a masterpiece. The vaulted ceilings, however, were free of decoration, just plain whitewash, which caught the light and gave the interior the effect of sunshine through gauze. We all felt like a cup of tea. In the piazza we entered a little cave. They made us a lovely pot of brown hot water with some very nice Italian pastries. The place is almost deserted, save for a few waiters suffering touristic withdrawal symptoms. Before war come many a peoples, English, plenty English very rich, said our waiter, looking at me. I stood up and sang God Save the King, at the same time pulling out the empty linings of my pocket. He understood, and soon he too displayed his empty pockets. We sat down, and he had tea and cakes with us. It was Kent Carter who was flush with money. As it appears that 90 battery are almost skint, we of the 70-volt mediums will pay. These words, Edgington and I took off our hats, prostrated ourselves on the pavement and kissed his boots. He tried to shoo us off, but we stuck to him like leeches, grovelling to him and shouting, "Thank ye, young master. God bless ye." Now what? The place to see, apparently, was the gardens of the palace, listed as the Belvedere del Cimbrone. Even though it wasn't the flowering season, the gardens were a sheer delight to the eye. Shrubs, bushes, trees, all placed with the uttermost precision to create an atmosphere of relaxation and tranquillity. A central ornate marble fountain played watery tunes from its moulded lead faucets surmounted by stone cherubim. It was so planned as to avoid any view of the sea until one arrived at the tiled terrace, which was reached through a small replica of a triumphal arch, alas, now stripped of its marble. "See, we're not the only ones who've lost our marbles," said Edgington. It was sunset. Standing on the abutment of the Villa Cimbrone, we are looking out to sea that lay like polished jade. Away to our left, about to be swallowed in an autumn mist, was the sweep of the Salerno coast, running away into the distance like an unfinished song. I stood long next to Harry Edgington. There was no noise, no trains, motorbikes, motor cars, barking dogs, transistor radios. It was a moment that was being indelibly etched in my mind for life. I felt part of history. Wagner had stood on this spot. What went through his head? From what I hear, it was, "Which Italian bird can I make with a screw tonight, my dear?" "We'd better get something to eat," said the soft voice of Bombardier Ken Carter. "Ah, but where?" "Let's go back to the piazza," I said. "There might be something there." "I don't remember seeing anything there," said Edgington. "You must remember seeing something, Harry. If it's only the floor. I mean, you were only there half an hour ago." "Your power to bend words," he said, "will one day end you in the nick, the nut-house, or graveyard." We reached the piazza as twilight was touching the adjacent hills. "You lads looking for something?" A wavery female Cockney voice. Standing by the gate of a whitewashed wall was a small, skinny lady of about 50, or 1,000. "She's speaking Cockney," whispered Edgington from the corner of his mouth. "Perhaps she's lost," I said. "We're looking for some mangiare," I said, and automatically did the sign of eating. "No need to make signs for me, darling," said the amazing Cockney voice. "I lived in London for 40 years. With the Romans, I thought. She then told us the good news that was to lead to an unforgettable night. "Come on in. We can fix you up with eggs and chips and some wine. That'll do you, won't it?" she said, and gave that forced Cockney laugh of embarrassment. We followed her to a terrace that had a sensational view down a precipitous mountain that concluded with the sea. In a small, plain, wine-coloured room, adorned with a few religious pictures and a mixture of stern-faced Neapolitan grandfathers, grandmothers, and children in communion white, we sat around a central table with a tablecloth that looked suspiciously like a bedsheet. I hope I wasn't at the feet end. Chattering, she plonked down 2 large carafes of red wine. "There, that'll keep you going till din-dins." She disappeared into the back room, where she reverted to broad Neapolitan and shouting. She was answered by a male voice that appeared to have a sandpaper lining to his throat. That or his appliance had slipped. To Edgington's joy, there was a piano against the wall. The first notes of Tangerine, and we all joined in memory of our North African concert party days. Outside, the crepuscular twilight was moving along the Amalfian coast. "Aha! Eggs and chip Italian style with spaghetti have arrived." "Heavens alive!" exclaimed Edgington. A man brought up on roast beef and 2 veg. "Spaghetti with eggs," he chortled. "Now that's what Catholicism does for you." I observed the faces of my comrades, the same expression I observed 1,000 times. It is when, for a moment, conversation stills at the sight of the food, the communal spirit is temporarily forgotten, and each man is only aware of himself, his stomach, and the pleasant preparatory taste of salivary juices in his stomach. A half-smile was on the face of all of them, except Jamjar. His face took on the appearance of a cougar about to kill. "There you are, me darling," said our little lady, balancing 4 plates along her arm. There followed that urgent rattling of cutlery, knives and forks, foraging like hungry wolves among the repast. There's the usual insult to culinary art, snowstorms of salt and pepper. I saw her wince at the request for tomato sauce. Her husband appeared, a replica of Henry Armetta, short, fat, greasy, amicable. He grinned and made that little nodding gesture of the head peculiar to Italians. On reflection, it would look peculiar on anybody. Buona, eh? Si, molto buono, we caused. Pressing my linguist abilities, I said, Te voglio un bicchiere di vino. By his facial reaction, I could have been speaking Chinese. Even worse, he said, Scusi me, ma I know non parla francese. They had a drink with us. Here's a victory to the Allies, she said. That got rid of all the wine. 2 more carafes arrived. With them we drank Salute Italia, Viva il Re. That got rid of 2 more. From the bread on the table, Jamjar Griffin was wiping the last of the egg off his plate. You leave the pattern on, mate, said Carter. Now, would you like a sweet, said our lady of the food? We've got lots of eggs here, a barrel masala in the cellar, and a special treat we could give you all a zabaione. There was the stunned silence of culinary illiterates. Tactfully she explained what it was, how it was made, how it tasted. It was made in honour of General Zabaione. I believe he was one of Garibaldi's generals. How could we refuse this offer? In great anticipation, we proceeded to destroy our taste buds with State Express 555. Overwhelmed with musical ego, I sat at the piano and played a very dodgy version of Body and Soul. That's a lovely tune, said Carter. Yes, it is, I said. Then why play it, he said. It's coming, said Edgington, cupping his ear in the direction of the kitchen, from whence came noises, in the wake of which our Madonna of the 7 Teeth came forth with a tray with 6 glasses of yellowish stuff. Slight apprehension, except Jamjar, who was into it like Dracula into a throat. It's custard, he said. That's it, of course. Zabaione is Italian for custard. I turned to Lance Bombardier Carter to play the piano. They laughed when I sat down to play the piano, he said, but when I played, they became hysterical. We all giggled and laughed. Mind you, at this stage, we would have giggled and laughed if we'd been told we had only a week to live. He played his own composition called Candlelight. I still, to this day, sometimes find myself humming it. Strange, when I was writing about this particular incident, I phoned Kent and asked him if he could remember the words. He said, yes, I've got them somewhere. I'll dig them out and let you have them. That night, Ken died in his sleep. Outside, night had fallen along the Malfian coast. With Ken still playing those incredibly romantic tunes of the 40s, Harry and I went and looked at the view outside. It was a vast, velvety panorama. The moon lit the whole scene. The clarity was startling, like sunlight through blue-tinted glass. I could hear distant singing drifting upwards from the sea. I noticed boats with tiny yellow lamps like fairy lanterns on the water, and a rhythmic beating of course, it was the pescatories attracting the fish. It was all like a magic painting. I'm including now Harry Edgington's recollections of that evening written in 1977. But to the memories of that evening of that day, which, as I've already said, are not continuous or consecutive in their order. How we got to that establishment, virtually on the brink of 2,000 feet high coastline, I haven't a clue. Whether it was a private house or a cafe, I couldn't tell you. I can recall that we sat out on the stone-flagged terrace, with disconcertingly thin wrought iron railings. We were there for perhaps an hour, while evening gave way to twilight and eventually to a fine calm night over which the mystery moon queened in peculiar fashion, cutting a massive fan-shaped swathe across the mill-pond calmness of the Med directly towards us, and so it seemed. We were too overawed by the scene to talk much. Far below, the fishermen's boats were intriguing us. Lanterns on the prow, the singing of the fishermen came wafting up 2,000 feet as they banged on the sides of the boats with pieces of wood. The sounds on the side came to us perfectly focused, so clear as the moonlight. So we just drank in the scene, which I would say was starkly rather than restfully beautiful. Right, now Back in the little dining room, the romantic mood had gone, and Jamjar Griffin was in the middle of a magnificent rendering of Poor Blind Nell, who, in 32 bars of music, had more perversions committed on her than a victim of Caligula. Reg Bennett played Blue Moon, and then Follow My Heart, My Dancing Feet, while I danced with a hat stand and Edgington with a chair. The denouement. Rosie says, "How about some hot ice champagne?" Champagne? Champagne? Gunners drinking champagne? This was called Asti Spumante. It's more like proof lemonade, but the sheer feeling of luxury made it even more heady. "Caw, champagne," said Edgington, making it disappear at a great rate. He was at the piano again. We stood around and sang tunes that put an emotional seal on our generation. Along about 2 a.m, we paid the bill, bade noisy good night to Rosie and her husband, and started down the long winding road to Amalfi. It looked like a silver river. No one was drunk, but we certainly weren't all that steady. There was a lot of sliding and slipping. It was about a mile to the bottom, and I think our gyrations added another 3. The sea front was quiet. A few chinks of light showed through the late windows. I slept to the sound of the sea and the tide of a thunderous snoring from a Neolithic gunner in the next bed, who was fully clothed and sick down the front of his battle dress. A perfect end to a memorable night. Wednesday, December the 29th, 1943. My diary? Nothing. Why did I write it? Files. Memorable because we saw the remains of Pompeii. This day was memorable. All the lads left early for Pompeii. Having seen it, I opted to stay in bed. It's a cold, sunny day on this delightful coast. I miss official breakfast, so I go to the little cafe by the cathedral steps. Inside, I find Gunner White and a drunken Scot from 64th Mediums. "Aren't you seeing Pompeii?" said White. "Not from here. Anyhow, I hate conducted tours. I ordered 2 eggs and chips from the Signorina." "This place gets a bit boring after 24 hours, said White. The first time the drunken Scotch talks. Fucking tours. Near block good. I bet here. Fuck. Let me describe him. Short, stocky, black hair, red face, and staring blue eyes in a sea of red veins. He had no mouth as such. It looked more like an incision. He reeked of alcohol. The front of his battle dress was a mass of red wine stains. His teeth were Van Gogh yellow, and he hadn't a penny, and sat with anyone who could stand the smell. "I can't get rid of him," said White. "He's been with me for 4 hours." I ate my eggs and chips and yarned with White. The drunken Scot kept interjection with unintelligible Scotch rubbish. "Quiet, Al! Now near get in here. Well there. Fuck." We get onto the beach and hire a boat. Fuck. I took the oars and we pulled gently from the shore. Out loud I quote, "All in the golden afternoon, full leisurely we glide." Fuck. 100 yards offshore, I stacked the oars and we just drifted. Wonderful peace. The sun is warm, the air balmy, the water's calm. The terrible Scot is sick, not in the sea, in the boat. We rowed back hurriedly with him downwind. Fuck, he said. We climbed the sea wall and ran away from the reeking Scot. We walked along the coastal road towards Positano. The afternoon sun was like a warm caress. We slung our jackets over our shoulders. To our right are granite cliffs. "What calls that?" White points to a great cleavage in a hill. "That's a fault." "Fault? Whose bloody fault?" Carefully I explained its geological origins. Oh, he said. It was a waste of bloody time. If I'd have answered Mussolini's fault, he'd have been just as satisfied. Fuck! He'd caught up with us again. We watched men catching octopus along the shore. To kill them, they pulled them inside out. It was obscenely cruel, but then man is. "Do they eat those bloody things?" "Yes." White shuddered. "Oh, it's like eating bloody worms." The Anglo-Saxon will devour stale, hard bread, bully beef, hard rolls, food boiled to death, obliterated with artificial seasoning, yet delightfully cook octopus and garlic. Oh, no. You are what you eat, and that's why we all look so bloody ugly. Back to the billets, we see that the showers are hot, yes, but oh God, the news has got around. Crowds of steaming red naked men cram in the bathrooms. There's 5 men to a shower. It's every man for his bloody self. So saying, White and I charge our way in. The bodies are so compressed, I'm sure someone else washed my legs by mistake. Fuck! The Scot! He's under the shower with us, but he's still in his underwear. All clean and glowing, smelling of Wright's coal tar soap, we are ready for the evening. We are nearly skint, so we have to eat the army grub. We needed every penny to get pissed. Let's look for someone new. White is looking up the steps that run up the centre of Amalfi. Thank fuck we got rid of that bloody jock. It's evening now. Above, I spot Hesperides. I didn't mention this to White, who was already baffled enough by the geographical fault. All the way up the stairs, at intervals, are little trattorias. We ascend halfway up the town. A pretty girl is standing, inviting us inside a house. You want a drink, baby? White need no second invitation. We go inside. It's a one-woman brothel. Now, let me explain. These weren't regular whores, but working-class girls who had fallen on hard times are doing it just for the duration. Inside is a square whitewashed room with a charcoal burner in the middle. There are simple wooden chairs around the walls. Several simple soldiers are drinking red wine from a large bottle on the central table. A large middle-aged lady in a black dress and another young girl of about 15 pour us some wine. The girl from outside has come in and points to one of the soldiers. They go into the next room, and I hear the lock go in the door. I then hear the springs go in the bed. I feel uncomfortable. I'd never had it away with a whore, and being a Roman Catholic by upbringing, the thought of doing it with one horrified me. However, a couple of hours later, I'd blown all my money on wine, and the girl had been through about 6 customers. But she kept looking at me and saying, "You want?" and pointing to the room. I declined, and each time she got angrier. She was, in fact, fancying me. Why not? I was the best-looking one there. My rejections finally drove her to say, You no like me. Why you say no? I explained that I hadn't money. Whereupon, in my drunken state, she grabbed me, ushered me into the next room, and screwed me. At the end, I said, Niente soldi, niente soldi. She put her finger to her lips and went, Shh. Then wait for it. She gave me 1,000 lira. Quick! The Guinness Book of Records! Hurry! You no speak other soldiers you invited. No, you very good. You come back gain the money not eh? My male ego was bursting. After all, she was not a common whore. Common whores wouldn't rate me at 1,000 lira ago. No, this girl had a fine sense of values and a remarkable understanding of currency. But would I catch something? That's the question that haunted me in bed that night. However, I had broken the back of my Roman Catholic inhibitions. What would the Pope say? It all reminded me of the story of a 50-year-old Pioneer Corps soldier who was caught having a knee tremor one night in a doorway in Bradford. The judge had told him he was a disgrace. There was far too much of this thing going on in town, etc. He was going to make an example of him and gave him 3 months for indecency. The comment from the Pioneer soldier was, "I'll tell you something, you'll never stop fucking in Bradford." White is lying on his bed, ecstatic with the evening. "Oh, Mummy," he said suddenly, "I don't want to go back to school." December the 30th, 1943. Diary, got pissed all day. We leave Amalfi. December 31, 1943. All good things must come to an end. So saying, I slammed the tailboard up, climbed aboard, and recommenced our journey along the muddy Route 6 back to the farm. Ah, Amalfi, Ravello, what terrible withdrawal symptoms it produced. We arrived back just after dark. The sentry challenges us. "Halt! Who goes there?" We gave an incredible mixture of replies, from "Piss off!" to "Higher Water and Company Limited." I think Edgerton said, "W. Fields, my dear." White dumps his big pack on the floor, flops onto his bed, lights a fag. "Coming back to this fucking place is like being taken to the ballet and then asked to empty the fucking dustbins." Harry starts to sing "Cuore Napolitano non sai di più," a song we had heard in Amalfi. It all had been memorable. January the 1st. Happy New Year, 1944. A muddy field, a rectangular pitch. At each end, goals from a bric-a-brac of telephone poles, logs and branches of trees, freshly painted with whitewash. Around the touchlines are foregathered men of 19 Battery. They have come to see 19 Battery wipe the bloody floor with a team from RHQ. "We teach him to live in dry bloody billets," said Diepool as he took the field to captain our team. Great cries of encouragement as against the boos that greeted RHQ. The referee is Sergeant Donaldson, the two linesmen, Jock Hall and Bombardier Marsden. So biased is the referee that just the entry of the RHQ team is greeted with a blast on the whistle and a cry of "Offside!" The game didn't seem to bear much relationship to football. It was rather a sort of foot mud ball. At times, the ball was buried a foot under the surface, and after 10 minutes, both sides looked identical. Thereafter, all players ran around the field identifying themselves by shouting, "19 Battery!" or "Here, over here, RHQ!" It sounded like a lunatic Eastern bazaar. All attempts at positional play were abandoned in favour of a mass concentration wherever the ball was. I swear to God, the first goal for 19 Battery was scored by the referee. And when the ball came where the touchline might have been, several spectators joined in the dribbling. The interval was resplendent with 2 huge containers of tea and a seasonal gift of rum. The spectators went to it first, and the players got bugger all. The game is about to be resumed, but stopped when 3 19 Battery players were found hiding among the RHQ team. The game ended in a 2-0 win for us. Our second goal was unique. The RHQ goalie stopped a shot and was standing, holding the ball on the goal line, when Gunnar Devine shoved him in. There was a hell of an argument, but the goal was allowed. Some say only after the referee had promised the goalie 50 lira. But that night we had news from the front. 18 Battery in a duel had blasted a jerry gun off the face of the earth with an observed direct hit from an Aero P, and 15 Battery had destroyed a very dangerous machine gun pillbox. Oh, Happy New Year! A search for AFN Naples. January the 2nd/3, 1944. I wanted to get the band a broadcast. With this in mind, I skedaddled to Naples, hitching all the way. After much searching, I finally located the offices of the Allied Forces Network. They were located on the first floor of the San Carlo Opera House. I passed along a corridor of signs: Capo di Ballet, Maestro di Orchestra, Prima Ballerina, Vietato Ingresso. Finally, a piece of true British enterprise. AFN Liaison Officer, written on a piece of cardboard with a 3-inch nail rammed through it. I knocked politely. The door was opened by a tubby ATS girl who greeted me with, "Yes?" "I'd like to speak to someone about doing a broadcast." "Oh, yes?" "Yes." She stood like a dummy. "Well, could you tell me, who to see?" "Well, there's only Lieutenant Monday." "Well, can I see him?" "Does he know you're coming?" "No, unless he's got extrasensory perception." "I'll tell him you're here." She waddled off to a door directly behind her. Her bottom wobbled as though operated by an invisible hand. She reappeared blushing as though she had been interfered with. If this was the case, our molester must have been blind. "Lieutenant Monday will see you now." I walked into a room that had obviously once been a broom cupboard. The desk took up most of the room. The walls were barren save for a nail with a hat on. On the desk was a stub of a pencil, a telephone, and a copy of the Union Jack. Behind it sat a minute, sallow-complexioned man. He was either a dwarf or sitting on a milking stool. If the latter was the case, the pained expression suggested that the stool was upside down. He looked at me as though I'd come from Mars. "Yes, what is it?" he said, shifting his seat. His demeanour gave me the same feeling Edith Cavell got the dawn of her execution. "I'm Lance Bombardier Milligan, sir, 56 Heavy Regiment." He received this announcement as though it was an eviction notice. Oh, yes," he said. Sir, I'd like to get a broadcast for a jazz quartet. An eviction notice, plus seizure of all assets." This was all new to him, and by the silly look on his face, anything was new to him. He squirmed and said, "I see." He didn't really. "Are you professional musicians?" I thought the answer, yes, was a good one. "Do you earn your living as a musician?" "No, sir, I earn it as a lance bombardier." "I'd better make a note of the band's name," he said. It's, sir, D Battery Dance Band." "E Battery and D, sir." "What?" "It's D, sir." "D what?" "D Battery, sir. You were writing E." "Oh." He scribbled out the E and wrote D. "There," he said, as though he'd climbed Mount Everest. "Now." He placed his pencil tidily on the desk. "Anything else?" "Anything else?" What was he talking about? "Yes, sir." "When?" "Oh, when what?" "When can we broadcast?" "Broadcast?" "Well, we don't know what you sound like, do we? Well, what about an audition?" "Audition?" It was like checkmate. "Oh, yes, an audition now. Now when?" "Any time." "Any time? When would that be?" God, there was only one way he became an officer. He was baptized one. "I think my boys could make it the day after tomorrow, sir. The afternoon." Let me check my diary. He opened a drawer which was empty and pretended to write something inside. He closed the drawer. "Well, that's that," he blinked. I saluted. He didn't. I don't think he knew how to. I walked out past the ATS girl who was preparing for the next groping session. Outside I rubbed my hands with glee. I always kept a tin with me. "Wait till the lads hear the news. Wow!" "Now," said Kidgel on hearing the news, "what songs will I sing? I'll be a hit on radio for a start. They can't see what a short ass I am." "It took a bloody war to get us to the air," File said. "We owe it all to Hitler." "Gentlemen," I said, "will you all stand for Hitler?" "Why not? The Germans had stood for him for 10 years. January the 4th, 1944. News that we are about to move somewhere at short notice. This flattened any hopes of the band playing on the AFN network in Naples. Bugger, bugger, bugger. It was a coldish night, so most of us were in bed, some with bottles of vino, some reading old newspapers, some writing those feverish letters home. I was reading my letters from Betty, Beryl, Lily, Ivy, May, Madge, and for some inexplicable reason, Jim. I would read all the best bits out to the most frustrated gunners. White is sitting up with a Happy New Year chalked on his tin hat. Enter Bombardier Fuller. What's he doing up? He's fully dressed, looking very alert, and bearing down on us. It looks bad. It is bad. He says, "Listen for your names." He calls out, "Nash, Milligan, Deans." He drones on for another 10 more. My God, they've found us. We are going to war again. A new position. We are the advance party to dig gun pits, command posts, cookhouses, shithouses, etc., etc. You got to be packed and ready to leave at 0530 hours. Christ! Breakfast at 4:30. Bloody hell! Why don't they make sleeping a crime in the army and have done with it? "I suggest we sleep with our eyes open," I said. "Shut up, Milligan," said Fuller. He tucks his papers back into his pocket. He told us we have to prepare our trucks and load them tonight. We swearingly drag ourselves from our beds. The rain outside is torrential, and into it we go. We had to test the batteries for the wireless set, then test the set, and finally pack all the command post equipment. Who invented bloody artillery boards? What idiot invented drums of cable? What fool made deadweight telephone exchanges that had 20 subscribers and also subscribed to double rupture? Like drowned rats, we humped all this stuff into the wireless truck, and you had to pack it very carefully, or you couldn't get in yourself. My companion in the back was to be Gunner Birch, who had what we call space cancer. With a minimum amount of possessions, he could fill a room. Every flat surface for 100 feet around was covered. Every chair, table, box, floor, shelf, hook, nail he managed to cover with his mess of possessions. And me, I would make space by carefully packing. Then in would come this lumbering idiot and fill every bit of that. Even then, his pockets bulged with stuff he could not find room for in his kit. Underpants and vests were poking out of his pockets. Vests he could not find space for, he wore. His gas mask was full of socks and handkerchiefs. He was a travelling disaster, and worst of all, he was travelling with me. As fast as I packed something in place, he would throw something on top. By 11 I'd told him, "Look, go away. Lie down. Stay away. Don't come back. I'll do it all." He walked squelchingly back to his bed. By midnight, I had unpacked the truck and repacked it, making a mental note to get into my seat next morning before he managed to pile his rubbish in. I returned to the shed and was delighted to see that someone had lit a brazier that glowed lovely and red in the dark. "Finished?" It was Spike Dean speaking. "Yes, I'm finished," I said, warming myself by the fire. I took off my soaking boots and socks and changed into dry clothes, leaving my wet ones to dry in the heat. Deans loomed from the dark with a cup of tea. "God bless you, sir," I said. "God bless ye." "Just made it before you came in. There's a whole tin of it still hot over there." "Good luck, sir," I said. "Oh, God bless you, you're a sport, sir." I wearily slid into bed and sipped the tea. It was quiet now. Better get some sleep. I drained the tea, rolled myself into my blankets, got really comfortable, warm, cosy, drowsy. Had to get up for a slash. As I lay there, the others came dripping in at various intervals. Little Vic Nash is swearing enough for a company of drunken Scotch guards. "Fuck 'em," he says. "Fuck, fuck, fuck, fuck 'em." And I think about summed it all up. I fell asleep to his gentle swearing. Fuck, 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 fuck 'em, fuck, 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 fuck 'em. 4:20 a.m. Please God, why didn't you take me in my sleep? Pitch black, cold, and a howling gale. As I dressed, I hear a tree crashing down. Why, oh, why didn't it fall on me? Some distant shouts. It all sounds like we're on the moon. Breakfast helped. The duty cook, Ronnie May, served it up like a zombie, then went straight back to bed. At 5:30 sharp, our small convoy moved out. The destination was a place called Loro. In the back of the wireless truck, by the light of an operation lamp, I found the place on the map, a small village on the foothills that ran down to the Garigliano plains. Across the brown Garigliano River were towering mountains. In these, Jerry was waiting. Amongst them, a Jerry who was going to do for me. Slitheringly, we pressed forward on our muddy, narrow road. First light was eking through overcast skies. The wind was at gale force, coming from the southwest. We could feel the truck take the impact as strong gusts hit us broadside. Behind us was a 3-tonner with a digging party. Stark, winter-black trees lined our route. The road was deserted, except for a gradual increase of military traffic going the other way. I hoped they weren't deserting. One never knew in a war. More than once have I seen a squaddy run out of his tent, down a slope to do a pony, had heard anxious voices shouting to him, "Are you retreating?" In this case, he was evacuating. I sat directly in front of the wireless set. I switched on and got early morning music from AFN Naples. I cursed the luck that had spoiled the band's chances of doing a broadcast. However, the news is good. The Russians have advanced across the Polish border and are now 10 miles inside. It seems they might win the war before us. If the Allies know what they are doing, they must occupy as much territory as they can before it's annexed by Russia. Otherwise, the post-war border of Russia will be somewhere near Tunbridge Wells. Every day we don't land in France, it's a bigger headache for us after the war. It's frustrating to know that this war will make Russia a post-war giant, and all our military energies will be spent on a peacetime build-up to meet the Red threat. It seems that, like Hollywood endings, wars went on forever. As my dear father had once said, the only way to get rid of wars is to have them. Right now, we are having one. "What are we supposed to be doing at this place?" said Birch, who was not the brightest. "We have to prepare gun positions by the 10th. A big do is going in." What have we got to do?" "What, you and me?" "Yeah." "We do what the rest of them are doing, digging bloody great holes in the ground for bloody great guns." He didn't answer. He lit another cigarette. Then he spoke. "Why don't the bloody Pioneer Corps dig our holes?" "Because they are all home in bloody beddy-wise, that's why." I explained. The Pioneer Corps only did roads and buildings, not making holes in the ground. "Well, we did the bloody lot. I've dug holes, filled sandbags, chopped trees, put up tents, officers' messes, Kazis, Nissan's huts, the bloody lot." "So what are you complaining about right now? You could be with the poor bloody infantry, being shelled, mortared and machine-gunned, and here you are safe and sound in a luxury wireless truck that would be much more luxurious if it weren't for your bloody packing. You loaded this truck like it was a bloody dust cart. No, Birch, you have nothing to grumble about, but everyone has a right to grumble about you. What were you before the war?" "Happy," he said, the standard funny answer to that question. "You see, you steaming nit, you can't even think of an original reply. What were you really before the war?" "I was a trainee sluice operator at a sewage farm." "And you call that happy? You must be a pervert." "Pervert? What's pervert?" he said, his dull eyes blinking. "A pervert," I said, "is a trainee sluice operator on a sewage farm." By 11 we arrive at the hill village of Loro. Through it ran the road to the Fifth Army front. January the 5th, 1944. The roads in Loro are all the same. Built and paved about 1870, they had remained the same width ever since. A Sherman tank filled the whole road. The only way to let it pass you was to let it run over you. In the main street of Loro was the police station. At the most, it could hold about 10 prisoners in 2 separate cells. Off the central room, which we entered from the road, were 3 other rooms. 2 as bedrooms for policemen on night duty, 1 room for cooking, all on 1 floor. The morning when we arrived, the place was pretty hairy. In the central room, at a table, sat an intelligence corps corporal, who must have got there by reason of his speaking the language. As we entered, there were angry shouts, babies screaming and women crying. Both cells were crammed with civilians, so much so we named it the Black Hole of Calcutta. They were civilians who had crossed through our lines to avoid the fighting. All had to be screened in case spies were among them. The corporal was talking to an old Italian man who wore bandaged leggings around his trousers and goatskin shoes. He could have walked out of the 18th century. The smell inside the prison was hell. The prisoners had no facilities, and they had to defecate in the cells. Why this situation was allowed to exist can only be put down to the wonderful "I'm all right, Jack" attitude of the British. We are not cruel, but sometimes we come very close to it. The man in charge was the Commandante of the Carabinieri, a man in his 50s, grey wavy hair, wearing a crumpled grey-blue uniform. He was an out-and-out fascisti, and made it very clear by his surly attitude. He unlocked a room which was to be our billet. It was large enough for 12 to 15 beds. He grunted, "Qui." We all trooped in and chose our positions, mine near the window. I always did this in case of a direct hit blocking the door. But silly, supposing one hit the window. I was immediately made room orderly for the day by me. Vic Nash has started up a cookhouse in one of the adjacent rooms. Alongside an Italian lady cook, one Portenza, a middle-aged lady, all very willing and smiling, and amused at seeing a man doing the cooking. She cheerfully helped Vic Nash and was quick to learn the benefits of making tea, and the rewards to be had in the shape of cigarettes and bars of chocolate. She seemed to be eternally on duty from dawn till 1 in the morning. When I think of some of those soppy females of today who get a charlady to clean their flat of 3 rooms while they phone their friends and eat chocolates, I realise the change in the quality of ladies' working lives. Howling gales continued, blotting out any sounds of gunfire. It was a gorgeous, easy day. I was able to renovate my kit, sewing up socks, putting buttons on my trousers that had been held up with knotted string and signal wire. Any message for my trousers today? At 11 o'clock, Portenza brought me a mug of tea. I lay back on my bed, sipping it and reading from an anthology of English poets I had bought in a shop at Castlemurray. I read the love sonnets of Henry Howard, Earl of Surrey, who apparently imitated Petrarch. I had enough trouble imitating Al Johnson. Somewhere outside, the gunners were digging in heavy mud and a howling gale. When they returned that evening, soaked, muddy, tired, I just didn't have the heart to tell them I'd been reading "With sweet season that bud and bloom forth brings, with green hath clad the hill and eke the vale." Soon the room filled with cigarette smoke, swearing, moaning, and an occasional snatch of song. After a hot meal, there was aught to do but get into bed. A last gesture of sociability, I went outside to the wireless truck, listened to the BBC News, jotted down the main details, and from my bed read it out to the lads. The best received news was the unstoppable grinding advance of the Russian army, who were well inside the Polish border, the announcement of which brought a small, tired cheer. Birch was sitting up in his bed, his arms folded, and an unlit cigarette embedded in his face. "I'm too bloody tired to smoke," he said. "Well, try steaming," I said. "It's easier." Bombardier Harry Homer chips in. "It's all right with Sam Milligan sitting in her house all day playing their bugle." "What? I swear on the Pope's legs, I have not touched the bugle all day." I slept very soundly that night. Isn't that Betty Grable I can see? Thursday, January the 6th, 1944. On the job at 8:15. Bitter cold. Through the bushes masking our position, we can see the snow on the hills across the Garigliano. We are supposed to dig a command post, but no. We find a super cave right near the gun positions. So, instead, now we have to dig a cookhouse. This took most of the day. We dug into a bank under the supervision of Vic Nash. There is nothing so invigorating as an ex-Old Kent Road pastry cook telling you how to dig a hole. Hands and feet are freezing. The only way to get them warm is to dig. By 5 o'clock it was too dark to see. We returned to the billet and luxuriated in the warmth inside, provided by an old Italian device. A large stone, the size of a millstone, with a countersunk hole in the middle, filled with charcoal that burnt brightly with a minimum of smoke. It was all very quiet here, but at night we could hear how close our infantry were by the exchange of machine gun fire, just over the brow of a hillock behind us. We could also hear the grumble of vehicles bringing up supplies for the new build-up, and a sound that always made me feel ill. Infantrymen coming up the line, the unending trudge of what sounded like hollow boots, and the occasional clank or clink of some metal equipment, and most distinctive, that ring of an empty metal tea mug. I used to wonder how in God's name the High Command could keep the movement of 250,000 men secret. I always had the feeling that Hitler knew exactly where I was all the time. On this, the coldest day of the year, we hear that bitter fighting is going on for Vittori. We are now only 5 miles from Cassino, around which would rage the worst fighting of World War II. The days that follows were all the same. Digging. To speed up the process, more gunners arrive to dig, wait for it at night. Mail is slow coming up here, owing to traffic congestion and the one-way road system. Friday, January the 7th, 1944. What's this mess approaching at dawn? It's a fully shagged-out gunner, answering to the name of Edgington. He collapses into our billet. What a bloody caper! Up at 4 a bleeding clock. half a mug of cold tea, a spoonful of egg powder, and now this bleeding crap-hole. He drops his kit. Welcome home, young mass, I say. The plantation ain't been the same without you. Oh, he groaned as he fossicked in his pockets for fags. Seeing him nigh to death, my heart was sore afraid, so I scrounged him an extra mug of tea, then sat him down on his big pack. Now, tell Mummy, was there a rude boy at school today? I refuse to be cheered up, he said. There'll be no smiling Harry till about midday. No, let me help you keep that way. There's bloody great holes in the ground to be dug, and you have to dig 'em in the crippled position, otherwise Jerry can see you. He is soon with shovel, and the wind whistleth through the seams in his underpants, and he liketh it not. A young Italian boy from the village came up and did some digging for us. As a mark of appreciation, we gave him a few V cigarettes that would stunt his growth. We got a visit from the village barber. In an immaculate white jacket, he cut the hair of the entire mob. He was very thorough, snipping hairs in the ears and nose. He went away, his pockets bulging. It's mad, said Edgington, paying for something you don't want. Captain Sullivan comes up to poke around. Yes, he said, and left. Was it worth the journey? January the 8th, 1944, my diary. Weather warmer, digging. January the 9th, 1942, my diary, digging and swearing. January the 10th, 1942, my diary, digging and swearing. January the 11th, 1944, my diary, digging finished, swearing continues. At last we could relax, but still all movement had to be minimal and carried out under cover. Nash used to hold a piece of cardboard over his head. He was desperate for an officer to ask why, but it never came to pass. One fine morning he says, I might have a look at Jerry Lyons. It's a nice clear day. The view ought to be good. And he was right. The view was so good, he got a Jerry bullet over his head. Terrible telling off from Sergeant Jock Wilson. You want to give away our position, you stupid little cockney, can't you? We're done all the digging, and we're now to excavate our own G-truck billet. Down a small bank we find an ideal spot and start to dig. We make it almost a room-sized excavation. We roof it with corrugated iron, prop it up with poles, some canvas to waterproof it, a camouflage net on top, along with some dressings of bushes and branches. With loving care, I tunnelled out a large chimney and had a fire going to dry out the interior. What I needed for my bed was a good piece of wood. Now, Gunner Nash had mentioned a ruined catacomb in a church across the road. Yes, there's a ruined catacomb in the church across the road. You can see them to the floor. Yes, indeed. Nash saw Milligan disappear down the hole, and soon hurling upwards were numerous bones, skulls, rocks, etc., as I searched for a coffin lid. Eureka! I got 3, and soon I was lying on one in grand style. The others I gave to Deans, and one to the telephone exchange for the duty signals to lean against. January the 12th, 1944. Troops in front of us are our old friends, the Berkshires, and a new mob, the London Scottish. Heard Itma on the radio this evening. Corny bastards. Heard Henry Hall and his band. Corny bastards. Have laid in a good supply of firewood. Made 2 oil lamps, now in niches inside our dugout. Knocked off drum of Derv oil from Park Lorry. Swapped soapy cigarettes with Italians in exchange for eggs. Had a marvellous evening. Boiled the eggs and floated them in our beef stew and potatoes. Ate it sitting on my coffin lid. I gazed long into the fire and listened to Dean's holding forth about the war. It must end soon, he says. It must end soon. Why, I said, because I want it to. If wanting to is going to end it, I've wanted it to end the day before I bloody join. I'll tell you when it's going to end, said Files in between mouthfuls. When we flatten every German city and every German. That's the way it will end. I think he's going to lose, but we can't afford to let up here. He knows he's going to go on retreating, but the bastard only wants revenge in the form of our blood. The blokes running their war would rather burn Germany to the ground than surrender. They'll only surrender when they have to, and that goes for the little yellow fucking creeps of Japs. Oh, Christ, said Deans, I've forgotten about them. It'll be just our bloody luck. When we finish off Jerry, we'll be shipped off to the bloody jungles. It's never going to end. Down on the plain there was a burst of machine gun fire. Trained ears recognised it as Jerry's. There was a response from Tommy guns. 2 patrols had clashed. Life and death. More shooting. And I slide another spoonful of dinner in. I really can't get it all together. Us dining, and them dying. A head pokes to the blackout. It's gambling-mad Bombardier Marsden. "Pontoon, piss off," we said. The head disappeared. We could hear him visiting all the dugouts around. "How come he always seems to win?" I said. "Never mind that," said Files. "How come we always seem to bloody lose?" Thursday, January the 13th, 1944. My diary. Sunny, spring-like morning, very quiet. Woken by starlings squabbling over scraps I'd left outside dugout. No work, prayed, and then do as we like. Exchange men by monkey truck men. We'll check command post to see all signal stuff works. Files' diary. Cushy now digging is finished. We all had hot bath down in the village. Hot showers in the front line. 50 casualties in last night's attack by Berkshires and London Scottish. Oh yes, those hot showers with the infantry blazing away just outside the town. But what Files doesn't say in his diary was that when it was Lance Bombardier Milligan's turn to have a bath, he and a score of the other great unwashed are suddenly dive-bombed by Jerry. 5 ME-109s. A goodly sight the folk of Laura village were treated to, as a crowd of naked Herberts scooted out the shower and dived for cover in adjacent slit trenches. As I sit shivering naked in my muddy pit, my one thought was for my money in my battle dress jacket. No sooner the bombing was over, Lance Bombardier Milligan was seen to sprint back to the shower unit. Thank God, the money was safe. It must have been a Jewish battle dress. It was only after checking my wallet that I asked if anybody had been hurt. We restarted our shower. This time there was no singing. All ears were tuned to listening for any further planes. Pink and rosy, smelling of lifebuoy soap, I took me to my dugout, rolled up the canvas flap, and let the sunshine in. The fire was going nicely, so I took out my trumpet and played jazz for an hour. Hello, hello! What's this then? Through the sandbagged portal steps Gunner Edgington, the plastic flower of manhood. I heard the tune of a fairy piper. I couldn't stop her dancing. Then in an even more ridiculous voice, I danced all the way here, me dear. We yarn nostalgically about our gigs. All that happy playing together, now all stopped. It's not the same without people dancing, he said. Dance music needs dancers. I brew up some tea, and he talks about tunes he's got going in his head. He had the great gift of writing a tune that you almost immediately remembered, and he still does. It's a waste of great talent that he doesn't try to sell them. I'm privileged to be, I suppose, the only one who hears them. It's like having your own pet composer. He whistles a new theme. It's called The Angels Cried. I had it in mind when you first told me that you loved this girl, Lily Dumford, and she'd gone off with some other twit. I think I've just about got the tune right. I'm honoured. A song about my love affair. Wow! Bombardier Marsden's up with the NAFI and free issue. He's on the fiddle again and is going to raffle a bottle of whiskey. 10 lire ticket. We all buy one. 10 lire for a bottle of whiskey. Now, that's cheap, he says. It's 10 lire more than you paid for it, you thieving bugger, said Fortright Gunner Divine. Watch it, threatens Bombardier Marsden. Watch it, Last Divine, watch it. Whatever does that mean? Marsden has that sharp look. Anything that's going, he'll have. His type always seemed to get into the Q stores, something to do with rations, carry a housey kit and a crown and anchor board up their shirt. He's more than keen on knowing if there's any casualties. If there are, that means all their bloody rations go into his pockets. We carry our rations back to the dugout and start stuffing ourselves with chocolate. It's almost a psychological need, a substitute for happiness. I suck mine until there's only the raisins and nuts left in my mouth. Then I manipulate them into a ball and chew them. This was Edgington revealing his method of chocolate mastication. Were there no secrets left? He groaned at the call of his name. Bloody exchange duty. When will it all bloody end? When? With hands raised in heavenly appeal, he leaves. I forage among the olive trees and gather wood for the fire. I wrote home to Betty with 1,000 improper suggestions. The sun is waning. I light the oil lamps in the dugout and I thumb through a book of British poetry, some of Wilfred Owen's. They are woefully sad. Saturday, January the 15th, 1944. I woke up with a feeling of foreboding. In the darkness, men, machines and guns are moving. An occasional mule brays out a protest. This luxury is not afforded the infantry. It's uncanny how we hear no utterance from them. It's as though they are struck dumb. To add to the depressing atmosphere, a lone piper wails in the rain-filled dark, the sky boat song. Dee-doo-doo, dee-dee-doo-doo-doo. It's the London Scottish, they're burying their dead, said Bombardier Fuller, who'd come into the command post to replace the batteries on the telephone. Poor bastards. Bury them in the bloody rain. The graves are full of bloody water. The air above the gun position is an overlay of Jerry shells travelling overhead. They're after something behind us, said somebody. We hear the shells explode behind us, and I wonder if they're on target. Grapevine says no. 0350 hours. More fire orders. No one sleeps tonight. 0500 hour. The rain has stopped. Through the cave mouth I see the trees growing in the morning light. In comes Gunner Toom. Oh, here we bloody go again. He puts his mug of tea down. No time to drink. More fire orders. I leave the cave. Outside it's guns. There's a frost. I feel it crunch underfoot. I descend the ladder to our dugout. Deans is asleep. The fire is alive. I throw a handful of wood on it. The noise wakens him. Hello, he yawns. What's the time? It's just gone 5, and it's bloody cold. I automatically prepare my bed. I then go off to collect grub. I wobble across the hard ground, balancing my Dixies, powdered egg and mashed potatoes. As I walk, I sip the life-giving tea. Why do we dote on tea? It tastes bloody awful. It's only the sugar and milk that makes it drinkable. It's like fags. We get hooked. Wearily I climb into my bed. 3 blue blankets and 1 grey one. Funny I should still remember the colours. As I closed my eyes, the sun was streaming over my sandbag wall. It cut a golden swathe into our dugout, illuminating Dean's legs. He was shaving into a metal mirror and humming a tune. Sorry, mate, says Sergeant King. He's peering down at me. We're fresh out of signallers. You'll have to come back to the command post at 8. Oh, what time is it now? 6:40. OK, Sarge, I'll keep till then. You'll wake me, won't you? No, he won't. I sleep fitfully, casting glances at my watch. I'm back in London. No, I'm not. I'm in Italy. My mother is making banana sandwiches. I'm off to work. No, I'm not. I'm in Italy at 5 to 8, and I'm washing in Spike Dean's dirty water. A fag. I'm back in the command post. Lieutenant Stuart Pride as duty officer. Christ, I'm tired. I'll get you a relief at midday, said Bombardier Fuller. The bugger looked clean-shaven fresh. He's been getting lots of sleep. A moment of cheer. Edgington just off exchange duty comes in. Some mail is up, mate. Indeed, a moment of cheer. I recognise my brother Desmond's terrible handwriting. That, or it's been written during an earthquake. He's 17, working as an errand boy in Fleet Street for 4pence a week. He gets up in the dark, travels in a smoke-filled, blacked-out third-class carriage to all Blackfriars. Then to some grim office, runs around the streets with messages and packages that are now forgotten, meant nothing, left no trace, and changed the world not one jot. He then came back home in the dark on a blacked-out train to a blacked-out house. No wonder he went to Australia. He tells me he's doing lots of drawings and follows the course of war with teenage fervour. He has a paste-up book and numerous drawings. He sends me one of German bombers over Rizzolin Road, SE-23. Shall I send him one back of German bombers over my shower in Italy? Sunday, January the 16th, 1944. I have no entry in my diary, but in a small pocket book I have written this. En road to OP. It's going to be a big do. Everything's secret. We are with Lieutenant Budden, Bombardier Fuller, Driver Shepherd. It's a glorious evening, blue sky, sunshine. So unfitting for a bloody battle. Here goes. Long live Milligan. Wait, we are to go back to the gun position for the night, and wait further orders, and so to bed. I remember dumping my Arctic pack on the OP jeep and making my way back to the dugout. Spike Deans was still awake. He was scribing to some bedworthy female on Anglo-Saxon shores. If only she was on the bloody phone, it would save all this burning of midnight oil. Yes, I said wearily. Here. He stopped writing. Weren't you supposed to be at the OP? Change of plans. Churchill didn't want to kill me today, so he's called it off until tomorrow. What a bastard, getting all worked up and then called it off. Where's Files? He's already gone on ahead with the first party. Ooh, sod his luck. He continues his love-lorn missive. Christ, it's quiet, he said. I can hear the nib scratching on the paper. Haven't you got a silencer? I said. Good night, kind sir, he said. Monday, January the 17th, 1944. Regimental Diary. Regimental OP established at 882960 and line laid by 10:30. Files' diary. This was the hottest time I've ever had when we crossed the Garigliano. Shepherd and I in jeeps were 2 days behind the advance carrying party, who foot-slogged to the river, then crossed in boats. We joined them at 167 Brigade HQ. My diary, breakfast at 0800 hours. OP party foregather at 0900. We are issued with Arctic carrying packs. We have a dress rehearsal, fully loaded, then break off till further orders, in which time I am writing this. I had made a note to my diary at this point, saying, I died for the England I dreamed of, not the England I know. I had a terrible foreboding of death. I'd never had it before. We hang around all day. The waiting is worst part. I oil my Tommy gun. I don't know why. It was already oiled. Word that our Major and his OP party are at 167 Brigade HQ at Santa Castrese. I suppose, the Bommifumer, Saint Castrese is the patron saint of castration. They make a damn fine stew, I said. What do? Bollocks. I had a great urge to go to the ballet. I had always loved ballet, and forever in love with ballerinas. It's something I still suffer from. However, I couldn't see myself going to the ballet today. Going to the Major under fire, crawling forward to him saying, Excuse me, sir, could I have a 24-hour pass to see Coppelia? It wasn't on. You're not going, Milligan. You're wanted on the WT at the command post. Bombardier Fuller gave me the news. Birch is to go in my place. Christ, what game are they playing at? That's twice. This'll drive me bloody mad. Still, I was going to be safe for a while. Why am I grumbling? It's still evening, it's sunny, and it's good to be alive. Christ, you back again, said Deans. Yes, is it bothering you? No, he said. Well, it's bothering me. I flopped in my bed and dumped my small pack down. 5 o'clock. Time for command post. I've got a sore bottom. The dreaded piles! The evening at the command post was enlivened by some coon-type singing. Lieutenant Stuart Pride, Edgerton Deans and I were given to spirituals. Our programme was Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. Then I looked over Jordan, and what did I see? Old Man Reba. At 8 o'clock I flopped onto my bed. I knew there was a barrage going over at 2100 hours, and I didn't want to miss it. So I read a collection of titbits and tattlers. I must have dozed off, but I was awakened by the boof, 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 boof of Beaufort's blaving away about 400 yards from my dugout. In my diary I write, "Barrage not very intense. Beaufort's using 1 in 5 tracer. I think it's more a marking barrage for the infantry. I better get my head down. I'm on at 0500. Piles giving me hell." January the 18th, 1944. Somewhere in the small hours I hear explosions in that distant sleep-ridden way. I hear Spike Dean say in a sing-song voice like Jiminy Cricket, "Oh, Spike, we're being shelled." I remember my reply, "Fuck 'em," and dozed off. But then my diary tells a story. 02:20 hours. Awakened by someone screaming coming from the guns. Pulled back the blackout and could see the glare of a large fire. At the same time, a voice in pain was shouting, "Command post! For God's sake, somebody, where's the command post?" It was someone with his hair on fire coming up the path. He was beating it out with his hands. I jumped from my bed, sans trousers, and I ran towards him. He was Bombardier Begent. I helped him beat the flames out. His face and hands were badly burnt. I helped him up the ladder to the command post, and I blurted out to those within, "There's been a direct hit on the guns." I realized then I was late with the news. Wounded gunners were already being attended to. Everybody looked very tense. Behind me, flames were leaping 20 feet high in the air. I rushed back to my dugout, dressed in a flash. I took my blankets back to the command post to help cover the wounded. I then joined the rest of the battery, who were all pulling red-hot and burning charge cases away from those not yet affected. They were too hot to pull by hand, so we used pickaxe handles wedged in the handles. Lieutenant Stuart Pride was heaping earth on one of them with his hands. I think he was going for the MC. Gunner Devine seemed to be enjoying it. He was grinning and shouting, "This is the first time I've been warm today." It never occurred to me that some of those boxes were that hot that they might still contain unexploded cordite charges. Fortunately, they didn't go off, and that's why I'm able to write this diary today. It was a terrible night. 4 gunners died and 6 were wounded. All suffered burns in varying degrees. The work of subduing the fire and tidying up went on into the early dawn. It was terrible to see the burnt corpses. There was little gunner Musselwhite. He'd been killed sitting up in bed. He was burnt black, and his teeth showed white through his black fleshless head. Sergeant Jock Wilson, too. Gunner White, Ferrier. A burial party under BSM Griffin was starting to dig as the dawn came up. I went on duty at the command post. I wondered where Edgington was, and wondered if he was a victim. No, he's on exchange duty," said Chalky White. I ran over to him just to verify. I pulled back the blackout that covered the little cave that the telephone exchange was in. I could see he was visibly shaken by the affair. "Just seeing you were still alive," I said, and rushed back to the chaos. What happened need never have been so bad had we not all been careless. The gunners had dug themselves a dugout and covered it with camouflage net, but they had surrounded their dugout with charge boxes. The first shells must have hit the charges, which blew up and ignited the camouflage net, that then fell in flames on top of those trapped underneath. 16:05 hours. Lauro dive bombed by 7 enemy fighters. The all-night standing had made my piles worse. They started to bleed. It's all I needed for a perfect night. Yes, I have what is called the curse of the Milligans. Piles. My father had them. My grandfather had them. I was born with them. I thought they came along with legs, arms, and teeth. They were bloody painful, and mine were bleeding down my legs. My father personally hated his piles. He, a great romantic of all ailments, he, good-looking tap-dancing he had to get piles. Why piles, he would rage, as he squatted over 2 bowls of water, dipping his end alternately into hot and cold water. Why, like Chopin, could he not have the romantic scourge, consumption? Look at the sympathy he got, lucky swine. He could sit at his piano in a cell at the Carthusian monastery, composing his nocturnes, coughing gently. That was music and Aziz at its most romantic best. But how, he asked, how could Chopin, in sight of his beloved George Sand, sit at his piano, strike the first chords of the E minor nocturne, clutch his arse and say, "Oh, my piles"? Oh, he wouldn't have got very far like that. My poor father, how he suffered. It wasn't the piles that hurt, but his pride. When he had to cancel a performance at Pune Gymkhana special show for Sir Skipton Climo in 1925, he wrote, "Dear Lady C, I'm afraid I've been confined to bed. An old war-wound from Mesopotamia. A Turkish sniper has got me, you understand." When I said to him, "Why don't you have them out?" he said, "What? And let them escape? Never. When I die, I'll go straight to hell, and I want those bastards to come with me and suffer." We drove in the 1500-weight back to the wagon lines, and I waited outside Dr. Bentley's tent. Came my turn. Duck into the tent. Dr. Bentley. He smiles as I enter. "Milligan, haven't seen you for a while. It's not for the want of trying, sir. You look all right. You're looking at the wrong end, sir. Or what is it?" "Piles." "Piles at your age?" "Yes, sir. I'm advanced in my years." "Yes, they look very sore. They're bloody sore. It's painful to walk, sir." "Well, I have no medication for them. I'll give you bed down for 48 hours and a 10B. "Bed? 48 hours? A fortune teller said one day I'd be lucky." January the 19th, 1944. My diary. Soras. Good morning, everybody. All very depressed about the loss of those poor bloody gunners. It was a sunny morning again. I could hear some birds singing in the olive trees. I wish I had something to sing about. Can't sing about a Soras. Thank God I'm bed down. But no! Here comes bed up. It's Sergeant King. "Sorry, Bombardier. You'll have to go to the command post. We're stuck for signallers. That cunt Jenkins, he took enough of them with him to start a regiment." "But I'm bed down, Sarge." "What with?" "Piles." "Piles? That's all. I'm not asking you to use that end. Just answer the phone and work the wireless. That won't affect him." I couldn't say no. We really were short of men. So, with my backside hanging out, I sit on in the command post. Situation reports are coming in. The battlefront is raging. I can't understand why the guns are so quiet. It must be close fighting. Deans is on duty and so is Lieutenant Wright. "They've forgotten all about us," he says, stands up, stretches himself and sits down, a masterful exercise in control. Dean scrapes some chestnuts from the fire and hands them around in his tin hat. "Farm fresh," he said, "laid this morning." The phone goes. "Command post?" "Oh, it's for you, sir." I hand the phone to Mr. Wright. "Right here. Yes. He hangs up. That was the regimental OP. They were checking that line was through. "Of course. I couldn't have told them that, sir. I'm only a lance bombardier." Wright grins. He's one of the lads. "Well, Milligan, that's one of the perks of being an officer." "One day I'll be an officer, sir," I said in shining tones, "and I'll be able to pick up the telephone and say, 'Yes, I can hear you.' That will be a wonderful day, sir." The phone buzzes. I snatch it up and shout, "I'm not an officer, but I can hear you, and that means the line is through." Turns out to be some poor lost bloody signaller from another field regiment. He's been following the wrong line. Whose line are you then?" he says. "I can't tell you. That's security." "Oh, fuck," he says. And so I'm sure he's one of us. But I give him a quick security test. "Who says this is Fump speaking? There's a giggle on the line." That's it, Bar." "Correct. This is 56 Heavy Regiment. We have no use for corny bastards like you." "Ta!" he says, and is gone. Lieutenant Wright is looking at me. "What was that ITMAR stuff about?" "I was checking a signaller's bona fide, sir." "Were they in order?" "Yes, sir." He knew exactly what the answering code word was for ITMAR. "And what was it?" "Bloody awful, sir." The phone rings again. 9 Infantry Command Post. Is the RHQOP. "Take post!" "Fire orders." I rattle down the tannoys. "Right ranging." Soon we were all immersed in a 2-hour cannonade. We had no time other than snatch a drag-over cigarette. "Christ, someone's copying it," was Left-Right's remark, based on the fact that the target remained static and we just rained gunfire on it. "It's a crossroads with ammo lorries trying to get through," he informs us later. The OP tell him that several trucks have been blown up and they're trying to detour over adjacent fields where the 25-pounders plaster them. It ends up with most of their trucks blown up and they pack it in, but it took a lot to stop the bastards. They were a tough lot, OK. At midday, I'm relieved by Sergeant King himself. "Off you go, Milligan, get lunch and be back at," he looked at his watch, "2:00. "Right. How's your backside?" "Out of bounds." I have lunch, then lie on my bed in total discomfort and very depressed. I think I'd better have the operation. Yes, I'll see the doc in the morning and have the damn things out. Guns are going all around me. In between, birds try and sing. What do they think of this lunacy? I have a stab at reading a book by another loony, Lord Byron. It's appropriate, Childe Harold, being read by Childe Milligan. He goes on about Italy and Rome. "Thy very weeds are beautiful, thy waste more rich than other climes' fertility." Have I got news for him? No, I couldn't stomach Byron today. So I read what must have been the most up-to-date newspaper in Italy, the Daily Express, January the 7th, 1944. It was flown here on an RAF plane with the contingent of officers, one of whom met Lieutenant Mostyn at a base depot, and in turn it had ended up in the command post. "It says here we have a fighter with no propeller," I read aloud. "Oh, well, that's due to the shortage of parts," said Vic Nash. "I myself have a razor with no blades. It's part of a plan to drive us all bloody mad." I read that there is a test lighting of street lamps in Malpas Road, Deptford. A certain Councillor Coombs pressed a button in the controlling substation and the lights came on. Nash looks up from demudding his boots. "A lot of fucking good that's going to do for winning the war." I looked through the paper from end to end. "There's not one bloody mention of us," I said. "That's it, mate. We are the forgotten army." Forgotten? Forgotten? Don't make me laugh. They've never bloody heard of us. Smudger Smith and Spiv Convine from B-Sub have arrived. They are definitely scrounging. "You got any fags, Millie?" Smudger always called me Millie. He's moaning about not having enough mail. "They must be all bleeding crippled from the shoulder down. I've written a dozen bleeding air letters and nothing back. Last one was Christmas. Her! Women! Her!" He was right. Her! Women! Her! "Oh, good news, Smudger. According to the Daily Express, there is no war on at the moment in Italy." He borrows the paper. I never saw it again. It would come to the same terrible end that all good newspapers came to in the army, even the Times. At that time, I was dreaming of having an after-a-war venture, and I decided that I would like to have a club on the river. Edgington, Deans and myself had discussed being partners with Dixie Dean from Hailsham. It would be called either Holiday Inn or Ravello's. Deans would see to the catering. I would have a band, and Harry Edgington would play the piano in the lounge. I had a pad. I was writing down what the requirements of the place were, plates, chairs, etc., etc. Dreams, dreams, dreams. "Come on, you're bloody late." Sergeant King has bearded me in my lair. "I'm sorry, Sarge, I was miles and miles away." "We're all bloody miles away," he said. "By the way, they're having a bloody hot time across the river. We're through to them on the wireless. They're at TAC HQ where Looney is." Lieutenant Budden party are up Dimiano trying to establish an OP. We walk together to the command post. He leaves me at the entrance. "Hurry up, Milligan," said Left and Right. "We're off again." Bombardier Edwards had been working the phone, the wireless and the tannoy. "What's it feel like to be fully employed, Eddie?" I said, taking over the earphones. Bombardier Edwards was a gift to the army. He did his job to full measure. Never complained. First class at his profession of specialist. Clean, shaved every morning, even in cold water. But 5'10", black-haired, not in any way good-looking, prominent teeth, never said much. But when we were all getting pissed out of our tiny minds, Eddie would be doing watercolours and sketches of the landscape. We noticed at dances, whenever he took the floor, he appeared to be on wheels and his lady partner was pushing him around the floor. At OPs he was very brave. Well, braver than me. He wouldn't flinch when one dropped near, and I did. I flinched when they didn't drop near. I even flinched when nothing was happening. I was an inveterate flincher. I flinched after the war on hearing the first cuckoo. The weather is now glorious, a faint promise of spring. Warmth is in the air, the sun is in a cloudless sky, and the Germans must be cursing it as the RAF and the USSAF pound the daylights out of them. Suddenly, there are no more fire orders. All round guns are going, all except us. Is it because we're Jewish? We all stare into the command post fire. It stares back. We're all pissed off and trying to find comfort in dreams. "I think I'd like to be walking along the front at Brighton with Margaret," said Edwards. At the hour of 5, I was glad to see Sergeant King come back and take over. I go straight to bed. My backside is on fire. I swallowed 6 aspirins trying to kill the pain. My diary. Files arrived back from the OP with Ernie Hart, all badly shaken. Hart is crying. "Those poor buggers up there," he says. Lieutenant Wright calls a few remaining signallers together. "Look," he sounds uneasy, "they need a signal replacement up at TAC HQ. Are there any volunteers?" There's an embarrassing silence. I can't stand it. "I'll go, sir," I heard myself say. I was the only NCO there. I had to say it. Example and all that. "So, Mr. Files, you have come to take me for a nice little ride." Alf Files smirks. His eyes tell a different story. January the 20th, 1944. Going to Dimiano OP. I get into the jeep next to Alf, and we set off. He didn't say much until we got through Loro, and then onto a railway track, now denuded of rails and used as a communication road. It was a lovely sunny day. Suddenly Alf said, "Oh, this is beautiful. This sunshine, birds singing. I could do with more of this back here." He told me the OP and the Major's HQ were both in dodgy positions. Hart had been up the OP, and it had finished him. Jerry was ramming everything onto them. It all sounded grim, and I wondered what my lot would be. The sounds of artillery faded as small arms, automatic weapons and mortars increased. We were passing a steady stream of ambulances. One, I noticed, had shrapnel holes in the sides. We turned off the railway embankment onto a country road, really a cart track. A 1-mile sign read, "Castelforte 5 kilometres. "How's Jenkins been behaving?" I said. Files smirked. "He sent everyone up to the OP except himself. I think he's shit-scared. That or balmy. I didn't fancy being in any way mixed up with Jenkins. He was humourless. I didn't understand him at all. No one did. God help me, I was soon to find out what a lunatic he was. I was already tired, having been awake for 2 nights, and piles were giving me hell. We approached the ferry bridge over the Garigliano. Jerry was lobbing occasional shells into the smoke that was being used to obscure the crossing. From the smoke loomed the pontoon ferry, bearing the load of wounded. Some looked pleased to be out of it, others looked stunned, others, with more fear, were just staring up from their stretchers. "Any more for the Woolwich ferry?" says a cheerful Cockney voice. We and several other vehicles were moved forward. Among them, a truck loaded with dynamite. A few more Jerry shells land in the river. By the sound, they are very close. We can't see for the smoke, so we stopped. Through the smoke, a figure with outstretched arms to stop us going off the end, as apparently had happened earlier. A jeep driver, the idiot, thinking it was a continuous bridge, roared off the end. Surfaced, swearing, "Where's the rest of the bloody bridge?" More shells. We are moving. We drive off the other side. To our left looms Mount Dimiano. That's what all the trouble's about, said Files. Our OP's on there, somewhere. Off the road to our right is a cluster of farmhouses, some shelled, some intact. This is it, said Files, as we turned right into them. We pulled up in front of the centremost, a two-storied affair. All around are dead Jerrys and British. Machine-gun bullets are whistling overhead as we duck and run inside. It was a large room. On a makeshift table was a .22 set. There was Jenkins. Laying down at the fire in the room, Flash Gordon, Birch, Fuller, Howard, Badgie Dipper Dye, all looking as gloomy as hell. "It isn't the war," whispered Birch. "It's Jenkins." "Milligan, you get to that set right away," said Jenkins. I took over from Fuller. Immediately, Jenkins sends RHQ a series of pointless messages. "It's very stuffy in the room. There are 8 ORs, 2 NCOs, and myself. Thornton is coming back. The Germans are shelling us. The Germans have stopped shelling us." I didn't exactly know what his job was supposed to be. The people who were taking the stick were Lieutenant Budden and party, who were being stonked unmercifully. In this room, save for a direct hit, we were comparatively safe. From the time I arrived, about 4 p.m., the bastard kept me on the set all night, a total of 17 hours with the headphones on. This was my 3rd night without sleep. Just the noise of the interference was enough to drive you potty. To get a break, I said, "Do you think, sir, under the Articles of War, I could be relieved so I could relieve myself?" Even then he said, "Well, hurry up!" I felt like saying, "I will piss as fast as I can, sir. Would you like someone to tie me in case I loiter?" Outside, a young lieutenant was talking to a sergeant. Then why didn't they stay inside? I mean, those inside didn't get killed. I presume he was referring to the unburied dead who lay without the walls. It was dark. A stream of empty bullets whined over the roof. God knows what he was aiming at. There was nothing behind us. Overhead stars shone. Back in Major Jenkins' salon for the morose, I went back on the set. At that moment, a terrific explosion shook the farm. It was Jerry 155mm shell. He continued to carry out harassing fire throughout the night. I think it was the road to the ferry bridge he was after, but he moved around a bit. I continued to relay lunatic messages. The Germans have started shelling us. There's an interval of 2 minutes between each round. This is most unbelievable one. Every time we transmit a message, he shells us. The idiot was implying that Jerry had a device that made it possible to locate the position of a wireless set by its transmission. Of course, there was absolutely no truth in this statement. When we didn't transmit, Jerry shelled us. So how did he become a major? Men's lives were in his hands. Like all lunatics, he had unending energy. As dawn came, he got worse. I was almost numb with fatigue, and my piles had started to bleed again. I should never have volunteered. One of the lads made breakfast. While I was eating, Jenkins tells me, "Bombardier, I want you to take Gordon, Howard, Birch and Ballard to the OP with fresh batteries." Great. All I have to do is to carry a 50-pound battery to the top of a mountain with bleeding piles. Anything else? Like how about a mile run in medieval armour with plague? Ballard apparently knows the way. At 9 o'clock we put on Arctic packs and strap on 1 battery each. We set off single file on the road towards Castelforte, which sits in the near distance on a hillside full of Germans. We turned left off the road into a field. We passed the Sherman tank, a neat hole punched in the turret. A tank man is removing kit from inside. Lying on a ground sheet is the mangled figure of one of the crew. "Oh, what a mess," said the tank man, in the same tones as though there was mud on the carpet. I grinned at him and passed on. Above us the battle was raging full belt. Coming towards us it's Thornton, dear old 35-year-old gunner Thornton. He looks tired. He has no hat. Has he sold it? And he's smoking a pipe. "Hello, what's on?" I say. He explains he's been sent back. "I'm too old for that lark. I keep falling asleep." I asked him the best way up. He reaffirms, "You go up a stone-lined gully. When it ends, start climbing the hill. It's all steppe for olive groves. Of course," he added, "if you're in a gully and they start mortaring, you've had it." "Oh, thanks," I said. "That's cheered us up no end." He bid us farewell, and we went forward. We reached the gully. In a ravine to the left were infantry all dug into the side. They were all resting or in reserve. So far, so good. We reached the end of the stone gully and started climbing the steppe mountain. Each step is 6 foot high, so it's a stiff climb. Grump, grump, grump. Mortars! We hit the ground. Grump, grump, grump. They stop. Why? Can they see us? We get up and go on. Grump, grump, grump. They can see us. We hit the deck. A rain of them fall around us. I cling to the ground. The mortars deluge down on us. I'll have a fag, that's what. I'm holding a packet of woodbines. Then there is a noise like thunder. It's right in my head. There's a high-pitched whistle in my ears. At first I black out, and then I see red. I'm strangely dazed. I was on my front, and now I'm on my back. The red was opening my eyes straight into the sun. I know if I stay here we'll all die. I start to scramble down the hill. Grump, grump, grump. They're shouting. I can't recall anything clearly. Next, I was at the bottom of the mountain. Next, I'm speaking to Major Jenkins. I'm crying. I don't know why. He's saying, "Get that wound dressed." I said, "What wound?" "I've been hit on the side of the right leg." "Why did you come back?" He's shouting at me and threatening me. I can't remember what I'm saying. He's saying, "You could find your way back here, but you couldn't find your way to the OP." Next, I'm sitting in an ambulance and shaking. An orderly puts a blanket around my shoulders. I'm crying again. But why? Next, I'm in a forward dressing station. An orderly gives me a bowl of hot sweet tea. "Swallow these," he said. 2 small white pills. I can't hold the bowl for shaking. He takes it from me and helps me drink it. All around are wounded. He has rolled up my trouser leg. He's putting a sticking plaster on the wound. He's telling me it's only a small one. I don't really care if it's a big one or small. Why am I crying? Why can't I stop? I'm getting lots of sympathy. What I want is an explanation. I'm feeling drowsy. I must have started to sway, because next I'm on a stretcher. I feel lovely. What were those tablets? That's the stuff for me. Who wants food? I don't know how long I'm there. I wake up. I'm still on the stretcher. I'm not drowsy, but I start to shiver. I sit up. They put a label on me. They get me to my feet and help me to an ambulance. I can see really badly wounded men. Their bandages soaked through with blood. Plasma is being dripped into them. When we come to one of the Red Cross trucks, an Italian woman, all in black, young, beautiful, is holding a dead baby and weeping. Someone says the child has been killed by a shell splinter. The relatives are standing by, looking out of place in their ragged peasant clothing amid all the uniforms. An older woman gives her a plate of homemade biscuits, of no possible use, just a desperate gesture of love. She sits in front with the driver. I'm in the back. We all sit on seats facing each other. Not one face can I remember. Suddenly we are passing through our artillery lines. As the guns fire, I jump at each explosion, and then a gesture I will never forget. A young soldier next to me with his right arm in a bloody sling put his good arm around my shoulder and tried to comfort me. "There," they said, "you be all right, mate." We arrive at a camp. I was put into a tent on a bunk bed. An orderly gave me 4 tablets and more hot tea. In a few seconds they put me out like a light. I'd finished being a useful soldier. I've had it. Here's Dipper Dye's version, though it's a lot different from mine. However, all this time Jerry was belting away at us, so even getting the rope across the river was no mean feat by whoever managed it. Once on the bank of the river, there was still a good march to the base of Dimiano, and Bombardier Milligan and I were given the job of carrying a large coil of telephone wire attached to a drum, which took 2 men to carry, by holding a pole to the centre of the drum. What with packs in our back, carrying Tommy guns and wire, and the state of the terrain, I was beginning to wish I was back at base with my gun-towing Skemmel. Spike and I trudged on until we were nearing Dimiano. At the foot of the hill we came to a gully. Suddenly, mortar shelling became really violent, and I dived for cover in a cranny at the side of the hill. Spike fell to the ground and seemed very badly shell-shocked and affected, especially his backside. I helped him to his feet and carried him to the best of my ability to a first-aid post where I left him. Thank you, Dipper, especially in the backside area. I should get a medal for that. I wake up. It's very early, and am I stark raving mad? I can distinctly hear a brass band right outside the tent, and they are playing Roll Out the Barrel at an incredible speed. I get up, look outside. There, in a circle, stand a collection of GIs, all playing this tune. They are in a strange collection of garments, some in overcoats with bare legs and boots, some in pyjamas, others in underpants, unlaced boots and sweaters. An extraordinary mixture. I looked at my watch. It was 06:45. This, I discovered, was the American Reveille. The tune finished, the men doubled back to their beds. But where was I? It was a large hospital tent, full of bunks with sleeping soldiers. I was the only one awake, and I was still fully dressed, save my battle-dress jacket. For the first time I felt my right leg aching. I sat on the side of the bed and took the plaster off my leg to look at the wound. It was about 2 inches long and about 1/4 of an inch deep, as though I had been slashed with a razor blade. It wasn't hindering me, so what was I here for? I lit up a cigarette. It was one of my 5 remaining woodbines, now very crushed. 2 RAMC orderlies entered the tent, young lads. They go round the beds, looking at the labels. They woke some of the men up and gave them tablets. They arrived at me. I asked them where I was. They told me it was 144 Casualty Clearing Station. I was labelled Battle Fatigue. I was to see a psychiatrist that evening. Meantime, there was a mess tent where I could get breakfast. I told them I didn't have any small kit. Don't worry, lad. They've got knives and forks back there. A lad? So I was a lad now. Oh, it was a wretched time. No small kit, no towel, no soap, no friends. It's amazing what small, simple things really make up of our life support system. All I wanted was some cold water on my face. I went across to the American camp, and from a GI, of all things smoking a cigar, I scrounged a towel. He was more than generous. He took me to his quartermaster, who gave me 2 brand-new khaki-coloured towels, soap and a razor. I'm afraid I was still in a very emotional state, and I started to cry. Thanks, but apparently they were aware that the camp next to them were battle-fatigue cases. I wandered through a mess of tents till I found the ablutions. It was still only 7:30, but the place was full. There was the terrible silence of a mass of people who didn't know each other. I washed in silence, and the cold water made me feel a little fresher. The seat of my trousers is all sticky. My God, what a mess. Blood. The curse of the Milligans is still working. What I really want is a bath. I'm given 2 different-sized pills. I ask what they are. The orderly says, I don't know, chum. Oh, I'm chum now. He knows, all right, but it's early days for tranquilizers. Take them after breakfast. I have absolutely no recollection of eating breakfast. I think I took the tablets right away. Next thing it was evening. I was very dopey. You got to see the trick cyclist, says the young orderly. I have no idea what trick cyclist meant. I asked. Psychiatrist? That was for lunatics. Was I one? I was to find out. In a small office-type tent behind an army folding table covered with a grey blanket sits a stern, or rather attempting to look stern, officer. He is a captain, middle-aged, a small, almost pencil-thin moustache. He asks me all those utterly boring questions, name, religion, etc. He asks me what happens. I tell him as much as I can recall. He is telling me that it takes 100,000 shells before one soldier is killed. I said, really? Who is he? He ends with a much louder voice than before. You're going to get better, understand? Yes, sir, understand. I'm back in my tent, still a bit airy-fairy in the head. I'd never had mind drugs before. I get an evening meal. There's no lighting in the hospital tents. The orderlies come round with a tilly lamp and I get more knockout pills. Next morning, roll out the barrel. It's a great place for battle fatigue. A week here, and we roll out the battle fatigue. I'm to be sent back to the regiment. I suppose they know what they're doing. Time was to prove that they didn't. How I got back to the battery, I don't know. This was a time of my life that was very demoralized. I was not really me anymore. Back to the mob. January the 27th, 1944. The battery are still at Laurel in the same position. The first thing I noticed are the graves of those who had died on the night of the fire. B.S.M. Griffin is pottering around the graves, tidying them up. They have white crosses and the names written on them. The tradition of putting the deceased's steel helmet on the cross still persists. One suspects that it happened at Thermopylae. I'm so miserable. The spring that made me spike Milligan is gone. I'm a zombie. Anyone could say I'd do anything to me. I hear that those who had been with me on the OP fiasco had all been given 7 days' leave. Why not me? As soon as the guns start to fire, I start to jump. I try to control it. I run to my dugout and I stay there. I suddenly realize that I'm stammering. What a bloody mess. The Major thinks I'm a coward. Perhaps I am. If so, why didn't I run away from the line the first day in action in North Africa? I'm aware that the date is January the 27th. A whole week? Where have I been? I'm on duty in the command post and I really shouldn't be. I managed to stop crying, but I'm now stammering very badly, so I can't be of any use passing wireless messages or fire orders. I just copy down the sit-reps. They put me on the telephone exchange. January the 28th, 1944. The whole week is still very bitty in terms of remembering it. I'd been told to report to the M.O. every morning. When he saw me and heard the incredible stammer I had, I knew he was going to send me away from the battery for good. In retrospect, if the idiots had sent me back for a few weeks in the first place, I'm sure I would have been all right. But the Major, who was an unthinking bastard, loved playing God. What did he know about 19 Battery? He was a regular bastard. We weren't regulars. He was used to a life of regimental hopping. I suppose in his career he'd been in hundreds of units, one very much the same as the others. But for us this was not so. We'd always been in one battery right from the start. The feeling of togetherness was something he never participated in, but we still have it. We have 2 reunions a year. No other mob has that going for them. We were unique. We never heard from Jenkins. After the war, he'd never been to a reunion, but he really didn't belong to us. We're still together. I doubt if he is. I remember at the time thinking I'd like to order a council steamroller to drive over him, instructing the driver to go as slow as possible. He then could be used as a bookmarker. He lived on that one narrow plane, and everyone had to be judged by that. He didn't know of deeper or higher feelings. Those were the areas he could not enter. The bloody fool had got rid of someone who was deeply attached to the battery and the lads. Yet the bastard had made me stay at the gun position. The noise of the guns will boost your morale, the bloody fool said. It didn't. The noise drove me mad. Came one of the saddest days in my life. I had to leave. I got up very early. I didn't say goodbye to anyone. I got in the truck alongside driver Wright. As I drove down that muddy mountain road with the morning mist filling the valleys, I felt as though I was being taken across the sticks. I never got over that feeling. "Do you know where I'm going?" I asked driver Wright. "Yes, it's 865 FDS. February the 10th, 1944. My diary landed up in No. 2 General Hospital, Caserta. This was a real hospital, or rather they made it so. The weather was sunny, and I was shown into a long ward with lots of windows to let the light and air in. It had a polished stone floor. The walls and the ceilings were painted white, beds along the walls. Down the centre were trestle tables with books and a few pots of flowers. Very pleasant. I was soon in bed, dressed in blue service pyjamas. This was a psychiatric ward with about 50 patients in. About 2/3 were under drugs and slept most of the day. The remainder were very silent and morose. No one spoke to anyone. All day and every day I just sat on the bed and read. I've wondered if I did anything apart from that. I've checked my letter list. I noted that I wrote to my father on January the 22nd, to Lily Dumford on January the 30th, and then I noticed acknowledged all mail on the 30th of January. By chance, one of those letters still exists, the one to my father. I don't mention my ordeal, but I say I passed the hours reading poetry. By now my parents had been informed of me being a casualty. They were living at Orchard Way, Reigate, when the telegram arrived. It was stamped OHMS War Office. My mother had opened the door, and when she saw it, she called to my father. "I can't open it." They said they felt I'd been killed. Parents must have spent a lifetime of anguish as they opened the telegrams, not knowing the contents. I was to see Major Palmer, a psychiatrist whom I believe invented the revolutionary deep narcosis for the treatment of battle fatigue. My turn came for the interview. I told him that being in hospital, I was only taking up bed space. What I needed was a job to occupy me. He looked up and said, "I appreciate that. A lot of the bastards like to malinger here as long as they can." He was a rugged-looking man with a broken nose, a relic from his amateur boxing days. I was told of a Scottish soldier who had seen him because of an ungovernable temper. "So you lose your temper, do you?" "Aye, and I'll lash out." "Would you hit me?" "Aye, I would." "Well, go and try." The Scot had lashed out. Palmer had parried and riposted with a right to the jaw, felling the Scotsman. A new form of psychiatry. I wondered if it cured him. He had me posted to a rehabilitation camp north of Naples. March the 9th, 1944. I'm on a lorry with a lot of other PNs. It takes us to a terrible muddy field next to a small suburb called Afrigola. I was to be a reception clerk. That is, I sat in a tent at the entrance of the camp with a lot of army forms. As the PNs came in, I took down their details and put them in a file. All day long the battle-weary soldiers filed in. I was asked the same question, "What are they going to do to me?" And there was a hollow fear in each voice. Some cried, "God made gentle people as well as strong ones." Alas for the war effort. I was a gentle one. Now, will Milligan recover? Will he get back into the big time amongst the Lance Bombardier set? Above all, will he lose that stammer that makes him take 4 hours to say good morning? All this and more in Volume 5, Goodbye Soldier, to be serialized in Gay News. The End.
That was Mussolini, his part in My Downfall. Written and read by Spike Milligan.